It's 12:55. We do have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day for one of our counties. It's this cell right here. Actually, there's two cells. This one's going to have a warning. The rest of Phelps County, right now with southern Phelps County, you're about to get the rest of Phelps County pretty much in this. That storm that's coming in towards Waynesville right now, that has some very large hail with it, up to the size of about ping pong balls. That is moving east-northeast. We also have this supercell down here approaching Plato. Again, Phelps County is going to be the area that we will be watching for the next hour or so. This severe thunderstorm warning that does stretch into southern Phelps County goes until 1:30. There's probably going to be another one here that slides in for that northern storm with the hail on it. So if we stop that, I'm going to give you tracks on these. They're moving along pretty quickly, so my timing may be a little bit fast. But the one that's going to impact Rolla, and I'm extending it over here, I mean Cedar Ford's all the way over here into southern portions of Crawford County. But that cell right there, as it tracks off to the east, St. Robert's in the path, St. James, it's coming right along 44. The hail core may go just south of 44, but that's kind of where this storm is headed, moving east, northeast. And so those are your time frames on that. And I know we don't have the warning here in the Rolla area yet, but this storm at 125 in less than 30 minutes will be in the Rolla area. So if you can get your car, if you go to, Missouri State, kind of get S&T there, get your car under a parking garage or in a parking garage, maybe by the hospital into a parking garage. That would be the thing to do for that, for the hail. Now, this second storm that's farther to the south here, let's track this one. And again, they're moving about 40, 45 miles per hour. So I'm going to give you the leading edge of this and kind of push this off because this one's going to go into southern portions. This is going to be the southern part of Phelps County here. So this is Rolla right here. You're going down Highway 63. Edgar Springs, you're in the path of this. Eventually it gets over towards Sherrill and it gets into Cook Station. You're going to see warnings issued for these as we go through the afternoon. Large hail, up to the size of golf balls, maybe at times as these storms grow and mature, getting even larger than that. Let's bring it back out to the entire area right now. And what you're basically looking at is nothing except ground clutter around the St. Louis area. But the warm, humid air is working back to our north. That's inspiring these thunderstorms to develop right now down to our southwest. And notice out here, we look right out to the west, north of Kingdom City, just west and north of Kingdom City, a little bit of development there south of Mexico. Also showing a little bit of development here just north of Bell. If those storms can strengthen very quickly within the next hour or two, they will be pushing into the metro St. Louis area by 2 to 3 o'clock this afternoon. These, again, racing pretty fast towards the northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So let's just say that storm that's down by Rolla comes towards St. Louis. When does it get into St. Louis? By 3:30, okay? But if there's additional development out ahead of any of these, we could see storms in here sooner than 3:30. And that's St. Louis proper. On the west side of St. Louis, you're looking at 2:30 to 2:45. Of course, that's right when the kids start getting out of school, which is, could be a problem as we go into this afternoon as well. So it's one of those things where we're going to continue to monitor the scenario that's playing out before us this afternoon. I think hail's the biggest threat for us in the metro area. That's at least what we're looking at this point. We're thinking hail is our greatest threat. You're going to get a new warning here for that northern cell in Phelps County. But Phelps County is the first to have to deal with this afternoon. And again, the winds haven't seemed to be as much of a problem as the hail cores growing. And so the hail is our biggest problem at this point as these slide off towards the east and to the northeast. And there'll be more development as we continue through the afternoon. We're going to go into the Springfield radar, kind of look down there. There is a bit of a gap here between some of those big hailstorms down in Arkansas and what's been developing here over the Ozarks. But I think we're really going to see things start to perk up here quickly as time goes on. So Phelps County right now, the only place that has a severe thunderstorm warning, Again, these are going to be for hail. There's not much you can do for hail except, try to get your car inside. This storm that's going south of Waynesville looks like the hail core is pretty close to, maybe just south of 44 in that area. We pop on our hail detection here, and you're seeing some of the blues showing up. Once we start getting into the blue, and even to the darker blue and into the purple, then we start getting into that more substantial sized hail. And so I would think this is probably about ping pong ball size hail in that area right now. Again, winds don't seem to be the biggest threat with this. It seems to be more of the hail that we will deal with this afternoon. Now, if we get a huge number of storms that develop here, then they all will start fighting with each other for the ingredients, and that may end up weakening some of them too. So I want to show you kind of what it looks like on the regional perspective here. This is what we're looking at from a regional perspective, satellite and radar combined. We've had the clear skies in St. Louis. We've heated things up pretty quickly. We're back into the mid-80s. The one thing you do notice, though, is we are not looking at a lot of humidity in St. Louis just yet. Last night after that front came through, we saw the humidity levels back off. We're going to see that humidity increasing here, and that's helping to fuel these thunderstorms. So why is that happening? Well, let's put this down here a little bit. There are your thunderstorms. You see there's 3 or 4 good cores in there that are producing the large hail. Not everywhere the thunderstorm's getting the large hail. Then you've got that one lone one down there in Arkansas. It's kind of by itself. There's your dew points. We've added the winds turning to the south now. And that's just going to take this moisture that's down to our south and whoosh, swing it right back in here. So as soon as that moisture gets back into St. Louis, and then we are primed for these storms as they approach out ahead of this front, which I think we could probably drag that a little farther east now. I'll pull that a little farther east and maybe pull that just a little farther north. And, this front's coming through, the moisture's coming back. The moisture, one of the key ingredients to get widespread, significant, severe thunderstorms, and that's definitely within the realm of possibility here as we go into this afternoon. So the one warning that we have right now in Phelps County, I think they're going to be adding more to that as time goes on here. It looks like southern Phelps County, they've got the warning for, and that does include Edgar Springs. As I look down here, you get into Edgar Springs, that's a relatively small community down along Highway 63, but it's one of the main communities along Highway 63. So we'll watch that as it moves across southern Phelps County, but surprisingly, I don't think they have put the warning up for that northern cell just yet, even though it is producing the larger hail. Also still watching those cells, the ones out here that we're trying to develop in the Kingdom City area. We go up here. You see the cumulus clouds all of a sudden starting to build, and we've noted that down 44, the cumulus clouds starting to build. So that's an indication that the humidity's coming back. These storms here, if they're north of the warm front, then that's because the warm humid air is being lifted over that front. And so that's probably what's instigating the ones out there by Kingdom City and out towards Mexico. Again, around St. Louis, we're still quiet at this moment and expecting it to stay reasonably so for about the next hour, hour and a half. But by 2 o'clock into 3 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock, especially when the kids get out of school, that's when we'll be watching these thunderstorms. Now, this is a composite radar image, so it looks a little more intense. When we go back to the base reflectivity here and we look down there, there are still some hail cores in those storms for sure. Racing off towards the east-northeast and doing so at about 45 miles per hour, give or take a couple. So that'll push it into the metro area around 3 o'clock this afternoon, if not a little bit sooner. I want to show you some of the timing on what we're looking at here. And again, I'll give you one of the parameters that we look at. This is your significant hail parameter for right now. This is short-term model guidance, high res. Notice how red we are down to the south of St. Louis. That's where it's the highest. Notice that it's not overly high right now around St. Louis, but watch what happens in the next hour or so. We nudge those higher levels into the metro area. And we do that because the moisture's coming back. So as the moisture's coming back, that's going to be able to fuel those thunderstorms, create those stronger updrafts, and therefore the hail threat increases. Now this, as we kind of take it through the afternoon, that hail threat's there. It slides off to the east of us. If we get any thunderstorms that are lasting through 5 or 6 o'clock, I don't think that's going to happen in the metro area. The focus of this is really, by later this afternoon into this evening, is shifting away from St. Louis, and that's exactly where we want it to shift to. So kind of looking here at what we've got with your Futurecast, and I'll let it load up here for just a second. And while it's loading up, you know, again, it's not necessarily picking up on what exactly is right there at this very moment. I mean, you know, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But it's not picking up on what's out there right now, which means that I think we may be a little bit behind schedule with this model. So that's what it says it should be doing now, which is nothing, but it is showing the development happening. So it's a little behind schedule here, but it is happening. So the model, this model may be a little behind schedule, but boy, does it blow them up, and it brings them right through the metro area. Takes us right through this afternoon. Now, if we're fortunate, we will get these storms through here before the afternoon rush hour really kicks in. And that's certainly within the realm of possibility. Okay? Not a guarantee, but within the realm of possibility that we get this done and over with before you know, the evening rush hour, which is always good. But again, I want to emphasize, don't be that person that stops under the overpass to protect your car and clog up traffic on the interstate. It's not the time to do that. Everybody's going to be slowing down. It's best during these storms. We know some of them are going to produce some really large hail. So we know when they'll be coming through. The key is to not be on the roads at that time. Once the storms go through, temperatures drop off, the moisture goes back down. And I think once we get, you know, 6, 7 o'clock, most of this is out of our area here going into tonight. So I think after that, we should be in pretty good shape. Now, in case you didn't know, we do have a tornado watch that's in effect for the area. That tornado watch includes all of Metro St. Louis. That's going to be in effect here for us right on through 7 o'clock. Although, as the severe threat diminishes from the west, we'll start shaving the counties off of that, right? But right now, the watch area is until 7 o'clock. And with good reason. Our severe weather threat, recently updated from the Storm Prediction Center, still has that level 4 moderate risk here down to the south and southeast of St. Louis, kind of cuts right through Forest Park to go from level 4 to level 3. So damaging winds, large hail, tornado risk, they're all there. The greatest threat for the strongest winds and a tornado threat seems to be farther south of St. Louis, where there's better low-level moisture. Okay, not to say there won't be something in the metro area, but it seems to be focused a little farther to the southeast of St. Louis. But when it comes to the large hail, we're definitely a part of that in the metro area. So as we continue to go through the afternoon hours, really from now right on through 7 o'clock, and maybe we end it sooner, but now through 7 o'clock, we have that significant threat of strong to severe thunderstorms. So, you know, be ready to act on that. Is your car able to get into a garage? Maybe under a carport. Is there a parking garage not too far from you? Will you be running an errand this afternoon where you could get into a parking garage? Maybe you'd like to go to a mall where there's a parking garage. You know, just think of options. We try to think outside the box when it comes to this, because you want to protect your car from hail. That's where these storms end up costing the most money, is because it literally totals out a car because of the hail damage associated with these storms. So yeah, the storms are trying to bubble up there. And here's what we're looking at to our south and west. Surprisingly, on this northern storm, they did not extend that warning into Phelps County, but we still have southern Phelps County in the warning. But that cell is still going to go towards Rolla. And I mean, I don't know that it's these other southern storms, maybe they do take a little bit away from that and keep it from producing the large hail. But there's a larger hail core right now that is very close to Waynesville. Right there. It's just south of Waynesville. This area is producing some pretty large hail. You know, at least quarter size, maybe ping pong ball size hail. And I think that's the case as you go, you know, farther south with these storms, that whole line. Now, the ones that are trying to develop farther to the north, they're growing pretty quickly too. Here's the one that's just east of Drake. And then you've got the ones Fulton and around Kingdom City, then going up to the northeast. They're going to produce some hail. They are probably on the flip side, on the cooler side. So I don't think we have much of a tornado risk with those storms. That's mostly just hail. But again, things are starting to bubble up, and they're starting to do so pretty quickly now across the area. I think this is the trend we have for the rest of the afternoon. And keep in mind, in about 10 minutes, we have an update on Channel 5 on TV. So we'll get you kind of up to speed on that. This storm, this one's lifting northeast. So assuming it's going to become a stronger storm, we're going to track that for you. Kind of put a track on that because that could come into parts of the metro area. Just got a little scanning update on it, just kind of where it's moving. That's a St. Charles special, right? New Melly by 2 o'clock. O'Fallon at 2:12. St. Peter's by 2:15. So in an hour or so. These storms are growing very quickly. They're developing very quickly across the area. And I want to see here real fast, just checking the speeds on there to see if they are still, what speeds they're giving them, if they're doing it a little fast. That one they're listed as 34 knots, no, 41. Okay, so moving about 45. Well, we did okay on that. That one's moving about 50. How about this one out here? The Owensville cell, and it has some small hail. They're moving them at 60. So let's do this. Let's split the difference and say they're moving about 50 miles an hour. I'm going to give you way early times on this. So that pushes it closer to 2 o'clock at O'Fallon. And this is on the Missouri side. It pushes you to 1:45 in New Melly. Okay, assuming that storm strengthens and becomes severe. It's entirely within the realm of possibility now as the moisture is coming back in and over this area. Tornado watch is in effect for all of the area right now, and that is going to continue this afternoon until 7 o'clock or until the threat passes us by. Now they did just, it looks like, just updated. They're a little, seems like they're a little slow on that, on the warnings today out of Springfield for that storm in coming into the Rolla area. But they just did include Rolla in this now, finally. So let's grab that. So this cell that we talked about coming into Waynesville, that'll be into Rolla about 15 minutes. Okay? The hail core with that thing has been pretty impressive. And, you know, you look, there's a couple of hail cores there. The one we're concerned with is this one that's around Waynesville. Now, the hail products lag just a little bit behind, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this telling us it's got, you know, yeah, 1.5 inch hail, ping pong ball size hail. That's pretty good size hail that we're dealing with in that area right now. And it's moving northeast. Now, when we look at it, that was the Springfield radar. Now we're back to the St. Louis radar looking at it. I don't know that it's going to get into Rolla proper, but let's look along and see how that would be just in the Rolla area. You know, it's probably going to be the hail, the largest of the hail is probably going to be about from Missouri S&T and maybe a little farther on the south side of Rolla, okay, down by the Aldi off Parkwood Drive. In that area. That's probably where the heaviest area of hail will be. So most likely a little bit south of the university. Not by far, but most likely the largest hail will be a little bit south of the university, and kind of, near the airport, near the Rolla Airport, not the Vichy Rolla Airport, but the little Rolla downtown airport that's out there, kind of southwest of town. So I think that's
Yeah.
what you're kind of looking at this point is,
On the warning itself, it
Yeah.
does have a tornado possible tag. And then
Yeah.
and on the warning itself, it says baseball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
yeah, and from one vantage point that looks like it, from this vantage point it doesn't. Now,
Right,
if
right.
and the other thing too is when we look at that, there's your couple of circulations in there showing up. Depending on what radar you're looking at, it's kind of hard to find them, and they don't necessarily line up with what we see on the radar. So I'm not overly concerned at this point about tornadoes here as much as I am about the hail, although there very well could end up being a tornado warning of that. And Jim Castillo's here helping me this afternoon. It's 1:16, so, and I think, as I look down to the south, these storms down to the south, maybe they rob some of the moisture from the other storms that are developing up to the north. There's the one that's out there. It's not sustaining itself up to severe levels just yet as it gets up here north of Drake, heading towards Swiss. That's not severe just yet, but it's trying, and the moisture's coming back. So this is where we're going to be this afternoon. We're going to get set up here for our 122 update, which we have to do. I'll keep talking, but just know we're going to kind of walk through some things here, and set some different shots up so that we have things already set up to do for the show. But you can watch as we're doing it. I'm going to kind of set this as the view of the larger area, and we'll make that go into motion there. Because anything that I can do that will save us some time always helps, right? And then we go down and we're going to look at these storms that have the warnings on them. And again, the storm coming towards Rolla, it looks like the hail core has eased a little bit out of that storm, but the southern part of that storm, Cheryl, Edgar Springs, that may be a different story there with this. So again, as we kind of track these warnings through the area this afternoon, just know hail is going to be the biggest threat.
Yeah, there's that new one in Lincoln County and Pike County, Missouri, maybe northern.
Okay, yeah, that's going to be for the hail.
Warren
And those are
County.
elevated storms, so they will not have much of a possibility, really, of producing, one wouldn't think, tornadoes.
Yeah, there's not a tornado tag on that one, but just a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and half-dollar size hail.
Yeah, so when we pull that back out, those storms they are blossoming, and that's a pretty large area. And the reason this is such a large warning area, so it does include the area from Troy up to Millwood, up to Silex, up to Cyrene. It includes Bowling Green because we have one storm here that's off to the west of Middletown. You have another one that's southwest of Montgomery City. So there are two severe thunderstorm cells here that are moving to the northeast, and they're doing so fast. So let's put separate tracks on those storms for you. And again, I'll be listening when the control room wants to let me know. I'm going to assume this thing's still working, yeah, when they let us know what's going on with the update. But we'll be able to do that without much fanfare. What are they doing on the speeds of these storms, Jimmy? Did they do it at 50?
60? I saw 60 on a lot of them.
Yeah, they got
Northeast at about 60.
that one's 40 and 47 knots. So
So they've lowered it a little
let's.
bit. Okay.
I'd rather be a little sooner than a little
Right.
later. So that storm moving northeast. This is your northern storm here, coming into Middletown here shortly. That's in Montgomery County, almost into Pike County, and then it'll be into New Hartford, Ashley, Cyrene, Edgewood, and then eventually by about 2 o'clock up to Clarksville. Okay, and I'll kind of put this over, maybe move this over just a little bit so you can see the two cells. All right, let me give you another track here on the southern. That was the northern storm. The southern storm, and again, we may be a little fast on our timing on this, but I'd rather be fast than slow. And I'm not spreading it out. I'm kind of keeping it on this track. If it does spread out and split, then, then I have to drag in, Troy into this. But that's why Troy's not on there. Truxton, Bellflower, Truxton, Silex, into Ellsbury. These are the places here as you go into Lincoln County. And eventually, I'm going to assume this thing's going to hold together as it goes over and into portions of Calhoun County across the river and into Illinois. There's no reason to think these storms are not going to be moving into Illinois. So that's the latest severe thunderstorm warning. It does include this area here, far northern portions of Warren County. That's kind of in case that storm doesn't stay on its northeastward trek. So you go north of Truxton out towards Hawk Point, you might be in that. But it does include all of Pike County at this point.
2 minutes till cut in.
Yeah, we're about 2 minutes away from the update here. So I'm going to go ahead and get this set back up.
Yeah, Weather Service says the storm's up around Lincoln County, Pike County, about 50 miles an hour moving to the northeast, and then the one in Rolla, Phelps County, looks like 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think, and there's some fluctuation with that. That's the other thing too. So we got that, then we go down there. All right, so we'll track there. We go down here, we'll pull that up.
Yeah, and all of them have.
You're gonna have warnings here coming soon, I would think, for Crawford County and to Washington County as well. So, yeah, we're 1 minute away. So let's just save that, and then we're gonna pull that back. We're gonna pull this to a home view. All right, I think we'll just.
This is a 5 on your side local news update.
All right, we are tracking severe weather across the area. Already seeing these hailstorms bubble up, 1 o'clock to 7 o'clock tonight. We are right on that time frame here. We have warnings to the north of St. Louis. There's probably one that's going to be coming on that storm that's in Gasconade County in a little bit, but Lincoln County, far northern portions of Warren County, although you may get out of it, up into Pike County, severe thunderstorm warning there. Also severe thunderstorm warning down into Phelps County at this point. And we'll look to the northern storms. We have 2 of them right now that are producing hail, 2 supercells here that are coming into Montgomery County. So if we put tracks just on those right now, and I think those are moving, and let me go back and let me stop it for a second. We'll put the tracks on those. They're moving between 50 and 60 miles per hour. So this one in Middletown, or that's coming towards Middletown, that gets up towards Ashley and Cyrene, about 141 this afternoon, Clarksville by 154, okay? And then it'll cross over and go into northern portions of Calhoun County. Hail is the main threat with those storms right now in that area. These 2 cells right now, hail is your main threat. Again, another track on this cell that's coming in, and there comes the next warning, that's coming in out of the southern part of Montgomery County, or central Montgomery County, that goes in here across much of Lincoln County. So that's going to be Truxton, that's going to be Millwood, that's going to be into New Hope and Ellsbury, and eventually that gets into Hardin. And as we just mentioned, new severe thunderstorm warning, whoops, get that off of there. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued here for that cell that's blowing up here, coming out of Gasconade County and going into Franklin County. One of the reasons why the polygons are so large today is because there's the anticipation that these supercells are going to split once they really start getting going, and you'll have one that splits and goes northeast and one that goes east and southeast. So that's why there's a little more room on these warnings than you otherwise would see. But this warning's for Gasconade County into the northern portions of Franklin County and includes a good chunk of Warren County and into much of St. Charles County as well. Right now, the main threats with all of these storms, hail. So just based on where this storm is now and kind of trying to time it out based on how it's moving, this would put this storm that's out here coming out of Gasconade County with its hail core in towards Marthasville at 135, into New Melly at 146, into Wentzville at 151. Lake St. Louis right after that, Cottleville right around 2 o'clock. So these storms are going to be pushing into the metro area around 2 o'clock this afternoon. All right, so that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. That includes parts of St. Charles, northern Franklin, into Warren County. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings down to the south for these storms that are down here in Phelps County. They have weakened somewhat, but the storms here in Phelps County, they have been producing some large hail. Whether they continue to do that remains to be seen, but let's track this storm. It's also moving roughly 50, 55 miles per hour. So as it's moving northeast, of course it's going to come right up the Highway 44 corridor, okay? So St. James, 122. Potential here's hail, so you want to get your car inside and, if you can, in a garage, in a safe place, in a covered spot. But this will get into Franklin County, Lonedale, Catawissa, and eventually Jefferson County. Cedar Hill is on that list as well. So as we go through the remainder of the afternoon hours, we are going to continue to see our problems this afternoon with severe weather. All right, we have our tornado watch that's in effect. The tornado watch now covers all of the 5 on your side area pretty much, including St. Louis. These storms are going to be marching through here over the course of the next couple of 3 hours. The main threat's going to be hail, but now through 7 o'clock, that severe storm threat's there, the tornado watch is up. We're continuing our coverage on 5+. So we'll let you go right now on TV, but we're continuing to stream on 5+, and you can get us there for free. We'll keep streaming. Where we are with these storms. Yeah, we are now looking at what's going on 5+. So we're back. Lincoln County, Pike County, Warren County, St. Charles County, northern Franklin County. These 3 supercells are the ones to watch for that. They are mainly hail producers. Okay, so these 3 supercells are the ones that are going to have the potential producing hail. Clearly, as you see, the hail cores are kind of isolated in there. Not everybody in those warnings will get severe weather. As we go farther to the south, we do have storms that look a little more impressive. These storms farther south have more moisture available for them. So we have the severe thunderstorm warning for Rolla, although the storm looks like it's weakened a little bit, but it's probably still producing at least quarter-size hail. Of interest, though, these 2 tornado warnings that are a little farther south here, and we are in radar no man's land down here. There is no good radar where we can get a good look at what those storms really look like. But just looking at the last couple of scans here, we just go back a little bit, they're definitely rotating. They definitely are more in an environment. There's Springfield. Springfield's got probably the best look at it. And, that's a supercell. You got a little hook there, got a little hook there. It's outside of our viewing area. Okay, so it's not in the 5 on your side viewing area. It's well to our south. But
tornado warning Rolla now. It just popped.
Okay, so a tornado warning for Rolla. So we need to go back on TV.
Yeah, it's just radar indicated.
Yeah, and I'm looking to see where they're going to get that.
And it looks like Rolla, St. James is included.
Okay, so Shelby, are you in the control room right now? Okay, you
Okay,
just
thank
let
you,
me know.
Shelby.
So the tornado warning here is for Rolla. It looks like it's going to be for this area right in here that's circulating. You
Sure,
just tell
go
me
ahead.
when. So that's pretty much in this area here. That's pretty close to Newburgh, where I think we have this tornado warning. It's not showing. All right, we are back with you on Channel 5 on TV, because we have a new tornado warning now that does include the Rolla area, okay? So this includes the Rolla area. We have a circulation here. It's south of Arlington. It's moving northeast bound. This storm also has some hail with it as well. So we already had the severe thunderstorm warning, but that's where the rotation's showing up in this storm. Now, when you're this far out, it really is hard to get much to show up on the radar scans as far as what's happening with the actual rotation. But we are thinking it's somewhere in this area here and moving northeast, which would very well take it close to, if not right over, the area just south of Missouri S&T. That's where we're thinking this rotation is. Try to get a different perspective on it. All right, so radar showing it here. We're looking from Springfield. So here is your circulation moving towards the northeast. So I'm going to give you a track on this circulation. This is a tornado warning. So in addition to dealing with the hail, we're also having to deal with that. And it seems to be moving about 55 miles per hour. So just taking it through the part of Phelps County here, it really didn't give me much. It gave me Vida as the only spot there along Highway 72 and along Highway 63. So it's a very rural, unpopulated area out here where we are seeing this storm at the moment, and that tornado warning. So that's Phelps County. Now there is a confirmed tornado warning farther to the south. That storm is going to eventually get into Reynolds County. So our far southern communities here, as we've said all along, farther south and southeast of St. Louis, the greater threat for the strongest of winds, as well as the threat for tornadoes. It's higher farther to the south. We do have hail in this storm that's coming in here into parts of Franklin County. I'm just kind of giving you the wide view of everything. And we also have hail with these two supercells as they're coming out of Montgomery County, going into Pike County, going into Lincoln County. So right now, severe thunderstorm warning, Pike County. Severe thunderstorm warning, Lincoln County. Severe thunderstorm warning, Warren County, St. Charles County, and Franklin County. We have the severe thunderstorm warning, and embedded within that severe thunderstorm warning down in the Rolla area, we have a tornado warning right now as that storm is showing signs, and you can clearly see it here, kind of trying to make that little hook on the back side of this storm as it's racing northeast. These are supercell storms, so if we can get that rotation to get to the ground, then we have problems. When we look at this from a vantage point here of where is that circulation, it's going to be right in here, okay? When I go in really tight into this area and kind of try to get out ahead of it maybe just a little bit, this is Highway 63. Vida was in the path of this. It looks like that circulation's probably just off to the southeast of Newburgh at this point. But I would want to be in my safe place here, Highway 63, and then going east from there, going over into this area along Highway 72. There's State Road O. Again, this is mostly, the circulation is mostly going to be just to the south of Rolla. I think as I look over here in the Rolla area and go down to the south towards Vida, you're in a very rural area here, okay? Some of our spots, though, there's County Road 5180 that's down this way. You know, you're looking at Boyd Lake and Brays Lake. Those are spots along and east of Highway 63. Those are spots that you need to be concerned about. South side of Rolla, I would be in my safe place at this point just to be safe, and that includes in that area along Lions Club Drive, you know, the Lions Club Den down there, that area. You're going to want to be in your safe spot. That's on the south side of Rolla. That circulation somewhere on the south side, south of Rolla right now, moving east and northeast. Again, when we look at it from this vantage point, there's likely some larger hail coming in towards the Rolla area. The largest hail looks like it's just along and south of 44, but that's probably 1-inch hail that's out around the Rolla area right now. So that's your tornado warning. That's the imminent concern. That circulation right there that's coming close to Vida, and is moving towards the northeast, putting a track on that, if you will, and I'll give it a little bigger track here to maybe give you at least some more places that will show up where we think it would be. And again, right along and south of 44 is where the circulation would end up going. Okay, so St. James, Rosati, Scott Ford, Fanning. In this particular situation, especially since we've got a hail core, once again approaching Rolla, you want to be inside, away from windows and doors. Many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's what we want right now. And let's go back out to the broader view here, because we do have other warnings. Not only for that cell, because we have a tornado warning, but this cell that's producing hail here in Franklin County and the two supercells that are coming into the rest of Lincoln and Pike County, southern Pike County especially. You're trying to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. But more important with these cells, since it's not so much of a tornado threat, these are more along the lines of cells that are going to produce that large hail. And with that large hail, that if it's being wind driven at all, it has the potential of breaking windows. Not only windshields, but if there's wind driven hail, especially if it's quarter size or larger, that's capable of producing damage to your windows, when it's blowing up against the house. So we still have our severe thunderstorm warning, Crawford, Washington, Franklin, Gasconade County now. Okay, so on the southern side of this, that's a new one that's just coming in. This is for the Rolla storm. Again, you're getting a messy storm mode here. These storms are all going to fight in a competition for the available moisture and trying to get the hail in there. So this is a broader perspective looking south of St. Louis. I'm going to come back to this storm that's getting ready to move into the metro in just a minute. Tornado warning down here in the Rolla area right now. Circulation. Jim, have you had any reports? Springfield had any reports of anything there?
So just looking at Springfield, again, that tornado that's confirmed in Eminence, Missouri is not in our area yet, but just a heads up, it is moving east at about 50 to 60, and it is moving towards Reynolds County. So the problem with that is that one's confirmed and possibly rain wrapped, and they're seeing debris at about 10,000 feet, which is impressive. As you said, the radar is far away from this area, but they are seeing debris with that one. Again, it's not in our area yet, but down around Reynolds County, heads up, it is just to your west there.
Okay, so we'll be getting back to that and tracking that one here as time goes on. This is going to be something that impacts a good chunk of the metro area. This is the storm. Here is the Missouri River right here. This is Highway 100. This is Highway 94. Okay, you're in Warren County here. You're in Franklin County here. There's some large hail with this storm. It's a pretty expansive storm, pretty good sized storm. Treelore, New Haven, you're starting to really pick it up now, the brunt of this. That is moving to the northeast. So if we push this in here, and again, trying to give you a bigger track moving towards the east-northeast, this is where we get our big-time damage when we get these large hailstorms. Hail right now up to the size of maybe quarters, maybe ping pong ball size hail. It seems like it's growing. Washington, Missouri at 140. New Melly, 146. O'Fallon, Missouri, just before 2 o'clock. Just before 2 o'clock in Cottleville. Eventually, this will get into Chesterfield, St. Charles, Bridgeton, Creve Coeur into North St. Louis County. That's kind of a favored track that we've had in the past with hailstorms that tend to come our way. So this is an area that we definitely have to watch here as that hail pushes, this storm with its hail pushes into the north. No indication of any big time rotation with this at this point. So, we're not seeing anything that raises the whistle on that, but definitely something we're going to watch. Now let's go up to the north very briefly here into Warren County and up into portions of Pike County. Those two storms, they are producing some large hail. I'll give you a track on the northern storm, which is coming into Ashley right now. That goes through Pike County, gets over to Edgewood at 147, Eolia at 153. All right, we're talking large hail with this cell. We've got large hail with this cell that's gone through Montgomery City. That's going to be mainly focused here across Warren County, and that includes Millwood, Silex, New Hope, Ellsbury. It probably stays The core of this probably stays just north of Highway 47 and just north of Troy, probably. But it's also possible that it could slip just to the south of that. And so that's something to be concerned about. You want to try to get your car inside, in the garage, under the carport, or maybe go somewhere where there's some kind of covering for your car. Just expanding this out again, supercell storms are developing all along the line now out to our west. This is what we expected to happen. It's pretty much on schedule, starting to flare up here after the 1 o'clock and during the 1 o'clock hour, which is going to take us through 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. We want to explore those storms farther to the south that have the tornado warnings with them, because these are the storms that here in a little bit will be impacting our southern communities. So there's one near Summersville right now. That's the one that has the confirmed tornado on it. I'm just going to give you a heads up down here into Reynolds County. We'll track these two storms separately, and I'm going to put them on a little faster because I want you to be prepared in Reynolds County. That first storm, and let's just stretch it all the way over into Madison County. The first storm, the northern storm that has a confirmed tornado with it right now, you're talking Mauser's Mill, Ellington, Lesterville, Annapolis, then 12 Mile and Marquand. So the southern portions here of Iron County and central portions of Reynolds County. You folks, get yourselves prepared right now. All right? Get to a spot that's not, subject to being torn apart. If you're trying to camp in these areas down here in Reynolds County, now is not the time, okay? You need to get to more substantial shelter, for sure, in this scenario. The other one that's down by Mountain View, that'll be far southern portions of Reynolds County and perhaps far southern portions of Iron County. We know Des Arc was hit badly earlier this year. All right, now back to our storm in the Rolla area. And we kind of look back at that with the tornado warning now is moved. The storm has moved just east of downtown Rolla, continuing out towards St. James. It is moving along 44, so this is going to come up towards Cuba here over the next 15 or 20 minutes. Still some rotation in there. You can still see that's showing up in here. Storm Tracker is out there. Tracy Hinson is in our storm tracker. She is out looking this afternoon at these storms as they're building across the area. But again,
dark sky.
Dark sky, yeah. And it doesn't take much. We went from a nearly crystal clear sky to those clouds building very, very quickly. I would say if you're along and south of 44 here, again, this is a very rural area, St. James, east of Rolla, and then going south, that's where you need to be in your safe place right now. All right? That's because of that storm with its rotation. No confirmation of a tornado there, but certainly, we have the severe thunderstorm warning here for the rest of Franklin County. We have our severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford County, and that does stretch into western portions of Washington County. So, Jimmy, we're going to get into a situation this afternoon where we're going to be running with multiple warnings through the course of the afternoon as this whole line of thunderstorms works to the east across our region. You see how quickly those clouds from the storm tracker, how quickly the clouds are growing this afternoon. They are just bubbling up as that moisture that we pressed to the south yesterday is coming back to the north of us right now. So those clouds growing pretty quickly, Jimmy.
Yeah, and even the storm around Rolla, Scotty, they're saying softball size hail is possible. So again, radar indicator rotation right south of Rolla. And the potential there is for even softball size hail. And like Scotty was saying, that this is a big issue even in those storms to the north. I'll go a little bit further north here. You get to the storm just north of Washington, Missouri, and approaching New Melly. Golf ball size hail is the potential with this one as it moves on to the northeast at about as much as 50 to 60 miles an hour. Then you have another warning up around Lincoln County and also Pike County, Missouri. And again, the main threat with this, we're seeing those updrafts causing that larger hail up to about golf ball size. But the storms that have those tornado warnings have been to the south at this point, and we're watching the one around Rolla. Looks like that one was allowed to expire. So some good news around the storm in Rolla. We still have that tornado warning just to the east of you. It looks like you're in the clear now in Rolla, and that storm, I'll zoom in a little bit more here, and you can see that the bulk of that rotation now is around the St. James area. So you want to be in your safe space right now in St. James as that rotation. Again, radar indicator rotation, not seeing any confirmation of a tornado at this point, but up to softball size hail with that storm as it moves on to the northeast at 50, 55, 60 miles an hour, Scotty.
Yeah, that seems like really large hail. I think that might be on the high end of this. Our hail scope out here around New Haven is showing hail around an inch, maybe an inch and a half. So perhaps up to ping pong or golf ball size hail coming in here along the Missouri River between Washington and Warren County. But again, that's going to be moving to the northeast. And where is that going to go? It comes right over the metro area, almost right along the Missouri River, as I get that to plot for you. Marthasville, you'll be getting into that big hail here shortly. Weldon Spring, New Melle, Matson, Cottleville. Eventually, that's going to get in. There is no doubt that we are going to be able to pull this into the metro area. There's really no question on that at all at this point as these storms continue to move. And it may very well, you kind of see almost like the eagle's wings here, it may very well split a bit as we head through time. So there's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Large hail is the biggest threat with most of the storms. However, we have to be concerned about some of these storms rotating and the potential that there's a tornado, and that would be the case St. James south along 44 here in Phelps County. There's been some rotation there. But as we go up into Gasconade, southern parts of Gasconade County, and then over into the rest of Franklin County and down here into portions of Crawford County and into northern Washington County and the rest of eastern Phelps County, those are large hail makers. So from north to south, you've got a whole bunch of storms right now that are causing problems. There's the ones to the north. That large hail, the hail core looks like it's just north of Montgomery City, so that takes it over towards Millwood. Looks like it might just miss you around Truxton. Not by much, but maybe just a little bit to your north there on the hail core as it heads towards Millwood. But, you know, here's Highway O, Highway E, Highway T. You're coming into this very rural area here of western portions of Lincoln County. The hail picking up as we speak right now. So inside, away from windows and away from doors, because that hail, if there's any wind at all, it's not coming straight down. It is going to be whipping around, and that likely would cause some problems with broken windows. Here we go. This one's coming into St. Charles County right now. The hail core looks like it's crossing the Missouri River here. So Washington, Missouri, looks like you'd miss most of the hail, but Augusta, you may get in on it. Marthasville, you may get in on it. Innsbrook, this potentially is a problem for you, although that largest hail is probably going to stay just to the south of Innsbrook with this. And I'm going to zoom in here again a little bit tighter on this, because this, I think, is going to be the storm that we deal with across the metro area as we head through the next 2 or 3 hours. Really, the next hour and a half to 2 hours. This is going to come in and roll right through the metro area. So that hail's coming into Marthasville right now. That's Highway 94. There's Highway 47 going up towards Warrenton. There's Innsbrook. Innsbrook, you may get lucky on this one. You may not see the big hail. But just in the next few minutes, where we think the largest hail will fall with this, that does include the area around Kaplan, New Melle, maybe Matson down here along Highway 94. Of course, the Katy Trail's
tornado
down
warning
here.
is for Crawford County and
Okay.
also into Washington County. It's that same
Same
circulation
cell.
right over St. James right now.
Yep. So that's a new tornado warning. So let's just broaden this back out.
That's until 2:30.
And we'll pop that out. 2:30 for that. That's an extension of what's going on here down in the Rolla area. That storm rotating. And as we've said, you know, for the last couple of days, we've said a lot of the same thing over and over, trying to get you prepared for this, what was coming today. The greatest threat for the strongest winds and the potential of tornadoes is south and southeast of St. Louis. Okay, that's where our greatest threat is. We're looking at this storm right now. We look at it together, coming out of Rolla, moving around St. James right now, and moving into portions of Crawford County. So now we extend the tornado warning eastward through Crawford County into Washington County. This is an area that's already had a spring to remember for sure. Okay, we look at the wind field with this, and we can find our circulation in here. All right, so that circulation, we're spinning this in here, right in this area, just off to the east of St. James. So it's going to continue to go east. I would expect that that will stay north of Highway 8. The rotation will, but we can't be sure about that. And again, with these storms, the way they are, and the way they sometimes split and move, you can't always guarantee that. So let's put a track on this. Those of you that are in the path of this circulation, and we know the radar runs a little bit behind, but I'm going to stretch it out as far as I can. All right, so the circulation's here, Fox Springs, Steelville. You've got the hospital right there in Steelville on Highway 19. They're probably moving their patients away from the windows, certainly closing the blinds. Hospitals, in case you didn't know, do have a protocol, but this is the area where we have the potential of something spitting out of the sky. The tornado warning's in effect. It's not confirmed, but there is rotation in that storm, in addition to the large hail threat that we're dealing with. So Steelville, Scotia, Butts, Hinch, you need to be in your safe place. Again, we're in rural areas of Crawford County here, down Highway 19, along Highway 8, going from Crawford County over into Washington County. That's where that tornado warning is. The circulation is coming up now on the Crawford Phelps County line. That's where your circulation's coming up on. So at this point, that is our main concern for the potential of tornadoes down here. But not only that, there's the potential that there is some large hail still with this storm, upwards of golf balls, maybe larger. Let's look just to the south of this storm a bit. Here we have our tornado warnings. Okay, we've had 2 supercells down here. No longer a confirmed tornado on that northern one, and it doesn't look like it's as impressive as it was. But having said that, you got to keep in mind, we're in radar no man's land. The radar beams are way high down here, so we don't get as good of a look as we'd like to have. But this is butting up against. There's Eminence. A lot of people float the Current River on Eminence from St. Louis. This is butting right up against Reynolds County. So Reynolds County, at the very least, the southern half of Reynolds County, you're going to have the potential for large hail within the next half hour. There's also the potential that there may be some tornadoes with that. Want to bring it back out? Big picture, once again, so everybody knows what's going on. We have 1 tornado warning in our viewing area, and that includes far eastern portions of Phelps County along 44 and into Crawford County, and then the western, west central, northwestern portions of Washington County. That cell has had rotation. Nothing confirmed with it, but rotation. Also producing large hail, as is the main threat for the rest of these storms. These storms in southern portions of Pike County, western portions of Lincoln County, moving northeast, they're producing hail. There's a new storm going up north of Herman. We'll watch that one. That too will likely grow and produce some hail. We have a warning on this storm, severe thunderstorm warning. That's Warren County into St. Charles County. It looks like it's staying just north of Franklin County, north of the Missouri River right now. That is a hail producer. The rest of southern Franklin County, southern Gascony County, that is a hail producer. You're going to get a warning of some sort down in down in Reynolds County here shortly. And look what just popped up here near Belgrade, another cell trying to develop down that way right now. And just a real quick look, this is popping up. It's out ahead of the other cells. Anytime we get a cell that starts bubbling up, that's not competing with storms around it, we already start raising flags for that. Watch this storm near Belgrade. That's going to be heading towards Bonne Terre, towards Park Hills, probably north of Farmington in St. Francis County. Watch that storm in the next 20 minutes or so. Stay weather aware in those areas. Just back into the metro here real fast because I want you to look at the hail. I got to click the right button first. The hail in this storm here that's out in...
Yeah, it looks like up to golf ball size hail in Marthasville, confirmed by the Weather Service here.
Yeah. Well, we're looking at that. There's 1.8 inches, so that's right there, golf ball size, 2-inch hail. You're up to the size of hen eggs out there. And again, you're bringing this storm right over a chunk of the metro area eventually. Okay, that's your hail core. The hail core usually lags a little bit behind where it really is, but if we put a track on this, you know, move it along, moving it east-northeast, it's going to be moving into some populated areas like the Chesterfield Valley here shortly. Wildwood, Weldon Spring, Clarkson Valley, Chesterfield, almost into Augusta right now. I would not want to be down here traveling along wine country. And if you're in the wineries watching us on TV or watching on 5 Plus, trying to enjoy the afternoon since it was such a lovely afternoon early on, and now it's not so much so, stay put. Don't leave at the moment. Stay where you are until this storm scoots through. We'll find out the worst of this is going to go right over the Weather Service office probably. So we'll find out very quickly how bad it is. Tornado warning, yeah, we still are dealing with that Crawford County. This storm right Cuba, let's give you a quick track on that, where the circulation ought to be somewhere back in this side of the storm, the worst part of the storm, moving east-northeast, Leesburg, Steelville, Scotia, Vilander. Eventually it gets over towards Anthony Mills. Those are the areas that we continue to watch this afternoon as these storms are pressing through the region. You can see those clouds building from the storm tracker. Tracy Hinson's out there in the storm tracker. One thing, if you walked outside this morning, you may have noticed how comfortable it was in St. Louis. It is no longer comfortable in St. Louis. We are seeing those dew point temperatures creep up. We are seeing these storms continue to build across the region, and they are moving off towards the east and to the northeast. So, Jim, they're all producing hail. Some of it's really large and severe, and also the potential that some of these are going to rotate and produce some tornadoes before all's said and done this afternoon.
Yeah, the warnings that we have right now, Scotty, with any kind of indicator rotation is, again, that tornado warning that's kicking out of Phelps County now. You're in the clear, Rolla and St. James now. But then you get into Crawford County, and that's when you're starting to see, again, in this area just south of Sullivan. We know the sirens are going off in Sullivan. That warning, it's pretty close to you. But it looks like Cuba, you should be in your safe spot right now, and it's zipping on to the northeast at about 50, 55, 60 miles an hour. So heads up, Richwoods, you don't have a tornado warning yet, but definitely it is moving in your direction. So following Interstate 44 here, you can see how fast they're moving. And again, radar indicator rotation, we don't have any confirmation of any touchdowns, and we also have had some very large hail with this. Up and over golf ball size hail in this particular storm. The storms to the north, like Scotty was saying, anywhere from those warnings in St. Charles County now, the golf ball size hail that was indicated right around Marthasville, and then the hail around Millwood and Lincoln County, and also southeastern Pike County now. But you know who's in the clear is Bowling Green. It is past you at this point, which is great news. And Warrenton, we're just watching a cell popping up now to your west. So, Scotty, these storms have been popping up all over the place. Also, there's one more I want to point out real quickly. This storm right here, this is Reynolds County, here's Lesterville, and these are all tornado warnings. Again, radar indicated rotation. We did have a confirmation of a tornado back near Eminence. But right now, radar indicated rotation as it zips on to the east-northeast at about 50 to 60 miles an hour, Scotty.
All right, I want you to look at Cuba here. It's pouring here in Cuba right now. That storm pressing in, that's a look at the Cuba airport. So it's pouring right now in Cuba, and that circulation is not too far away from Cuba right now. That's where our tornado warning is in effect here down to the southwest of St. Louis. down 44. That's where the biggest concern is at the moment, at least from a tornado perspective. From a hail perspective, I got to say, this storm that's about ready to come over New Melly into Weldon Spring right along Highway D, that's going to work into across the southern half of St. Charles County, that's going to cause some damage. But let's focus on the tornado warning here and see where we got our circulations here. We're going in tight here, Cuba down to Steelville. This is where we are at the moment. Let me give you the rotation here, the wind field. And so here we have it. It looks like we're circulating it. Okay, so we're on this radar. I got to check which radar we are on. Between Cuba and Steelville, that's pretty close. There's some pretty tighter rotations in more than one spot in here. Okay, as we go back and look, I got to put it back and forth here to see if what I'm looking at is a reasonable assessment of what is actually happening. And yeah, so that circulation is pretty close to Cuba at this point. All right, let's see it right in here. So if you're in this area along 44, this is Crawford County, safe place right now. Inside, away from windows and doors, lowest level you can get to. Basement's best, but not everybody has a basement. Whatever you do, don't stay in a mobile home in this area. You need to be a more substantial shelter. If that means scooting down the street to somebody else's house or down the street to the local gas station, do that. That tornado warning continues here in Crawford County as this storm continues to move on towards the east right now. And there's some big hail that just went by. Looks like it just is north of Steelville right now. That hail is likely, I would guesstimate that hail is probably running about 2 inches, 1.5 to 2 inches. So golf ball size hail may be larger. Speaking of that, let's come back up here to the storm that's coming into St. Charles County and moving through
Scotty,
St. Charles County. Yeah.
It's interesting because Marthasville did report golf ball size hail, but it looks like now the hail core is to the east of Marthasville, which is fantastic news there. Kay Quinn's in here helping us out, writing some stuff down for us too. But again, when you see that purple just to the north of 94, that's where you're getting that hail that could be as high as golf ball size.
Yeah, and when I'm looking at this, I'm actually zoomed in on this. Okay, so right here is Francis Howell High School, for those of you that know. You go out Highway D, there's Highway Double D, then you get into New Melly, Daniel Boone Elementary is right there. They are probably having hail at the elementary school. It's still a little early for dismissal there. High school's getting out right now. It's Friday, it's 2 o'clock. So the high school is dismissing right now. Shortly thereafter, the middle school goes. So this area, there's Highway F. This is the road that goes out of New Melly and goes down towards 94. And again, we got big time hail with this. Iron and Reynolds County, you got your severe thunderstorm warning now for the large hail. And while there is no indication at the moment that there is a tornado down there, those storms have had a history of rotation. But along Highway F here, Frisella's Nurseries right along there, the Daniel Boone home in that area, pounded by hail right now, large hail, up to the size of golf balls, maybe even larger than that. Severe thunderstorm warning now going to be extended farther to the east here for this cell. That includes West St. Louis County. That includes the northern and western portions of St. Louis County. It includes the city of St. Louis along the north of 44, and it includes another chunk of St. Charles County here farther east of where that warning was in effect here a few minutes ago. So really getting a dark and nasty looking there with that cell. And there's a look at the traffic camera there as you see traffic really slowing down. Don't stop under the overpasses. That's the one thing you don't want to do today. Tornado warning here continues for the cell, and it looks like it does have a little bit of a hook there trying to develop towards Steelville at the moment. Whether or not that's actually where the circulation is remains to be seen, but it's certainly somewhere in this general vicinity. So again, you folks inside, away from windows and doors at this point. And I'll give you a quick track on that because it is rolling quickly. I'm going to do it ahead of the hail, not necessarily ahead of the tornado, but just kind of ahead of the hail, because the hail may come before there is a tornado, if there is a tornado. So Leesburg, you're there. Actually, it was there a minute ago. Anthony's Mill, 213 P Ridge, and then Richwoods at 230. So these are rolling on to the east. And we're going to stick with you while these storms are moving through the metro area and probably through the metro east as well. There's a look down into Reynolds County. Again, those storms not as impressive looking as they were. And that actually is a good thing right now. The storms, though, here coming into the metro, these are going to be big hailers. This is going to go over the valley. This is going to go over Harvester. It is going to do a lot of damage to cars. Even over on the north side of O'Fallon right now, up towards St. Paul, as you go up Highway 79, up towards Moscow Mills, we're probably looking at the very least, some dime-size hail with that at this point. So there's a look at Highway, where is that, Highway H?
H, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so big time.
South of Bourbon.
South of Bourbon, okay. All right, Jimmy, I lost my little earpiece thing here.
That's okay. We'll get you updated. Again, several severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of these have hail with them and up to golf ball size hail. We've seen that at Marthasville. Looks like it's past you now. But in western St. Louis County and also into northern St. Louis County, just watching this entire area here with the possibility of seeing some larger hail, radar indicated, and not having any tornado tags on these storms. But then you get to southern portions of the area. And again, this is right around the Crawford County and also into Washington County and Missouri. That's where we've had rotation. No confirmation of any tornadoes, but still rotation. You want to be in your safe space there. And again, we've seen that just around the Cuba area. Now that rotation is moving on to your east just a little bit. Further south, looks like a tornado warning just to the west and south of Reynolds County here, but a severe thunderstorm warning in Reynolds and also Iron County for that large hail, Scott, that we've been seeing in this area. Looks like on my maps, the cities have disappeared. So I'm going to get out of my maps here and come back in and let you take over.
All right, well, and you can see this is the storm here that is in St. Charles County that is producing the large hail right now. And that's very close to, it's over Bush Wildlife for those of you in that area. Once again, we track this where the worst of this is going to be just in the near term here. The short term, where the hail core is going to be the worst. Cottleville, Harvester, Jacobs, you're getting over here to Maryland Heights. So it's basically along 64. Of course, keep in mind they're doing construction there at the Boom Bridge, so it's all cattywampus on the highway there anyway. But this is really going to be picking up here with the large hail, and that's coming into St. Charles, out of St. Charles County into St. Louis County. So now St. Louis County, much of St. Louis County under that severe thunderstorm warning now as we go through the next hour as these storms continue to track through the area. And that includes the northern half here of the city of St. Louis. All of North St. Louis County, that is going to be a big-time hail producer here as it continues to work on towards the north and northeast. Tracy Hinson is out in Valley Park right now where the clouds, that's Valley Park right there, clouds are getting darker and pretty ominous out there, and the storms are still off to your west. And it looks like they just reported hail, 2-inch hail in Gerald, Missouri. I think I saw where they had 1.5 inches or 1.25 inches maybe out in Washington, Missouri, with that core that's now there for Washington, Missouri. So again, these storms, all of them are producing hail. The one that has a circulation with it, and I'm going to try to get the Weldon Spring camera up here in a minute, but the one with the circulation is this one. That has a potential with the tornado warning here. Does that show up really, great on radar from a radar presentation? No, but we're also fairly high up as well. Not a confirmed tornado, but radar indicated with that rotation in that area. And again, large hail along and north of Highway 8 going across those rural areas of Crawford County right now. So, Jimmy, these storms are really packing the punch, and especially this one coming into the metro area. It looks like we've got another cell, maybe the northern part of this cell here, kind of expanding a little bit up towards Moscow Mills, and then that's going to cross into Calhoun County. The warning for Calhoun County is the southern part, and it stretches right up there towards Grafton. But going to be interesting to watch these storms as they come through the metro area to see who gets the largest hail out of it.
Yeah, it looks like that. Again, if you're looking near the Cottleville area, just to the southwest, you see that purple area there. That's where that hail core would be. And it looks like Scott's going to go right over the National Weather Service. So we'll find out pretty soon how big that hail is as it moves right over there. But at Hamburg, you want to be inside and away from windows. And we do not have a tornado tag on this cell, which is good news. But hail is the main concern with this. A lot of lightning, too, as I've been looking at the lightning strikes coming into West St. Louis County and through St. Charles County. 77 strikes in the last few minutes here. So Washington, Missouri to Union, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, ponding on the roadways. And again, that hail threat in the stronger portions of the storm where you're seeing a little bit more purple. I'll zoom in a little bit more. It's approaching Weldon Spring at this point. And Hamburg, Highway DD and Highway D right in this area through here. This is where you might be seeing that up to as high as golf ball size hail. Radar indicated at this point, no confirmation of that as it moves toward the Weather Service office. Here's the radar right here at the Weather Service office. And that severe thunderstorm warning for St. Louis County, really West St. Louis County, North St. Louis County, and into a large part of, looks like, the O'Fallon area. But to the west of that, you get to Wentzville, you're in the clear. So you're in the clear. No hail for you. The warning continues, but all of that weather is to the east of New Melly. You're in the clear now, but Cottleville still watching the storm right over you at this point. But again, where you see that purple on here is where you have that larger hail threat that's moving right over Weldon Spring and possibly Cottleville, and then eventually Wildwood and also Chesterfield if it holds together. And it looks like these storms continue moving east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. Then you get to Washington and Union and further south. Again, watching that tornado warning, Scotty, to the south of Sullivan, Missouri. So right through east of Cuba. You're in the clear now. Cuba and Steelville. You see the back edge of the storm here. This is where the rotation would be. So Cuba, Steelville, you're in the clear at this point, but we're watching as it moves to the east into Washington County, Missouri. So heads up, Richwood, because they may actually extend that warning a little further to the east.
All right, I'm hearing it's hailing in Wentzville now. So, we've got that severe thunderstorm warning. I actually took off the warnings here so you can just kind of see what the radar looks like as you have all of these supercells lining up from north to south here, and they're moving to the east. Remember that storm I talked about here, the one too far from Belgrade? That's going up now. Looks like it's around Bonne Terre. It looks like it's growing pretty quickly too. So we're going to watch southern portions of Monroe County. Dime-size hail was reported out there in portions of the Wentzville area. Going to be interesting to hear from the neighbors what we end up with in Weldon Spring. I do want to show you just the warnings that we have right now. Take the radar off, we add the warnings. Now there's a lot of lightning. There's 259 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes just in our area alone. But if I take off the lightning, you've got a north-south line of warnings here that are in effect. The tornado warning is in effect for Crawford County and northwestern Washington County. That storm has not had a confirmed touchdown, nor any reports of any wind damage with it. But we have had, what size is that? 1 inch hail, Sunny Road, Highway KK, Washington, Missouri. That's Washington, Missouri, down here. We have had, circulation showing up, but no reports of any wind damage with that, just a lot of hail. And that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warnings now into the metro area and then going to the north. There's severe thunderstorm warning for the hailstorm down to the south too, and that does include the area around Reynolds County right now. So again, these storms are all packing a bit of a punch. They all have the potential to produce large, damaging hail, and in some cases, some very large hail. This cell here is the one that really has my attention, largely because it's going over my house, but it's also showing signs that it has a bit of a hook there. So we're really close to the radar, So we'll pop on and see if we see any rotation. Doesn't look like anything especially there, but they also can look out the window at the Weather Service and see what's going on there. But that is really, now's not the time to be crossing the Boom Bridge out there in St. Charles County. This is what it's going to look like, I think. I'm going to pop this on. We've got the warning. Whoops, it didn't take it. I'll get you to St. Charles here in just a split second, or Chesterfield. And here it comes. So there it is. You're looking at the Chesterfield Mall, kind of west and southwest. That's the hail-producing thunderstorm that has the very large hail with it that is pushing right now towards and into the rest of the metro area. So this one's going to be the problem for the metro. That's Weldon Spring. That's through the construction zone, Highway 64 there, through the construction zone. And again, this is really some large hail. I would suspect that we're going to be looking at hail up to the size, and you can't really tell on the camera, but you can tell the camera's bouncing a little bit. I'd suspect we're looking at least up to the size of 2-inch hail, maybe even higher, bigger than that, getting closer, to those tennis balls. And that's certainly what that is showing us here as this is pushing in. I mean, I'm going to put a question on that and see what it tells me. Hail size, it says, is 3.5 inches. Sometimes that's a little overdone, but if that's happened this afternoon, even 2.5 inches, 2.75 is baseball size hail. 3.5 inches, you're getting up there. You're getting up to close to softball size hail. So hopefully that's overestimating what's out there. But Jimmy, the one thing we know we got to deal with is this hail, and let's track where that hail is going to go. The worst of it, we think, is right, almost coming across the Boom Bridge.
Yeah, right over the Weather Service, right there at the radar. So it'll be interesting to see what they say here.
Yeah, so just in the short term, Fern Ridge over at the Fern Ridge High School, I believe it is. But Chesterfield, obviously, it's in the valley now. The hail core is back along Highway D.
Golf ball size hail at the Weather Service office confirmed.
Okay, so golf ball size hail there. All right, so, and they may not even be under the largest of the hail core yet. So that's what we have. This is the storm that's coming into the metro area. So I cannot emphasize enough, if you have the opportunity to get your car into a sheltered location, and you're in Chesterfield, Harvester, over here towards the Family Arena in St. Charles, Bridgeton, Maryland Heights, Creve Coeur. These are the areas that hail core is going to be coming right along between really 64 and right on over towards the Page Avenue extension and up towards 70 and 270. And it's going to put down some pretty large hail. So far, I think the largest we've seen has been about 2 inches. So that's the size of an egg, an average egg. This is 64 at Mid Rivers. Actually, 64 doesn't go to Mid Rivers. So it would be 70 at Mid Rivers, 364 at Mid Rivers. Okay, so that's what it looks like. That's in your Weldon Spring / St. Peter's / Harvester area right now. And you can see how the traffic's really slowing down. That camera is going to be right about here. And so that's not even under the worst part of that storm. So don't stop under the overpasses. This is what we're going to deal with through the metro area. Again, just kind of popping this out. The largest hail with this, where is it going to go? Over the areas where, remember, 2001, April 10th, costliest hailstorm ever. This probably won't be that, but it's going to add up. St. Charles 222, Maryland Heights at 224. In just a few minutes is when it starts picking up. This is giving you earlier than when the bigger hail might get there, just so you know that it's happening sooner. But U City 237, in the Baden neighborhood at 240, East Alton at 244, over to Pontoon Beach at 2:50. I don't think there's any doubt that we'll see these warnings extended farther east as we continue through the rest of the afternoon hours. These are powerful storms. Doesn't look like that storm that had the tornado warning is really doing much rotating right now. It's lost a lot of its structure, which is one of the reasons why you haven't heard us jibber-jabbering about it too much. There's still some hail with it, but it's not as impressive as it otherwise was. That warm front's lifting to the north right now, and so as it does so, and this is for Franklin and St. Charles, so that's for the next one out here. So here's another severe thunderstorm warning. There's another storm going up, so you got another severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin County and St. Charles County on the heels of the other one. That's 64 and 94 right now. So this is, high school just let out a little bit ago, right down the road on Highway 94. You can't see anything right now. And hopefully the kids are staying in school and just, holding them there. A lot of times the school districts will hold the students, they will hold the buses when they see something like this coming in because they don't want the kids to be unsafe. So they'll, a lot of times they'll hold them there until they get a better looking radar picture than this. Worst of it's right over Weldon Spring right now in towards Harvester, moving towards the east, digging up a lot of cars. That cell that's farther to the south that doesn't have a warning on it yet, I think one probably is going to come here shortly. Southern portions, this is a Valley Mines area, north of Bonne Terre along 64, that area where this storm's just kind of blowing, and it may merge with another storm here in a minute too. So this will be interesting to see if that happens. But this storm's going to have some hail with it, I think, and have the potential to rotate because it's out ahead of the other storms. So Halifax and then the Valley Mines area, that's 364. And don't stop under the overpass. So you got all these people that are stopping under the overpass to try to avoid the hail, and that tends to clog up the traffic. And then you've got people that are stuck behind that. So if you're watching on 5 Plus right now and you're driving, these storms are coming into the metro area. We know they're coming into the metro area. They have some huge hail with them. And
no radar indicator rotation with that severe cell, but Scott, like you said, this hail is extremely large. That hail detection is, look at that showing up again. Here is 64. Here's Weldon Spring area. That's where the Weather Service is. Wildwood, that hail, again, very close to you at this point. Looks like the larger hail is just passing or right over 94 and then approaching 64. So Chesterfield heads up. That is moving east at about 50 miles an hour. And if it continues, holding it together, Maryland Heights, Creve Coeur, Frontenac, and Des Peres, this entire area is, again, if it's moving east at about 50 miles an hour, that's a pretty good clip. The Weather Service confirmed golf ball size hail with that. And they're saying the potential with this is tennis ball.
Well, they're up to 2.25 inches right now out at the Weather Service office. So they're taking it on the chin at this moment. So, that's basically all of their cars are going to be totaled out because of this. And that's coming in through the heart of the metro area. We can't emphasize this enough to try to get your car under cover. Kay, the amount of hail reports we're going to see on our Facebook, from our Facebook weather watchers, is going to be insane here over the course of the next hour or so. Right now, the worst of this storm, and I'm going to stop that motion on it, the worst of this storm is, right over the Weather Service, right across, just coming across the river into the valley here, into the factory outlets. It's moving towards the east and to the northeast, so that means it takes it up towards Cox Hill Road. It's going to take it up and over towards Maryland Heights, up towards the Family Arena. These areas here out in St. Charles County, Pittman Hill, there's Cox Hill, Jacobs area, Jacobs Landing Road or Drive or whatever it's called there. But there's Arena Parkway when you come across 364. Just look at the way that's moving. That's headed right into the area that's going to get clobbered right now. I want to see, this is what course, it's not really giving me the image that I wanted. I was trying to get the image, but
Might have lost power there, right?
yeah, I don't know if it lost power. It had something in a minute ago, but that was Weldon Spring a few minutes ago. You don't see very far off in the distance because of the heavy rain.
And we have that large hail, but good news is no tornado warnings at this point.
Yeah.
But the hail is still severe.
Yeah, very large hail. So it looks like they are going to, did they do anything?
And golf ball, let's see, spotters reported golf ball size hail, maybe a little larger near Towers Road and Dingle Line Road.
Dingledine, yep. And that would be near Costley Elementary. So you're talking the Bryan Middle School area, Francis Howell Middle School, Costley Elementary School, up towards Barnwell, Central Elementary in that area. So those are the areas that, you know, are the problematic areas at this point. We don't have at this point, 364 Mid Rivers. So that's the traffic that you see there. And so somebody has stopped. Either they had the hail and, you know, but then there's people that tend to stop under the overpass and just, you know, want to hoard the overpass so that they don't get the hail damage. And that's just so bad. So the worst storm on our radar right now is in the metro. It's gone over St. Charles County. Especially the southern portions of St. Charles County and the eastern portions of St. Charles County. We're talking that Harvester area. Might even get into downtown St. Charles with some of that big hail, but it's going to come awfully close. And Bridgeton, Maryland Heights, Creve Coeur, Parkway North, Parkway Central. Those are the next two high schools that I can think of.
New tornado warning.
Where's that for?
That is for, again, that Reynolds County area and also into Iron County. So we'll zoom into that.
Yeah.
and
We got
make
that down
sure.
there. So that, and again, we are so far from the radar site. I want to do a, let's see.
Yeah,
if we can-
radar indicated no confirmation of an actual
Yeah.
touchdown at this point.
So I put this back and we're looking with Paducah's radar right now because it is raining and hailing so hard around the Weather Service office. They don't have a good view on it with the radar. We don't have a good view on it. But this is Annapolis, there's Ellington. That circulation is going to be somewhere in this general vicinity here around Ellington. So again, this is the southern portion. We mentioned this earlier. The southern portions of Reynolds County, the southern portions of Iron County, farther to the south of St. Louis. This is where we, not only large hail, but rotation there pretty close to that area, somewhere around Ellington. And I'm going to get in just a little bit closer in a second here, but that's where your rotation is. And if I give you a track on that, assuming it's moving about 50 or 55 miles per hour, and again, this isn't the track of the heaviest rain, this would be the track of when the tornado might get there. You're looking at that kind of coming in a little bit later. Let me get back down here. Basically in the next hour or two, something like that, sliding into that region. So right now, that looks like it is just off to the west and southwest of Ellington. And so, you know, if you're in the Ellington area, and Ellington's not overly populated, but there is a medical center, the Advanced Healthcare Medical Center there at Ellington. That area needs to be in a safe place. And then as we go over towards Annapolis, we're looking to, you have a lot of forested area down here. So this area down towards Des Arc, but that is a big problem in those areas down there. So that's your tornado warning at the moment down in southern portions of Reynolds County at this hour. The other big thing is the hail, the very large hail that is ongoing right now around the St. Louis area. And this is the storm doing it. We've had hail at almost, I would say, almost tennis ball size hail at the Weather Service office. That's a
Yes.
guesstimate. And that right now is working its way along the Missouri River and up towards the Family Arena and over here as you're coming across Veterans Memorial Bridge here. It's a situation where that's going to cause an awful lot of damage and a lot of new roofs and a lot of car damage here. As all of this area is going to get pretty dinged up in the course of the next 15 to 20 minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning. We're not concerned about tornadoes with this right now. We are concerned about large hail up to the size of tennis balls, and at times it may get a little bit larger than that, but there's been a large amount of golf ball size hail with this storm. Now I want to put a track on this.
Yeah, it looks like Chesterfield City Hall, golf ball to tennis ball size. There's a picture of it, actually.
Okay, here's the track. And again, I've pulled this way out ahead of the storm. You know, we don't have warnings yet in Madison County. They'll be coming, but we don't have them yet. But in Alton, you can expect this, you know, getting the leading edge of this storm is going to get there about 2:34. Okay, beyond that, we're going to be pulling in the hail threat about 15, 20 minutes after the leading edge of that gets in. So as we I'm going to pull this over a little bit, so maybe I can. Oh, we can't. Well, no, never mind. Let's just clear that off. You couldn't really see all my towns up there. So, but you get the gist of this. City, North St. Louis County, and then going into Madison County. That's where our greatest threat for hail is. Right now, 270 is not the place to be out here in West St. Louis County. It's about to get clobbered all the way from Maryland Heights, all the way from 70 going southbound. You're getting Page Avenue right now, Parkway North right here, getting some big hail in that general vicinity. It may be a little bit, actually, that's Parkway North. Pattonville is right about here. So between Parkway North and Pattonville High School is where you're getting the largest hail at this moment. Here's more big hail coming in now. That's about at the Chesterfield Mall. So I'm not sure what we're going to see on that, but let's look and see if we're still on the Chesterfield Mall camera. And that's what we've got there. Definitely pouring. I can't tell if there's hail there or not, but I would assume that there is.
In St. Charles County Emergency Management says 12 power poles down in Darden Prairie, Highway N at Monette Drive.
Okay. So you're going to have some power
Look at the
outages
power
with
outages
that.
here, yeah.
All right, hail seems to be the biggest threat at this point with these storms now coming in. 270, 70 going out of St. Louis, and also 64 west of 270 going through Town and Country, going out into Chesterfield. You're going to get the worst of that. I think the worst of it stays north of Manchester Road. The worst of the hail, staying north of Manchester Road here in West County. But trying to give you this broader perspective so you can see how we're doing across the entire area. A lot of folks, we're getting ready for the evening rush hour. Things are going to be a bit delayed, obviously. You're seeing rain in Arnold. It's not severe. This storm south of Festus heading down to the north of St. Genevieve, that's a pretty strong storm right now. Looks like it's just still small hail, but that's one to watch as it moves east. But the one that's causing all the problems, the majority of the problems, the cell that right now is working its way through Earth City, through the area around Maryland Heights, moving in towards Bridgeton, moving in towards the airport. That has some very large hail with it, golf balls and larger, which will do an extensive amount of damage to cars, roofs, and all of that. So we have it looked like they just issued a new tornado warning on my thing there, or did they just continue that?
Well, there was a tornado possible tag added to the severe thunderstorm warning, and that little bit of a surge that they're seeing in St. Louis County, again near Country Life Acres.
Okay.
So they said no imminent threat, but just watching that surge right here at Conway Road, 141 on Ladue Road. So this area here on top of that threat of extremely large hail, up to tennis ball size.
Yeah, and I mean, there's some pictures. There's some, Lacey sent this in from Marthasville from a little bit ago with the large hail out there. And yeah, that looks like easily up to the size of golf balls. And these storms continue to track across the region at this hour. It is a problem. The hail is a problem. Any rotation within a thunderstorm, once we get the storms to actually, come up in and get to a situation where there's a tornado warning.
Oh, there you
Jimmy.
go.
So this is
That's
going to
it.
be for St.
Yep.
Louis. So our warning sirens are going to go off here. Our phones are going to go off in a second.
So it looks like that rotation's north of Baldwin
Yeah.
and north of Baldwin.
So the storm tracker's out there and looking at that right now, and I'm not sure what we can see. Storm tracker's in Eureka, so behind this storm. So this is where we have it right now. That circulation's in that area, coming up on Creve Coeur. Again, hail is the largest threat with this storm on a big scale, but now that rotation's starting to tighten up a bit in here in this area. I'm going to put it on the storm relative and look in that area right now. Tracy's in
You
Wildwood.
see that? Yeah,
so
by
that
Baxter
circulation,
Road?
yeah, that circulation's right there around 270 at this point, and right in the Creve Coeur Frontenac area. So that's in the area around Mercy. It's in the area approaching West County Center. So you've got, if you're in this area of West St. Louis County and even into the city of St. Louis, this is part of the supercell that's producing the large hail. It's also now producing a potential tornado, radar indicated circulation here. Parkway Northeast Middle School is pretty close to this. Obviously that area close to Ladue Road, Mercy, Missouri Baptist Medical Center. I think the circulation, the rotation's kind of getting inside 270 at this point that we look at here. But the reality is now you got to be in your safe place. I'll put some of these streets on here. Here's Frontenac, here's Ladue, Westwood. This is a highly populated area. Hail is not your only threat, but it is, in addition, now we have that potential of rotation, and maybe that's it out here towards Conway Road. That's kind of spiking up
That's what
there.
I was seeing. Yep.
Yeah.
It's two areas of rotation, but the one I was seeing that looked most impressive is north of Baldwin.
Yeah.
And by Conway Road, for sure. You see
Yeah,
that?
so that one does, it's a tighter, smaller
Right.
circulation. Let's see what that looks like on the reflectivity, and it's, we're getting into that part where it's kind of hard to see. I want to try.
Yeah, right around Baxter Road and
I'm going to do something
to
else.
the west of 141.
We just pushed the radar over to the airport, because sometimes when I get it with the airport, we get a different view and we can see it a little bit better. And so, yes, you can kind of see it, although,
Yeah.
but I think it's in this area.
There's the new scan, and it looks like it's not as tight. It's not as
Yeah.
tight.
And this is, when I'm looking at this is a whole different, it's a whole different thing that we're looking at here, because it's the airport radar. But that circulation, Litzinger Road, Brentwood, really along 64 is where that circulation is. Okay, there's Boone's Crossing at 64 where the traffic really jammed up out there. So our tornado warning does go east here for this storm. Multiple concerns, okay? So the circulation is in this area here, pretty close to MOBAP and Mercy Hospital, in that general vicinity, going towards the Galleria. I'm sorry, going, what's the good one? What's the shopping center?
Plaza Frontenac.
Plaza Frontenac.
Library, new libraries there.
Yes, the new library's right there. So it's close to Plaza Frontenac and probably between that and MOBAP, but that's going to be heading towards the Galleria. You're in that tornado warning. Also in the tornado warning, 270 up on the north side of St. Louis. But more so here on the north side, I don't think we're as worried about tornadoes as we are worried about the potential for golf ball and larger size hail on the north side of this system. And again, that circulation showing up in this vicinity here, pretty close to and around the Creve Coeur area. So when we go in really close, and just so you know, yes, it's storming in Arnold, it's storming in Oakville. That storm doesn't look severe for us right now. There's a traffic camera showing in the Richmond Heights area where everything's just kind of creeping along. Your heavy hail now going up into St. Anne, St. John, North St. Louis County, Berkeley, our friends around the UMSL area. You're about ready to get some of that large hail. UMSL has some parking garages. You got a minute or two, but you don't have much time because it's rolling right in there, approaching 170. Circulation appears to be pretty close to Frontenac at this point. That's kind of where we've timed it out or zoomed in on it. Short-term circulation threat, tornado threat. Let's push that there. Let me slide it a little farther east for you. Okay. SLU Hospital's in the path of this. U City at 241. Again, this is the circulation part, the potential for a tornado. That's your time frame on that. Venice, Illinois will cross the river by 250. Okay, let's talk about hail. Okay, there are two aspects to this storm. That's the rotation that we're seeing on the radar. It's really showing up there right now around Brentwood, around Maplewood. So you're along Hanley. You know, here's 170, here's Hanley, Walmart, Dearborg's right there. Want to be in your safe place, inside, away from windows and doors, down low. Really emphasizing the away from windows and doors here. And the reason we do that is because of, as we go back out to
That
the part of the week.
rotation's increasing now near Clayton,
Yeah, it's,
and there's actually two circulations here in the low levels, it
Yeah.
says here.
that's what we've got. That's where we were just showing up, right there. Hanley Road goes up into Clayton. So this is your area here where we got the potential circulation. If you're in Richmond Heights, if you're in Clayton, this is taking you over Forest Park, you know, University City. This is where that circulation is. There's DeMont Avenue. Here you go out here on Clayton Road. Galleria's right there. We want you in your safe place. All right, we've got a lot of high-rise condos, got a lot of high-rise apartment buildings in these areas. If those high-rises are made of concrete and steel, and most of them are, then your safe place, you know, you're limited, right? So your safe place is inside. Maybe that's the interior hallway. There's some hail from Weldon Spring. Your safe place is going to be inside an interior hallway. If you are in one of these high-rise buildings in the Central West End. Now, if it's one of those new construction that's more of the stick construction made of wood, then you want to get to lower levels. But in any case, you're putting as many windows between you and the outside as possible as these storms roll through. Again, tornado warning, the circulation now moving into the Maplewood, Richmond Heights, and Clayton area, moving into Forest Park, moving towards BJC. It will be moving into downtown St. Louis here in the next few minutes. It'll be moving over the factory, not the factory, that's out in Chesterfield. They had the hail. Jimmy, the foundry. So it'll be moving into the foundry here.
Yes, the foundry,
in the
and
next few
there's
minutes.
a lot going on here. Tornado warning continues in effect until 3 p.m., and that is again for Iron and Reynolds County. They're going to continue that one also.
Yeah, and they had a quarter-size hail at the QT up on Dorset, which totally makes sense.
Yeah, they're seeing lowering around to the west of BJC.
Yeah, and
but-
we've got that right here. That's what this is this area. Of course, BJC's right here. These are the clouds we're watching. In fact, let me see if we can get you a shot of that. Again, if you're in the Central West End, you need to be in your safe place right now if you're in the Central West End. And that's inside, away from windows and doors. All right, that looks like that is what's moving in right now. I'm going to try to see, did I actually click the right one? And is that current? Because, yeah, we can see absolutely nothing at this point. That is looking from 100 above the park. And I'm trying to take the camera down if we could even see the roof. But there's leaves blowing through. So if there's a tornado, this is right the area where it is coming in right now, okay? So we can't see much, but you see stuff flying by. So we
do.
know we're picking up We know we're picking things up, leaves out of Forest
And
Park.
the
they're
debris
being blown.
tracker, Scotty, I was just looking at that, a little blue showing up around this area here. BJC, so that could be the leaves.
Okay, so yeah, that probably is the leaves, but there's a look, and you kind of get the sense of the wind and the wind whipped. There you go. Look at that wind whipped rain coming through Forest Park right now.
Wow.
Okay, so that's what's coming through Forest Park right now into the city. You need to be in your safe place. Wind whipped rain. It's a wall of water. Sometimes we have hail with the wind whipped rain as it's coming through. So I want to see if we can get a quick shot of City Park here for you. The tornado warning in effect for the city of St. Louis right now. This is moving in. Look at the winds gusting here. This is looking obviously here over towards the wheel and over towards Union Station and the soccer fields. Traffic heading eastbound very slow, but we're already seeing, some, it looks like leaves flying by, which is very common to see when you're dealing with these kinds of storms moving through. I'll pop this back to the radar here for you. And again, Jimmy, this is the storm here in the metro area that's producing hail. It is producing, and now it's a confirmed tornado, observed tornado. And
There's
I think
the
that
hook. You
there's
see the hook?
there's the debris ball right over BJC. So it went just north of BJC. All right. Again, what we've been saying, in your safe place, lowest spot you can get to. So you got a debris ball here. There's going to be trees being whipped up with this. I want you, if you're in North St. Louis City, you need to be in your safe place right now. Don't get out on the road along 70. This is going towards the east. So National City over towards Venice, over towards 203. That's circulation. Let's just look at the wind field out of here again. Again, tightening up here as it's moving through the city. I don't need to see hail video right now from O'Fallon, Missouri. Get the cameras. Get me live cameras. Here's the circulation coming in. Okay, there's your rotation. So this is on the north side of St. Louis City right now. This is going across the river. Venice, Illinois, National City. Here's Route 3. Here's 203. You're in the path of this storm in Fairmont City, State Park Place. You need to be in your safe place. This is now a confirmed, observed tornado from the National Weather Service. Observed tornado from the National Weather Service. We're going to pop this back on. We are seeing that debris. The hail's on the north side of this. So right now up around UMSL, looks like you're getting the hail there. You're getting the hail here along 270 up towards Washington, Elizabeth, and that's spreading eastbound towards 367. So you have a combination of things going on here between this circulation, which is really tightened up. Okay, so the debris lofted 6,000 feet into the air here off of this. And again, now that we have trees, leaves on the trees, we can see this. So just again, where are we talking about here? We are right in the city of St. Louis. Okay, Crown Candy is in the path of this. It is moving across North St. Louis City right now, out of the Central West End. We're talking about Old North. We're talking about St. Louis Place. There's the Ames Visual Arts Elementary School in this area. The near North Riverfront, Hyde Park neighborhood. You need to be in your safe place right now. Includes the Jeff Vanderloo neighborhood. The Dome at America's Center in the path of this, coming right for downtown. And I think it's going to probably stay just north of downtown St. Louis, but we can't guarantee that for sure. So for those of our staff that are working on the upper floors, if you all would move to our lower, safer places. There's the dropout we're seeing. There's the dropouts that we're seeing up to the north. So let's put on a track here. That's the city. Here's this. It's where the rotation is going right now.
Perfect.
Well,
The time arrivals on there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, even my house is right where that tornado is.
Yeah,
so it's
Venice,
get in your
Granite
safe
City,
spot. Immediately.
Fairmont City, Collinsville, Maryville.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we just said. North City, you need to be in your shelter right now, especially in the Old North area of St. Louis City. So this is a pretty intense situation. Kay, what do you have?
We're hearing from people in the city saying they have not heard tornado sirens go off or have not gotten any kind of warning on their phone.
Well, we did get our warning on our phone. If you were in South City, you would not have heard that. In North City, you should have heard that.
Okay.
The tornado right now is literally in this area, coming right down Washington and right down Lindo and Olive, and it's headed for the Dome, crossing the river, moving
Crossing the
towards
river now,
Venice and National City.
And damage in North City, apparently.
Okay, so we have damage reports in North City right now. Again, as we continue to track this, the Columbus Square neighborhood, you've probably already had it. This is taking the Stam Usual Bridge across the river towards Horseshoe Lake State Park into Madison, Granite City in the path of this. Again, this is where we think the tornado is, where the circulation is.
And actually, from the Weather Service, very likely significant damage in North St. Louis City.
Yeah. We would think especially along and north of Lindell at this point, just based on what we can see here. We're looking at this. You know, you got your circulation in here. That's pretty tight circulation. It has come through the central west end. It is moving through the northern part of the city. That's the Rock Road right there. Here's 70 North Broadway. So it's moving into North City, Hyde Park neighborhood, Old North, moving across the river into Venice, and then down Highway 3. This is I-70 in downtown St. Louis right now as we continue to see that. So that warning, the observed tornado continues. They do stretch it up here. Granite City's in the warning. The warning also includes, for that matter, up to Edwardsville and Glen Carbon. This is where the focus is going to be. Probably stays south of Glen Carbon, but in this area right now that is working its way just across the river. So tracking this at 55 miles per hour. We're going to track this east-northeast. These are your places that we're concerned about right now and where you need to be in your safe place. Okay, not only we've transitioned now from a hail threat to where we have a pretty tight rotation and believe we have some significant damage. It's about at Granite City right now, if not a minute ago. Washington Park, Exermont, Glen Carbon, Collinsville. Eventually this goes over to Troy and Marine. Right now our focus would be in that Granite City, Pontoon Beach, right along 111 here. The area that is right along 111 at this point in Madison County. And again, this is coming across the river. Pretty dangerous storm here. Intense circulation showing up. Also a severe thunderstorm warning for Randolph, Washington, St. Clair, Clinton, and Monroe counties in Illinois as this storm is moving towards the east here. So there's a lot going on. Right now, the biggest concern is in this area here that takes us over towards State Park Place, Wilson Park in Granite City, Washington Park. Really, this is going, you know, right over that area. If you're in the area around the Indian Mounds Golf Club, Fairmont City, Cahokia Mounds, a good reference point there, State Park Place, the Willoughby Heritage Farm Park. You know, we're looking at areas here off into the Metro East. There's the Arlington Greens Golf Course. I'm looking at along 162 and 255. Eventually, you're going to get into that area as this thing works its way over towards the area, the Namioki Road, Granite City High School, and especially south of that, the Gateway Regional Medical Center may be a little more of a threat than Granite City High School, but I'm going to be in my safe place if I'm in any of these areas right now, including over in Edwardsville. This is your circulation as it's coming across the river out of St. Louis into Venice, into, this is the whole Horseshoe Lake State Park. That's Mullenbrox, and then into Meadow Heights. This is 55, that's 255. You folks need to be in your safe place right now. This is not the only threat with this storm. We also have large hail occurring along 270 on the north side of this storm. So 270 going north, you are looking at some of that larger hail falling right now, although the hail doesn't look like it's as large as what it was. So let's just look back at this over the last few frames and see how it's been moving. You see, right as it came into the city, we really wrapped it up. It may be cycling at this moment. Let's look at the winds with this as we kind of wrap it around. Touchdown there, we believe, and we haven't gotten a new scan here in the last few minutes, so we're waiting for that to see.
Venice, Granite City area.
Yeah. So that's our whole point here. And I'll give you the path on where we think that circulation is, the worst part of this storm, taking it farther out to the east. Pontoon Beach right now.
Pontoon Road, yep. Road, massive rotating wall cloud, according to a ham operator there.
Okay.
Bob Evans.
All right, so, and then Troy, Marine, St. Jacob. I want to see what we've got here. I want to try to get, we're going to see what we have here on the different cameras. Let me get you to the raceway to see if we see anything at the raceway, because this would give us a shot at what's going on looking back towards the city. So it's going north of here. So we're going to turn our raceway camera around and see if we can kind of see, looking to the north, if we can see where this is right now. If you're in Madison County, Granite City, Venice, in that area, and then going east, Horseshoe Lake Park, this is the area that's really getting pelted. So Worldwide Technology Raceway here, it doesn't look like we're seeing the worst of it there. So it's north of Worldwide Technology Raceway at this point. Okay, here's a look at Edwardsville right now. Edwardsville, you are under the tornado warning as well. So this is the area we're watching. This is the area we need to be most concerned about right now, and that is for this potential storm. Now, some good news in that it looks like it's cycling a bit, so we may be losing a bit of that tighter rotation in here, but this was an observed tornado. That's why the polygon is pink. This is now Madison County, extreme northern portions of St. Clair County, although it's really north of the St. Clair County line where we're dealing with that rotation. But you can see how it's been moving. And you can see that maybe some of that hail has let up a little bit. Although, having said that, the Weather Service is also getting some more heavy rain and hail out there. Edwardsville, your time of arrival in 7 minutes. So these things are moving pretty fast. You don't have a lot of time to get to your safe place this afternoon, but you need to move there. Troy, 307, St. Jacob, over to Highland. All right? That's
St. Clair County, numerous calls for trees and wires down, as well as trees on residences.
Okay, in St. Clair County?
In St. Clair County, yes, because it looks like Madison would be the one, but St. Clair County, they're reporting some trees down too.
Well, they would have had that earlier when it went across, And I think this looks to me like it's just slightly delayed there. Yeah, it is. We're trying to play catch up. So that circulation now is approaching Glen Carbon. That's where our circulation is at the moment. We also have tornado warnings that stretch farther to the south across iron and southern portions of Madison County, and that's in Missouri. So iron and southern Madison County in Missouri, you need to be in your safe place. But this is the one that is in the populated areas around St. Louis that is causing the problems and the concern right now. And we need you in your safe place here, especially if you're in this area here, over towards Namioke, heading towards Pontoon Beach. And really, it's along 270 now. I know there's some mobile home villages up this way too.
Just south of Mitchell, Illinois.
Yeah.
This tornado may still be on the ground.
Yeah, we just don't know, but that's what you're looking at here. This is where the circulation and where the strongest winds are showing up. So again, I'm going to give you a short term. I got to make an adjustment here that this is, make an assumption that it's out ahead of where we are on our map, okay? But that still puts it in Edwardsville here in the next few minutes. So it's moving fast, that circulation. This is very close to the Amazon warehouse, okay? You'll recall we had that back in December 2020. Was it 2020 or 2021?
2021, I think. Yep.
Yeah, so this
And
is
right, you're
very
right along
close.
Interstate 270 there.
Yeah,
Right
this is
there.
very close to all of those larger areas there that are industrial, and you don't have as many safe places per se to go to. So here's the lowdown on what we have. North to south, numerous warnings. The biggest storm and the one of greatest concern is the one that right now is moving into the Metro East. The circulation is somewhere here in this vicinity between 55 and 255 and 270. Okay, very close to this area where we do have some mobile home parks along 270, and it's moving towards the east-northeast. So that's going to take it straight over towards Troy. It's taking it towards Edwardsville right now, just in the immediate area of where that circulation is, to extend it out a little farther. Collinsville, Troy, St. Jacob, Highland, that's for your circulation. Okay, we also have the potential here of the larger hail. The circulation is going to be in this general vicinity here that we're going to track for you. And that does get it into Coon Station and Marine, Formosa Junction. Those are places, more like neighborhoods that we're dealing with at this point. So again, that's the big storm. They've gone back from the observed tornado, now back to just a standard tornado warning. And it's still impressive from a wind vantage point, but we're not
see that
seeing the
circulation,
debris
yeah.
like we were earlier,
Right.
Or at least we don't think we are. That's a look at Edwardsville right now that you're looking at live. And here, and I'm not sure, let me go back a little more on that. Kind of looking back to see. We had some debris lofted up here, it looks like in North St. Louis, but it wasn't as defined and confined as you would expect it to be for something. But this storm is losing a lot of its structure. This is great news, okay? So yeah, there's still some wind in here. There's probably still some hail in here. But overall, it's losing, the rotation has lost a lot of its structure as it's moving into Edwardsville, as it's moving into the SIU Edwardsville campus, which I'm not sure, they might be over and done for the semester. So we still have, back to the west, these strong thunderstorms, which are producing smaller hail coming into Grafton, and then severe thunderstorm warning now up north, going into Macoupin County and parts of eastern, maybe far eastern portions of Greene and Jersey County here on your very
And a new
large
tornado
zone.
warning at southern Crawford County into Washington County, Missouri.
Okay,
So
we
it's
go
down
here.
around Phelps, but southeast Phelps County into
Yeah.
southern Crawford County. that
So
one.
here's your storm that's down to the south. This one's rotating. Okay, that's a supercell storm. Now, even though the atmosphere was worked over down this way, and we've already had thunderstorms here, it's the next round that's coming in, and I'm going to show you two of these here. These storms that are farther to the south have more moisture available for them. So you've got that tornado warning that's coming out of Iron County and moving into Madison County. We also have this tornado warning that's kind of circulations there right on the Dent and Phelps County line right now. So just to give you tracks on those, because, and then we'll get you back up into the metro area. For those of you, we're going to hold it west of Potosi for now and see how long that is. Short Bend, Cherryville, Palmer, Shirley, that's one path for one storm down to the south. Okay, let's get you another path. Let's go back here for the one in Annapolis, or that's just east of Annapolis. That is pressing towards 12 Mile and Marquand, again, southern portions of
And there's a
Madison
circulation tightening up around Des Arc, Missouri, again, way down there, Iron County.
Yeah, that's far southern portions of Iron County. Into the metro right now we go because we still have our tornado warning here in the metro east, although this storm has really lost much of its bad characteristics that it had. As we watch this thing move, we've lost a lot of the hail, as best we can tell, and the circulation's not as great. Now, anytime I want to do that, I also go back and take a look. Oh, shoot.
And now
Also go back-
tornado confirmed northeast of Des Arc,
Okay.
and debris is on their radar now.
Okay, so they're getting that debris, and that was the storm we just tracked. I got to go back to
In
this.
Iron County, way down there. Yep.
Yeah, this is that storm that's coming into southern portions of Madison County.
Missouri, right.
Madison County, Missouri, yes. And the large hail's on the north side of it. So let me see. I think we got that. Yeah, we're on Paducah's radar, which we'd be able to see it a little better on Paducah's radar. So yeah, that just is around the Des Arc area. Just a quick track on that. Here's this. This is very far southern sections of Madison County. Most of Madison County, they watch the Cape Girardeau stations, but if you are down towards Buckhorn and 12 Mile and you're watching us on 5+, just know that is now a confirmed tornado there for southern portions of Madison County in Missouri. Madison County, Missouri, not Madison County, Illinois. So we have a mess around the St. Louis area with this storms right now. Still more storms back here around St. Louis. This is the tornado warning. Notice it's not an observed tornado anymore. It's not confirmed. The rotation has kind of fallen apart quite a bit with this, but we still have some pockets where there is still some wind in there. And if there were to be a tornado, odds are it would be just south of the Edwardsville SIU campus, the Southern Illinois campus, just south of Edwardsville.
And
right
stay
now.
on Scotty, but I want to go through the power outages. So even around St. Louis County, 33,000 without power. The city, almost 9,000 without power, almost 12,000 in Jeffco. And Franklin County, about 3,000 and 3,600 in St. Charles County.
Okay, those numbers actually aren't
Not as bad as it could be.
as they could be. So just tracking where the strongest, this is where the strongest wind is. And again, we're at 255 and 270 here up in Madison County in Illinois. And this is where we have the circulation. This is just southwest of SIU Edwardsville. But just taking it out, takes it across Governor's Parkway, Coon Station, Mont Station, over to Marine, Illinois by 316. Okay?
I have some damage reports to let you know about. A building has collapsed at the Harlem Tap Room with people trapped inside. That is in St. Louis City. Multiple trees and debris in the area of Page and G.H. Pruitt. The firehouse at Enright and Euclid has been damaged. We have also reports of another building collapse at 4602 Vernon. And also, we have heard that there is damage, possible people trapped in the area of the Esquire Theater. So these are all just coming in now. None of this has been completely confirmed. These are storm reports we're receiving.
Okay.
We have crews on the way, and we hope to bring you much more about all of this coming up very shortly.
Okay.
And one to add to that, I did see another report, St. Louis City. So this was earlier, it already happened. Belmont Boulevard, 5143, building hit by something, window shattered, numerous injuries.
Yeah, we have a lot of reports of wrecks in Franklin County, trees and wires down along 44. But so far, Franklin County Emergency Management not reporting any major structural damage at this point.
Right.
That's your wind right now, and your circulation here off to the east as it's coming in through Glen Carbon into the Edwardsville area right now. Again, at this point, it's not nearly as tight as it was earlier, but that's still some pretty intense winds that are going to be moving right into downtown Edwardsville. Okay, I think you're probably going to get some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. The hail core, though, has substantially come down with this storm compared to where it was. That's good. So at least we're not dealing with the huge hail like we were. Some of that's farther north here up into Macoupin County near Chesterfield in Illinois.
Yeah, Edwardsville is that picture we have live there for you. So that's Edwardsville, the very heavy rain. Scotty, doesn't look like I'm seeing any hail on that. But heavy rain right now in Edwardsville. And that's, again, if you're in St. Louis, now you're in the clear. Couple of storms popping up to the west. But St. Louis City, let's say the Central West End, I know that my place lost power and the neighbors were asking, and again, you're in the clear now. That storm that is tornado warned is pushing well to the east, but Edwardsville all the way along 55 and 143, tornado warning, stay in your safe spot, right along 55 here and 143 and approaching, again, right around the Edwardsville area.
So at this point, you know, we have our tornado warning here in Madison County, Illinois. It looks like that's lifted, but as you see from the live picture right now in downtown Edwardsville, we're starting to see those winds whip up and get gusty, and we know we're looking at least 60 plus mile per hour winds with this storm. We can estimate that from the radar. As to whether there's a circulation there that's going to do the twisting and the damage, that's hard to say, but we know we have the gusty winds pushing in. We know we have heavy rain pushing in, and we know you should be in your safe place as a precaution because of this tornado warning that's in effect in Madison County, Illinois. Now, having said that, this storm has weakened quite a bit from what we were seeing earlier. Okay, we've seen it when it came over the city. It really spiked and punched up, and now it's lost a lot of its structure. So if there is a tornado with this, and it's still possible, it's going to be right in this area here, just off to the southeast of Edwardsville. Okay, if it's there, that's where it's going to be. But it may also be, at this point, rain wrapped. And that's, you may not be able to see it. So we still want you in your safe place. Even though this looks less impressive than it was, when we pop on the pure winds there are some strong winds showing up with this. And still, you know, there's still a bit of rotation in there. So we got to continue to monitor this storm. Now I'm going to put it back over to this. We're going to track this particular storm. Notice they have not, the National Weather Service. Yeah, I have one. I'm going there in a minute. We have
This is, I'm going to try to get this on the air, but the Central West End.
Yeah.
And even pillows on the ground and also trees down.
Yeah. Okay. So that's
Power's out. Yeah.
Well, we told you that's where it was going. And here is where what's left of that is now going. If there is any kind of tornado with it, this is where it's headed. Notice, though, the tornado warning has not been extended farther east. The storm is showing a lot of weakening here. If it doesn't cycle back up, we may not even get a severe thunderstorm warning to the east. But Pocahontas, Greenville, Smithborough, and Pleasant Mountain, we still want you to be prepared if this moves into your general direction here shortly. It's certainly possible that it could. All right, the other tornado warning for this storm down here, here's Highland. Let me get it for you. I can't find it. Yeah, there's not much happening in Highland right now. It's okay. That's why I'm not concerned. All right, so here we go. Back to the radar. As we go west of St. Louis, we're finally starting to see this ease. So I think our threat's diminishing west of St. Louis. Still got to watch this storm down here. From the St. Louis radar, because there's still rain between here and that storm, you're getting some attenuation. But this is far southern portions of Crawford County, and that's going to go across far southern portions of Washington County as well. Basically along and south of Highway 8, this is going to take it towards Cotaway. You're close to it in Viburnum, but again, very rural areas here. Nothing confirmed with this, but yes, there is some rotation with that storm. Now, we did get a confirmation that this storm down here in western portions, southwestern portions of Madison County, Missouri, did in fact have a bit of rotation with it, and so as a consequence, that had the tornado warning with it, and it was confirmed. So here we are looking at the wind fields. I'm much less impressed than I was with this a few minutes ago, and that's good. The storm has really weakened a lot, and the fact that the National Weather Service is not continuing any kind of warning here east of St. Louis with this storm in Madison County means that it may be outrunning a lot of its support, and the storms to the south may also be sucking the life out of some of these storms. That, though, is hail, and that's big hail. It is approaching Interstate 55 in the next 15 minutes up here, coming out of Macoupin County, going into this panhandle area of Montgomery County. So expect some large hail for those areas this afternoon. And again, we've had the hail, we've had the damage from what was a likely tornado that came into St. Louis. Right now, no confirmed tornado warnings, but if you're in southwestern portions of Washington County in Missouri, in southern portions of Crawford County, and in southern portions of Madison County in Missouri, you should still be in your safe place. Those are the areas where there's tornado warnings in effect. If you're in Madison County in Illinois, what's left of this storm that might potentially be producing a tornado is now along and east of Interstate 55 to the east of Edwardsville. Okay, so it's along and east of 55, east of Edwardsville right now.
So now another tornado possible being drawn up for Keysport, Illinois, that area. A little bit of circulation there.
So that's this storm here with its hook here. And again, this is farther to the east of the storm we were looking at just a few minutes ago. The broader view of this is a little farther east. You see you got a hook on there. We'll track this out for you. There's where the circulation is. I don't think the hail with this one's quite as big, but we just popped that on and it's not really giving me any towns there. Maybe I didn't hit it. Okay, so Keysport, Boulder, Patoka. So this goes over into northern portions of Marion County, Illinois, and of course we're in southern portions of Bond County in Illinois and northern portions of Clinton County. So this includes, right now that circulation's approaching Carlisle Lake. It's approaching Carlisle Lake. So you folks here in these areas, you need to be in your safe places right now.
And just updating the power outages, again, St. Louis City now 30,000, and the county 40,000, and then Jeffco 13,000. So it's even more.
Okay.
So we have widespread reports of trees down, limbs down, power outages that have lasted maybe 5 minutes, a few minutes, the power's popped back on, but other places that are still without power. Lots of damage in the city of St. Louis. A building has collapsed, the Harlem Tap Room, we're told, at 4161 MLK. There's been another collapse at 4602 Vernon. We had reports of people trapped at Big Bend and Clayton, that's by the Esquire Theater. The firehouse was damaged at Enright and Euclid. Multiple trees down at Page and G.H. Pruitt, and lots of large trees down at Concordia Cemetery. There's also a very large tree down in the middle of the road near Ladue High School, and also trees down on Waterman Avenue in U City. So you're kind of seeing the theme here. Lots of tree damage, lots of limbs down, if not entire trees. We have not had any reports of injuries, and we haven't gotten any reports of big accidents at this point, but we do have reports of building damage. 5 on Your Side crews are on the way. We hope to get you the very latest as soon as they reach their destination and we can get them on the air.
Okay, and we are kind of looking at some of the reports like you've been getting too, and we know in Forest Park as we zoom the camera back out, when we were zooming it out, we could see the leaves flying by and some of the debris with that too.
We also heard Alderman Sharon Tyus's home has collapsed. We are working to get more information about that, but again, this is how widespread damage is, especially in the city of St. Louis and also in St. Louis County.
Okay, yeah, a lot of that. Now, we're getting reports from ham operators that says there's trees and power lines down in Lebanon, Illinois, and Highland, Illinois. They did get a good wind gust there. There's a little branch down, but it doesn't look like, as we look at the square there in Highland, that you have whole trees that are down. I'm kind of just looking at this whole picture, just like you would. That might be a branch that's over there, but it looks like things generally there are in not too terrible shape. Having said that, we have had gusty winds, we have had some isolated tornadoes, one of which may have very well gone over the city of St. Louis, and we have the new tornado warning here that's in effect out in portions of Clinton, this one that's over Carlisle Lake. They just upgraded that to a tornado warning, and so we'll put a track on that because of that circulation. And again, we're kind of going through more than one county here, but Marydale, Tamalco, Boulder, Patoka, Chaubonear, Augsburg, and Confidence. So now we're here, we're getting back into southern portions of Fayette County, we're in northern portions of Madison County, we got a hunk of Bond County there, and northeastern portions of Clinton County. This is a new tornado warning, so this has circulation with it. As we pop on the winds for you with that, kind of looking at it, we can spy that circulation. It is really, it's right there. And let me just draw it. I have to be careful where I draw, but it's right in that area, and that is really close to being right over Carlisle Lake. So it's really close to going right over. In fact, it probably right now is over Carlisle Lake, and it's moving northeastbound there. So again, we know once you get to the eastern reaches here of Carlisle Lake, when you get into Fayette County, there's not a lot of population here. As you go into northeastern portions of Clinton County, you've got some folks here. Then you've got Highway 51, so Patoka going north up towards Vandalia. Those will be areas to watch. Again, this is a lesser populated area than what we were seeing in the metro, but that spin right there could be creating a tornado. The tornado warning proper does not include Vandalia right now. It does include the area from St. Peter back to the west towards Chaubonear, back through Patoka, and it does include Kimundi for that circulation that we're seeing right now. Jim?
Yeah, it is amazing, Scott, all the reports that we're trying to get together for you. Again, that damage around the St. Louis area. Just wanted to indicate that even though we do believe a tornado went through the city and right near Lindell and north of there, so North City, a lot of damage, you're in the clear now. And so I know everybody's on edge, a lot of power out throughout this area. But again, Wildwood, Creve Coeur to Washington, this entire area here is in the clear in terms of we are not expecting any more tornadoes or severe weather around St. Louis westward at this point. We still have that warning again down in southern Crawford County and also into Washington County, Missouri. This here, again, mainly in a very rural area. We'll zoom in just a little bit more. So that'll be north of Viburnum and right along 19 and 49. You want to be in your safe space there. As it moves east. Again, no confirmation that is a tornado touchdown, just a warning on that. But we do have a tornado warning and a confirmed tornado south of 12 miles. So this is just outside of the viewing area here. But tornado warning in southern portions of Madison County. So a lot going on here. And of course, like Scotty's been talking about, that new warning that we have in Illinois, that includes the Patoka area that got hit just a few weeks ago. Again, radar indicated rotation on this. No confirmation of a tornado at this point, but again, a warning right there south of Interstate 70 in Illinois near Patoka. So a lot going on in the St. Louis area, a lot of power outages, and again, damage in the St. Louis area. Back to the west, it is clearing, which is fantastic. And again, we're not expecting any more severe weather from St. Louis westward at this point, Scotty, thank goodness.
Yeah, okay, so and as I look at the broader perspective here as to where we have the problems, obviously we're dealing with the results and the residual effects of the storms in St. Louis, where potentially we had a tornado go through from about Clayton and into the city. We're dealing with that right now, the effects of that. But as far as the additional weather, that's all shifted off to our north and east. Hail is approaching Interstate 55 here as you go north of Litchfield, big hail. Golf balls are larger. Tornado potential, that's coming out of Carlisle Lake. That is moving across southeastern portions of Bond County, southwestern portions and south central portions of Fayette County, northern Marion County, and northeastern portions of Clinton County. So there is a tornado warning there. We also have a tornado warning for this storm, although it doesn't look overly impressive, back into Crawford County, going into Washington County, and then farther to the south, southern sections of Madison County in Illinois. The storm that has us with the greatest concern right now with the imminent threat of a tornado is the one off to the east. This storm that's coming away from Carlisle Lake right now. It's not producing the hail as large as some of the other hail that we've seen earlier today, but it still has some wind with it, and there's still some circulation in here as the storm, while it's not overly tight, there is still some circulation in there here, and it's pretty close to being just east maybe of Carlisle Lake right now. And so moving over into this portion of the southern kind of tip here of Fayette County, where there's not a lot of folks, there's not a lot of communities here. These are the roads that get you over to Carlisle Lake. But that's heading towards Patoka, and it's pushing up eventually towards Chaubonear and Augsburg. So you folks in these areas, again, need to be in your safe place. That's probably the most imperative storm where you need to take action right now, other than not driving with the strong winds and the hail with the storm that we are finding right now up to our north along 55 going into northern portions of Montgomery County. Metro area getting a chance here to settle a bit, and I think we will settle more as the evening wears on. But Kay, you've got reports of even more damage.
Well, we do, and we're starting to see a pattern. You were mentioning Clayton into the central West End, into North City. We know that there's been damage to an apartment building at 5655 Pershing in the central West End, apparently including windows blown out, which, does that sound like the signature of a tornado?
That could be possible,
That
yes.
is possible, but that's what we're hearing. We have not, again, heard of any reports of injuries. We also know a 4-foot in diameter tree is down at McPherson and Taylor, so it's kind of in that same corridor there. And due to the power outages, Red Line Metrolink trains and Blue Line trains are not operating. So Blue Line trains are down now between Maplewood, Manchester, and the Central West End stations. The Red Line trains not operating between Wellston and the Central West End. So that's a result of power outages, not necessarily any kind of damage, but we are just getting multiple reports of trees down and also buildings collapsed or partially collapsed in the city. We have such a long list. Boyle and North Sarah trees down, damage at Concordia Cemetery, trees down at Page and G.H. Pruitt, a firehouse damaged at Enright and Euclid, the Harlem Tap Room collapsed at 4161 ML. Possibly some people trapped in there. Also a building collapse at 4602 Vernon. And again, as soon as we get our crews in place, they are going to be ready to go on the air. We will bring you live reports as soon as they're available.
Okay, yeah, and we're trying to keep them safe too.
Yes.
We have had folks out and about tracking these storms for us this afternoon as well. And one of the things that we wanted to make sure is our people also staying on the safe side. So let's see, tornado watch canceled. This is the good news. Jim, you were just, you had that over there.
Yeah.
They're canceling
Couple
some
counties west.
Yeah, they're canceling some of the back edge of the tornado watch, so that's good. I'm just trying to look here. Golf ball size hail at the office at Annapolis. That was just from a few minutes ago. Let's see. We're looking, yeah. This is probably the most intense storm with the potential of rotation right now. The one that's coming into southwestern portions of Fayette County, that's the one headed towards Chaubonear. I'll give you a timeline on that. We'll zoom in for you, and we'll give you the timeline on it where you need to be in your safe place, and then we'll go and inspect some of these other storms. So this is where that storm is right now. Again, crossing over Carlisle Lake, rotation in there. It's hard. We're in between radars. So this is one of those spots where it's hard to find your best spot of circulation, so you kind of go with what you've got when you look at this image. And from what we can tell, the best circulation, most likely area would be in here, which would take it towards Patoka and Augsburg, Leicester, St. Peter's. Charbonnaire's on there too. You're kind of on the northern fringes of that. So somewhere in that general vicinity. There may be some larger hail on the north side of wherever that circulation tracks as well. Here's some pictures that we're showing you right now in the city of St. Louis. That's the St. Louis Fire Department. And they are on the scene of what appears to be a partial building collapse. This is the tap room?
Yes, this is the Harlem Tap Room we've been talking about, 4161 MLK, and you can see extensive damage to the building there. Again, no reports of injuries so far as we know, but you can see bricks in the street. It looks like it's hard to know what this looked like before, but it looks like the awning is torn, and definitely part of the building has fallen there.
Yeah, definitely damage here in the Ville neighborhood. And I think you're going to see some trees down in this area as well. And we're going to continue to see, reports of additional damage coming through. And it's not only that, but you have power lines that are down in a lot of these areas. And a friendly reminder that we need to treat any downed wire as if it were a live wire. So if there's a downed wire anywhere, don't touch it, don't bother it. Treat every downed wire as a live hot wire. We don't know if it's energized or not, and we don't want anybody getting hurt.
And you talk about, wearing your shoes. You don't want to just be running out of the house if you see something out the window. You've got to really think about what you're doing. The proper clothing on.
Right.
So
and that's why we always, we try to emphasize that wearing of the shoes, because as you see, now that you have damage and you've got broken glass and everything, you don't want to mess with that. All right. Here's a quick update on this tornado warning down into Washington and Crawford counties right now. The tornado warning remains in effect. These storms are not especially tornadic looking right now. We're not overly concerned about this. Again, going over a rural area, the warning goes up to about Potosi along Highway 8 here, over very rural areas. Not even sure we're getting hail much above nickel size out of these storms. So we're not too concerned with that tornado warning at this point, but obviously we have a multitude of warnings ongoing, including this other storm that's in southeastern portions of Madison County in Missouri that's producing some huge hail. In fact, there's some more really large hail here that's about over Johnson Shut-in State Park right now, pretty close to Tom Sauk. And so that's probably producing hail close to an inch. That's moving towards the east. That's going to get into that area of northern Iron County, perhaps close to Elephant Rocks. Farmington, this doesn't look severe for you, but north of Farmington, over towards St. Genevieve, you do have some rain ongoing. Yes, there is some rain here in South County going down towards Afton, towards Arnold, Oakville, and Melville. That's not severe. That's our severe storm here. Really, I think we could trim that up a little more, take it Fayette County over into Marion and portions of Bond County, although it looks like the circulation would be out of Bond County. As we look up here to the north, we have the hail. Here's Interstate 55. A lot of folks take Interstate 55. It's a Friday. Folks want to go to Chicago. Hold off on traveling here north of Litchfield. We're looking at that area with some large hail, probably some gusty winds, and we have some more intense thunderstorms that are developing back to the west here and northwest of Carlinville. That's Heddick. That area there, looking at the potential of some large hail with those storms. Now, back into the metro area. Again, getting reports of damage all around St. Louis, but as you can see, the worst of the storms now pushing out of the metro area. Yeah, Kay's telling us the sun is shining in West County right now. And I, for one, always happy to see the sunshine.
Just a couple of counties there. St. Louis City County, also St. Charles County, Franklin County, Jefferson County, about 92,000 without power.
Okay, so we're up to about 92,000. That's significant. That's a significant number. New severe thunderstorm warning here for that cell. Look, this one's going close to Nashville, Illinois, and while it's not a tornado warned storm yet, as it's bubbled up here in the last couple of minutes, not only does it have the hail that's headed towards Nashville, but you see there is that little bit of a circulation. And so with that little bit of a circulation in there, that kind of, you can see the storm kind of trying to twist. We can't rule out a tornado warning coming for this area here. So if you're out in this area around Nashville in Illinois, which you've had your share of storms here of late too here, and my goodness, the poor farm fields here off to the east of St. Louis, they have had so much rain this spring. The farmers are having a hard time even working the fields. But if you're in the Nashville area, you might be prepared to get to your safe place. I think we're probably getting close. The Nashville primary schools here on the southeast side, was that Washington County Hospital is right over here. So I think you're going to take probably some large hail in that area around the Washington County Hospital over here around Nashville, Illinois. Right now, it's just back a little bit to your west towards Cordis, and you're in an area, a pretty remote area here, off just to the southwest and west of Nashville here, that really there's not a lot of places. You've got more farmsteads and some really nice farm buildings, but that's about it. So give it a couple of minutes. Nashville Community High School's in here too. I think the hail will probably go just to your north, but can't guarantee it. But this storm does have some rotation. We'll put the path on the hail here for you as it's coming into Nashville. This is going to be within the next few minutes. This is for the hailing part of the storm. Nashville, within the next minute or two, you should start to see the hail pick up. Certainly the heavy rainfall picking up in those areas as well. So we're definitely getting into that situation here. I'm going to give you a track for what we think might be some rotation back here. So if something were to rotate to create a tornado, that's where it would be. That puts us to Nashville, possibly into Kempside, and then over to Beaucoup. So again, Washington County and Illinois right now, where we are looking at these thunderstorms. In the St. Louis area, most of the worst of it has pressed off to the east of St. Louis at this hour, but that's the strongest cell that we see. The tornado warned cell here that's for Fayette County, Northern Marion County, that does not look overly impressive. The cell that was earlier the problem that came through the metro has fizzled as it's gone over towards Greenville, Illinois. So that's some really good news for the folks there. So Kay, I know you're continually monitoring some of the damage that we are getting around the area. While I don't see anything imminent, that Nashville, Illinois storm's the biggest thing, can you give us kind of a quick update on what you're hearing at this point?
Well, it looks like Clayton, Central West End, North City, there's a definite pattern of heavier damage than in other neighborhoods. And what we do know is there's a wide pattern of tree limb damage, if not trees blown over, in many neighborhoods in St. Louis County and the city of St. Louis. But specifically, we know that there's been damage to an apartment building at 5655 Pershing in the Central West End. McPherson and Taylor, there's a very large tree, a 4-foot diameter tree down there. We also had a live picture, it's back up on the screen here. That is the Harlem Tap Room, which is partially collapsed, 4161 MLK. The fire department has been there. Again, we haven't had any reports of injuries, but this is the kind of damage we're seeing. We saw a crane blown down in the Central West End. Again, no major damage, but it was crumbled and on the ground. And so you're seeing a pattern of damage that we don't usually see when we get these storms, Scott. We always see, rounds of tree damage, but this seems to be a bit more than what we usually see.
Well, I think we probably did, based on the wind fields that we were looking at, we zoomed in for you right over Brentwood and Clayton, showing you those really intense winds there. So I think we probably were looking at a tornado there. And this was certainly indicative of that kind of damage being more localized and focused, as you see. And now our first responders throughout the metro area, it's not just the city of St. Louis, but you have, Brentwood, you have the Clayton Fire Protection District. You have all of our fire departments are mutual aid. They work with each other. They help each other out. So where there is need right now, you have kind of an immersion of emergency first responders who are checking on folks and making sure that in those buildings where there's significant damage, everybody's safe. Now, the only tornado warning that we have right now that really has any merit to it is this one that probably could be let go, but there might still be a circulation on the Marion and Fayette County border right now. I just wanted to look down south.
Yeah, the one in Crawford County and Washington County was canceled.
Yeah, they let that one go. So here's this one. Again, Highway 51 north of Patoka is where that's going, but it's not very impressive. This is probably some hail near Columbia, Illinois. We're kind of in the metro area. So the storm near Nashville in Illinois, south of 64, that one is a more impressive storm. It has some rotation with it. Certainly is in a more favorable environment where it might be able to spin something up. But more likely than not, it is producing some very large hail at this point in the Nashville area, right along Highway 15 there, as you would take the road south going towards Pinckneyville. So I'm going to say at this point, if you're in this area, obviously you want to be inside away from windows and doors, but there's some larger hail with that, certainly up to the size of golf balls. We may be getting nickels approaching quarters here as we go down into this area north of Columbia, around 255 here, coming across the JB Bridge. Looks like it's pretty close to that right now, but the rest of the metro seems to have settled down quite a bit from where we were earlier, and that damage track looks like it was mostly through kind of the Clayton area, Richmond Heights, and then right on through into the northern part of the city of St. Louis. So it looks like, we're continuing to trim up things. From the Coffeen Fire Protection District, they do have some small limbs and tree debris from Mulberry Grove over to Fillmore, and some gusty winds still. Pea-size hail being reported at Park Hills at the moment. So, yeah, that's what we have at the moment, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's amazing. Things are calming down, but again, watching that storm near Nashville, Illinois, and that hail core is right along in this area. County line 21, you see this blue, that's where we could see some very large hail below 15 there. Here's Nashville. And there's a little bit of a hook, like Scotty was talking about, on that storm, so something that we are watching. Otherwise, from St. Louis westward, things look a lot better than earlier a couple hours ago.
Yeah, I think we're going to be clearing things out here quite a bit in the next little bit, and that's good. I maybe still another hour to get the last of these residual storms out there, but I know we've been tracking these storms. We know we've had some significant damage into the metro area. Kay, I know. Do you want me to toss to Robert? Do you want Kay to toss? Kay, I know Robert's been out there. He's getting information for us.
5 on your side. Robert Townsend is at the Harlem Tap Room. He has been there at 4161 MLK. What are you seeing? What can you tell us?
We're in Central West End. I'm gonna walk us through.
Hey, Kay, can you hear me okay? Yeah, we're out here in North St. Louis, right here at the corner of Dr. Martin Luther King and Whittier.
You got any damage?
People are telling me that's when winds blew through here. They're saying
We don't know. I think we're still trying to. We had confirmed.
Okay, so we're having some
also
trouble.
in there, he was looking outside the window. He yelled to everybody, go to the back, go to the back.
Okay, we're having some trouble with our connection to Robert, and it is not perfect, especially when we've had severe weather go through. I'm sure some of the cell towers took a hit, but we will work to get that connection restored and get him back on the air as soon as possible. He had an interview with an eyewitness who saw what happened. We have so much video coming and
windows shattered
so
at
many
the same
photographs coming into the newsroom
Oh,
now.
yes.
If you have something you'd like to share, you can send it to us at newstips@ksdk.com. We also would like to see your photos at 314-425-5355. That is a text-only line. And I just got some video from a friend who was near the Ritz in Clayton earlier when the storm came through, and it looks like she got the tornado on a video.
Okay.
So hopefully
Well, we
we can
wanna see
share
it.
that with you. Yes, we do. It's amazing. And the good news, as I've been saying, guys, we have not had any reports of injuries so far.
Yeah, and that's great news.
And
That
I
is-
have seen photos of what it looks like to me is a pretty large tornado, and we'll, I guess we have to get permission to get those on the air, and as soon as we can. Again, people taking it from high rises from Clayton
You're up,
to the
right?
Central West End, and
Yeah.
it does really look like there was
Right here.
a pretty good one on the ground.
Well, we tried to zoom out there on that image, and I'm not sure what we ended up with on our camera, but we had it pointed in the right direction. We'll go back and look when we have some free time. A little later. I don't know when we ever have free time anymore in the weather world. So listen, there's not a lot of imminent threat right now. This storm that's moving through Nashville has some large hail. There's been some rotation with it, may have some wind gusts. It doesn't look like it's producing a tornado. This storm that's had the tornado warning, northern portions of Marion County and Fayette County, has been less than impressive. But we still have this little bit of a development here just south and east of St. Louis. And you still have, across southeast Missouri, we still have a few storms down here. Potosi, you're getting one right now. It doesn't look severe, but it's a strong thunderstorm, right? So I think we still have to watch a little bit more. The one that's over here into Nashville is going to be scooting into northern Jefferson County and southern portions of Marion County in Illinois. Here's another one that's just on the southeast side of St. Louis in the Metro East. And when we change the direction on this, I'll change radar, you'll see it change kind of its position and its size. It is a pretty tall storm because that was looking at it from the Owensboro, Kentucky radar, or the Evansville, Indiana one. But this is putting down some pretty heavy rainfall right now. That's going to spread over towards Belleville Route 13. Okay, it may miss downtown Belleville if it'll move just a little north, but there's going to be some pretty good size hail here too in the Metro East. And why don't we just zoom in on that so I can kind of give you guys a heads up on where that is. Maybe you got time to get your car in as this is coming in towards
Yeah, can you
Signal
hear me?
Hill. That's going to be headed towards Fairview Heights. I'll give you a time in just a second, but that hail core is moving towards the east-northeast. So when we pull this back out a little bit.
Yeah, can you hear me?
And a tornado
Can you hear me?
warning here, let's
Okay,
see.
great.
So Fayette County, they're going to continue that eastward movement of that cell. So Fayette County, Illinois, into Marion County
Okay, what if we
in Illinois
answer
until
that way,
4:30.
but I don't know.
All right, and here's your hail area here for this storm in the Metro
Yeah.
East. Avery Hill to the crossroads
What if
into
there, and then
O'Fallon.
like
If it
move
holds
this way,
together,
like this is
you may
just
be
one
looking
right here.
at some golf ball size hail. All right, Kay, we got our reporters all over the
we're gonna
place.
Yes, we do. Justina Coronel is live for us right now in the Central West End. Justina, what can you tell us?
Okay, this is actually my neighborhood.
Well, we'll get her back up here in just a second. So while we're waiting on Justina, I pulled this back out to kind of give you the broad view. And I'm going to do something, we normally don't do this, but just to pop on.
They're out.
Okay.
I'm not sure what happened.
Justina, I actually see you now.
You guys see our shot?
We can, Randy. Justina, you talk. You just go talk.
Okay, can you hear me? All right. All right. Well, this is actually my neighborhood. I live in the Central West End. We're actually on McPherson right now. There are cars coming through right now, but there's been a bit of a backup because of all the damage that we're seeing out here. So I don't know if you can see really because there's a big truck going by, but there are a ton of trees that have just fallen on cars. I'm going to pan over here so you can see this is just one piece of damage that we're seeing here. We're seeing big trees, smaller trees, and photographer Jimmy Hummel and I are going to keep walking so you can see a little bit about what we're seeing here in in the Central West End. I actually just had a friend texting me saying that their friend that lives in the Central West End is facing a lot of damage at their home. Now, these are just some of the trees that we're seeing out here. This whole strip of McPherson, just trees out here. The interesting, if you don't live in the Central West End or if you don't live in the city, a lot of the cars are parked on the street because a lot of us don't have garages. So a lot of car damage is out here with a bunch of trees. We see neighbors out here picking up trees right now. Actually, I heard one neighbor say to someone else saying, well, we're officially neighbors. I haven't met you, but today we're going to be working together. We're walking up McPherson right now because I want to show you up here the wine bar. It is called Vino Wine Bar, and we could definitely see all the chairs just knocked down, some of the lamps knocked down, but as we keep walking down here, we see just some more of the trees. Again, bigger trees up there. We're seeing a ton of damage on cars, more trees here. Now, as we were driving in the Central West End, more by the cathedral, we actually saw more damage out there. I saw a huge dumpster just blown over onto the street. So again, we're trying to figure out really what happened in this neighborhood, but of course someone just was asking me, hey, do you know if it was a tornado? Do you know if it was wind? Again, we're still trying to learn that information. I want us to pan over here so you can see some of the damage over here with the trees. You can see just how much debris is out here. We're almost here to the Vino in 1 minute, so you can just see some of the damage. We're also hearing that Kingside Diner, so there's a bunch of restaurants up there. We're hearing the windows are blown out there. So again, we're gonna be making our way up here. There's a lot of traffic out here, so we're gonna have to probably just walk up to those restaurants because people are just back-to-back bumper here. Now, we're about to be here at Vino Wine Bar. No windows that I saw visibly broken, but again, just businesses. A lot of residents are out here just, picking up, helping each other. We saw several broken windows. And then here, if you pan here, Jimmy, you can start seeing some of the damage that some of these businesses are facing. Doesn't seem like any windows again, but trees just, fallen all over their furniture. And we're seeing here some of the damage that this storm has brought in. If you can start panning in there, and you can see a lot of their lamps out here that they have, that has calmed down. But you could just see some of the damage that we're seeing here. Now, we are going to be walking up so we can see the damage at Kingside Diner. We'll make sure to go back up live. Just give us a couple of minutes to walk up there. It'll be a little bit of a workout, but let's send it back to you in the studio.
Dina, again, we've been hearing all kinds of storm reports from the Central West End. We've heard reports of windows shattered at the Kingside Diner. We've also had a report of maybe a window broken at Barnes Hospital. So this all fits with this pattern of damage that we've been seeing in that Clayton, Richmond Heights, Central West End corridor there, Scott.
Yeah, and basically, hail, the National Weather Service office, they had hailstones out there that they estimated to be about 2¼ inches. So that's almost tennis ball size hail. And a lot of that came through the metro areas. So there's going to be a lot of hail claims going on. What we've done is we've kind of broadened the view here, only have the warnings out. Red warnings are tornado warnings. We have the one in Fayette County, which they've extended that to kind of go over to cover that storm moving into Effingham and the far northwestern portions of Clay County. It doesn't look overly impressive. It's not an observed tornado storm. It's lost a lot of its signature that it had earlier. The other tornado warnings are outside of our viewing area, but there are 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, really 3. One is for northern portions of Jefferson County. One is for portions of Washington County. That's in Illinois. And then we come back on the Missouri side of the river, and we've got southern Jefferson County, northern St. Genevieve, northern St. Francis, and northern portions or east central portions of Washington County. So when we add in the radar to that and we kind of tie it along, you'll see the storms that we're dealing with. And I got to tell you, this one that's coming in towards O'Fallon, Illinois, that's got at least some penny to nickel size hail with it. So the storm's almost out of Fayette County that could be creating problems there, and I don't think we're going to see it produce a tornado. The storm here, eastern portions of Washington County, is headed into northern Jefferson County. That's mainly a hail producer. These are mainly hail producers down to the south of St. Louis. And the front itself, well, you can kind of see it here coming in from the west. Once that clears, we will be done with this mess for the rest of the afternoon. So the immediate concern I think for any of our area is really now focused on the large hail. As we come into the metro area, this storm here that's going on the north side of Belleville, it's going to go up towards O'Fallon in Illinois in St. Clair County. That at least has some small hail. It may not be up to severe limits yet, but that's almost to Fairview Heights at this point. And I suspect that it just did the jump. It looks like the hail core actually went up a little bit, so right along 159, getting a little bit of hail there. Probably some gusty winds too, but not like the winds that we saw earlier associated with that potentially tornadic thunderstorm that went through parts of east central St. Louis County and into the central West End. So U-City, Clayton, Brentwood, we're kind of assessing the reports of the damage that we're getting from those areas right now. But again, in the metro, this is the only storm of concern, and it is moving northeast. All of them have been racing northeastbound, so hopefully we get them out of here within the next hour or so. But your hail threat here, as it's going out of Fairview Heights, is headed towards O'Fallon by about 3:55. So it's been a very busy afternoon. Jim Castillo's been with me this afternoon. We've been tracking these storms, and
Yeah, that tornado warning also just for everyone in Fayette County, Illinois, and also Marion County, Illinois, has been canceled, which is great. And like Scotty said, a lot of areas from St. Louis westward are already clear. Not expecting any massive development of more thunderstorms with severe weather. So things are looking better, but still watching a couple of cells.
yeah, we're watching these last few cells. You know, little hail producers. Actually, they're big hail, but they're small in their size as far as the storm goes. But I think that's where we've gone to now. We're into the point, the finality of this. We're not going to see a repeat performance around the immediate St. Louis area of what we had when the core of that really large supercell that was producing the huge hail came sliding through the area. And I know the damage reports keep adding up. In fact, the National Weather Service was, asking for additional damage reports, and I suspect they have so many that, they can't even turn that number of storm reports out that fast because of the way things are happening this afternoon. It's been so busy. And they've done a very good job of getting all the warnings out this afternoon and doing the best to keep everybody safe, which is what the whole weather enterprise, that's what we're all about. We want you to stay safe. So we're winding our severe weather coverage down in the terms of the threat of severe weather. That's starting to wind down. What's beginning to wind back up is the fact that we got a lot of damage to assess, and we have a lot of folks to hear from, and people that have gone through an experience today. So we're about ready at 4 o'clock to start our newscast, and we will hear from some of those folks at 4 o'clock. But Kate, you've been looking at some of the damage reports.
We have been. The latest one, Forest Park Golf Course took a very hard hit. In fact, the Norman Probstein facility there, it's the clubhouse, it's the restaurant and the bar and where they store the, golf carts, that has been damaged. A lot of the awning that was outside there has been torn down, and they are, as you might guess, closing the golf course for the rest of the afternoon as they assess the damage. They say staff and patrons are safe. They will give us updates as soon as they know more, but the photos coming out of there are just really stunning. The amount of damage that's happened to the main building looks okay, but the awning and any kind of lawn furniture that was outside looks to have really taken a hit there. Let's go back to Justina Coronel now. She's live in the Central West End. Justina, what more are you seeing there? Lots of damage.
Lots of damage, again, uprooted trees. I'm going to pan them up. This is on Euclid Avenue. If you could take a look, just see how much damage we're seeing out here. I know there's a truck right now in the front of there, but once that truck moves, we can maybe move a little bit here. You can just see this massive tree just uplifted from the ground. You could see right there. Take a look at that. Just showing you the strength of this storm. And there's another one as well right to the right here. And then we're seeing a lot of water just kind of on the road. But again, backups with cars. So if you're in the Central West End, I mean, or if you're driving, going to be in the Central West End, maybe not the best idea. It's going to be right now a busy intersection as there's just a ton of damage out here. They've even blocked off. We were on McPherson, we went live about 5 minutes ago. They've officially just blocked it off. It's just actually business owners who are blocking it off right now because they are telling people, hey, you are gridlocked right now. We do not want you driving in. So just keep in mind, if you're heading towards the Central West End, it's really chaotic right now with just trees down. So again, I want you to pan a little bit about seeing what we're seeing out here. And we're gonna start making our way. We have started walking towards Kingside Diner just because we really felt if we drove, like I just said, it's gridlocked, we would probably not make it there for another 30 minutes when it's really a 2-minute drive. Again, I live in the Central West End. A lot of the cars are usually parked out here, and that's what we're seeing damage on there. But there's also a lot of trees out here, so a lot of those branches have come down. But as you see with those 2 trees, they've been uprooted. So I'm gonna move around here just to be safe. We just wanna make sure, again, if you're gonna be walking around, there's landlines down, be careful. We wanna make sure you're safe. Definitely be mindful of some of the Thank you. Be careful while you're out here right now. I'm going to move just so we're safe. Again, there's a lot of traffic out here, but we're moving right now. We're on Euclid. If you're not aware with the Central West End, right now we're up to our right. It's going to be Borough Loco. And like how I'd mentioned that there is Kingside Diner up here. We had been hearing from another reporter, Megan Kernan, who drove by saying those windows are blown out. Actually, look at that car right there. The back window right there is blown out. Again, there's a lot of trees. A lot of trees that have fallen on the cars. We had seen broken windows. Again, earlier we were driving up kind of close to the cathedral, more along there about Plink and Yellow Belly area. We had seen a massive dumpster just blown over. Again, showing you the strength of these winds. And then also we've just seen again, a ton of trees down. If you see, there's a bit of water coming up right here. Again, I'm not really sure where that's coming from. But as we keep walking down here, we're going to make our way so we can see. We've been hearing that there's broken windows at Kingside Diner. When we were walking up to come to Euclid, we didn't see any businesses directly hit with broken windows or anything. I actually was trying to make sure to see if Mission Taco, or now Session Taco, had any damage because they were closed for a bit due to a fire and they're set to reopen. So I was just curious as a business owner that's reopening to see if they got any damage, but they seem to be okay. So we keep walking out here. Again, if you're going to be walking in the area, be careful for any down power lines, but also we've been seeing glass. So I just want to make sure you're safe. Just be mindful when you're walking out here. Let's take a look over here. Right here, you can see, looks like a bit of this has just come down as neighbors. We're hearing lots of noises out here. I want to move out of the way, Jimmy. I just want to make sure we're safe as we're walking across the street here. We're here. Look, some of the damage right now that we're seeing at some of the areas here. Again, seeing lots of damage out here. This one seems more wind-based, or depending on what it is, but we're slowly coming up here. We're getting into the areas. Again, if you're not familiar with the Central West End, there's just a ton of businesses out here besides our, little neighborhoods in here, but we're approaching here. A lot of greenery on the ground, clearly a lot of debris from what just happened. Oh, looks like there's some bricks on the ground. Again, we're trying to be mindful as we walk through. We're about to be at Kingside Diner in just a minute. Again, a lot of businesses out here. Looks like Brennan's is okay. We have Borough Loco to our right. We have Clementine's, but just around, we're just seeing a lot of debris right now on the ground. But as we continue walking up, again, we're hearing that there is damage at Kingside Diner. So we'll continue making our way here. But as you can tell, lots of traffic. So usually Central West End can be a little busy with traffic, but this time it seems much more as roads are being blocked. Again, we were told that McPherson has been blocked off. Again, we were there. It was just bumper to bumper. People are just trying to make their way through. But if you can, if you're out and driving, try to avoid maybe the Central West End for a bit because it's just a lot of traffic and people are trying to clean up right now. So we keep moving and we can make our way. We're passing right here. Looks like Borough Loco is cleaned up for dinner. And then we keep making our way, and we're seeing Kingside Diner over here. Again, lots of debris on the ground as we make our way through Central West End. Sorry for a little Central West End tour. Excuse me. And then we keep going here. Looks like we are seeing more debris over here, but I'm not seeing too much to... Right now, I can't see if the Kingside Diner...
All right,
This
that
is
is
5 on your
Justina
side at
Coronel.
4. Focused on you.
Justina Coronel reporting live from the Central West End. We are in a weather impact alert, reporting breaking news for you, a very strong storm. We have not had any confirmed reports of a tornado, but at least very strong winds hit the St. Louis area. Shortly after 2 o'clock this afternoon. We have video of the storm moving through Clayton, sent in by Mary, who lives near the Ritz. Not sure if we can roll that. You're seeing the radar here, a shot of the arch. We've had reports that the sun's shining right now in parts of St. Louis County, so the worst of it is off to the east. But again, we remain in that weather impact alert as we track those storms that have been moving through the bi-state. Let's go out to meteorologist Tracy Hinson. She's live for us near Delmar. Tracy, what are you seeing?
All right, so I am on Delmar. This is building 562. In it is the She, Nail, and Beauty Bar Lounge. There's also a couple of office buildings. So if I zoom in, you can actually see that part of the facade of this building has actually been ripped off. We've seen some people coming in and out as they are kind of evacuated from the building right now. You can see that this was an occupied office space as well. One thing that really concerns me with this building is you can see like the front facade has fallen off. But as we climb up the building, you can also see that there's parts towards the top of it on both sides that have actually been ripped off. So this then creates some structural damage within the building. And I really worry about people walking down around the bases of these buildings, because now that this is damaged, it wouldn't take much for a little bit more of it to crumble down, pieces of it that have been unstable that could come down with or without wind. This is just an unstable building at this time, with some of those exterior parts of the building. You can see this is pretty high up. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 floors up this part of the building. And then all of that did come down. Naturally, it came down onto the sidewalk below, where there's also some structural damage that's already on the fronts of these buildings. So it is dangerous to be walking out in front of these buildings, around these buildings. I'm safely across the street in a parking lot, but we've also seen lots of tree damage along the road here on Delmar. Pretty much along Delmar, if you're looking towards Forest Park, if you're looking south, you're going to see multiple roads with trees down, very heavy. So we're going to film some of this, and then we're going to head off to another location here. But from Delmar, I'm Tracy Hinson, 5 on your side.
All right, thanks so much, Tracy. We also want to mention Forest Park Golf Course, Missouri History Museum, Art Museum, all closed right now as they assess damage around their property. Let's go out to Justina Coronel. She's been reporting all afternoon from the Central West End on storm damage there. Justina, what are you seeing right now?
Absolutely. So we've made our way from McPherson and have walked all the way over, and we talked about there was damage at Kingside Diner. I want you to take a look. This is what we're seeing. All of the glass on the ground, this broken window right here. Actually, I tried to get an employee to talk to me, but he didn't want to. But he said that I asked, was it a tree that knocked it down? What possibly caused this? And he said it was the wind. He said he felt like he saw the tornado right here again. This is what he had said. Nothing confirmed yet of what was actually that led to this. But he said that they were just there, they saw it, and all of a sudden this window broke. So now it is cleanup mode. Again, I just wanted to show you a bit of the glass on the ground. If you're walking out here, there's a ton of people out and about, not only cleaning up, but also just being curious of the damage left behind. But be mindful. There's a lot of glass on the ground. We actually saw down power lines. So I just want to make sure you are being safe, being mindful. But again, just check out some of the glass, the damage that we're seeing here. Again, an employee told me they said it was wind. Because I was wondering, was it a tree? No, he said this was because of wind. So we're going to keep moving around here. Obviously, we're hearing a ton of noises. If we're hearing police over there, again, not sure if they're going to an active scene right now or if they're just trying to maybe move some of the cars. But we're seeing a ton of cars out here. So just keep in mind if you're going to be in the Central West End. Again, there's a ton of businesses here. If you take a look over there, again, a lot of trees. on top of these cars. Again, just reminding y'all, if you're not live in the city, there's a lot of cars that are actually parked on the street. So a lot of damage from these trees are on those cars. So as we were kind of walking around, we've seen broken windows and whatnot. So we're going to make walking over here if you guys want to kind of follow us again, continuing our tour in Central West End. Definitely getting my steps in today. But I just kind of wanted to make sure we do kind of a walk and talk so you see what we're seeing out here. I just wanted to make sure you guys kind of got the depth of the damage that we've seen. A lot of trees out here. This isn't as bad, but just kind of the shrubbery that we've been seeing on the ground. This one definitely a bit bigger tree. We're just hearing some police heading by, but we're going to keep walking this way. It seems like when we were over there on more of the McPherson on the Euclid end, it was definitely more trees there, but we're just seeing a little bit more. Again, people are out here just kind of assessing. We're going to send it back to you. If we see anything else, we'll make sure to tap producer Brandmeier for any more updates.
All right, that was Justina Cornell reporting from the Central West End. We have another emergency unfolding in Clayton. Let's get to Holden Kerwicki, where there are evacuations underway due to a gas leak on West Polo. Holden?
Well, that's exactly right, Kay. There are actually a number of issues going along out here. I'm in the area of around South Hanley and Polo Drive, and as you can see behind me, we have a car that is trapped underneath of a tree blown over during the storm. According to the Richmond Heights Fire Department, they've had a number of calls with trees on cars, a number featuring entrapments. The good news here, they've got everybody out of those cars, including this one right here, and no one was hurt. Now, here on Polo Drive, we can see this is a tree down. It looks like a piece of someone's gutter stuck, inside of that tree. There are multiple trees down all throughout this entire neighborhood. We're going to kind of walk over this way. This would be to the west, just south of downtown Clayton. And here on Polo Drive, there is a gas leak. Now, the fire department is evacuating homes in this area, as well as a number of apartment buildings in this area. They said that they have not only a gas leak, but also electrical lines down. They are currently working with Spire to get out here and try and take care of those gas leaks. When we pulled up, actually, you could smell the gas in this area along Polo Drive. Standing out here in the open air, I can't smell it right now, but oddly enough, they said those gas lines were ripped out of the ground when some of these trees were actually blown over. The other issue that they're working with Ameren is to try and get some of those trees just cleared out of the area right now. But the good news, so far, they are reporting no one was injured. It's just a lot of scary situation, a lot that people are going to have to clear up, because as you just continue to look through this area, there's a lot of old growth trees and things like that have stood here for decades, if not more than a century, that are now on the ground. Now, one thing that fires did want to tell people to do was avoid the area between Big Bend and Wydown. They've actually closed down that area due to the number of trees that are down throughout the town of Clayton and Richmond Heights. So if you have to get out right now, understand it is going to take you some time to get around, and especially through Clayton and Richmond Heights, a number of the street lights are actually out because we don't have power. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio as we continue to survey some of this damage. Reporting live in Clayton, I'm Holden Kerwicki, 5 on your side.
All right, thank you, Holden. There have been, many reports of communities where there are a lot of people out in the street because of what happened. Washington University, the Central West End. So if you are planning to drive later this afternoon, maybe want to put that trip off, because being on the road right now is not the safest thing. All right, Mark Maxwell is live in North City where a house has collapsed. Let's go to him live. Mark?
Yeah, Kay, and I'll just reiterate what you were saying. Here on St. Louis Avenue and Lambden Avenue, the intersection here, a lot of the traffic is trying to navigate down trees, down power lines that have cluttered and snarled traffic in the roads. School buses are trying to make their way through. Parents are trying to go pick up their kids in the aftermath of all this. And yes, as you mentioned, the house behind me here, the entire wall caved in. Our photojournalist Andy Broadway will give you a look at what's happened here. That looks like a bedroom. You can see the bed, a chair, a reading room in there, the entire brick wall collapsing and caving, the roof falling in with severe wind. And what I can tell you is we just met with a man down the street by the name of Jay. His roof blew off. The The house next door collapsed. We'll show you video of that later in our newscast. I want to bring you now to the homeowner who was inside. Michael was inside, and you heard something on your phone and had an instinct to take cover.
Yes, it was just a weather alert, just bing, bing, start beeping off, and it said, take cover now, take cover down, and you had less than like 2 minutes. And people say it sounded like a freight train, but it just was a loud ruckus. The building started shaking, and I just grabbed my little hard hat and my little bug out bag and just hid in the corner and shook and started praying to God till it was all over with. And my cousin stayed downstairs underneath me. Everything fell down on him as well, but we was both live and well.
And we're so glad that you're okay. You took quick action to take cover. Can you just tell us quickly, where in the house were you when you got that notice?
Okay, right there, as you can see where that bed is, if you make a right, where that crack of the wall is, right, it's a refrigerator in that wall, and I was hiding right there between that wall and a refrigerator and a couch.
Clearly a close call. We hope you're okay. You told us just a moment ago off camera you're not quite sure yet where you're going to stay tonight. Melvin, can you come? I know you were in a different part of the house. What was this like for you? When did you first know you might be in danger?
When strong winds start coming through the window start busting, and Bree hit me all in the face, and I was just shocked. I really didn't know what to do, but I just want to make sure my oldest cousin was okay, so that's my main goal.
And a lot of your neighbors have been asking about you guys. We're glad that you're okay.
Yes.
Please stay well, and if there's anything we can do to help, let us know. This is just one scene of many up and down St. Louis Avenue, stretching all the way, as some of our other reporters have told you, closer into the Kings Highway area, into the Bolivar, up to Central West End, Forest Park. This whole stretch, this corridor, appears to have taken. We're going to take a look down the street just to give you a look at what we're seeing here. First of all, this steeple has toppled, or at least bent on top of this church. That's one of the scenes that we're seeing here. And down the road, this is St. Louis Avenue. We'll give you a quick look at it. You can see it's been a bit busier in some of the recent moments, but it's still pretty busy right now as many of these cars try to break through what are just massive trees toppled over in the middle of the road. So I'm hearing from Michael here.
I just want to add something that St. Louis Metropolitan Police and the fire department has done an outstanding job. They've been riding around, blowing their horns and asking, is everybody okay? And they're doing a great job.
That's a very nice sentiment. We've seen some of that too. Thank you for chiming in with that,
sir.
Michael. Again, we're glad you're okay. We'll just send it back to UK here in the studio just with a quick recap of some of what we're seeing in North City. We've heard maybe even that some elected officials might have had some damage to their personal property, as right now the mayor's office, the police department, the emergency management officials are all huddled at the St. Louis Police Department. They're having something of an impromptu headquarters there as they try to get a look at the damage. I'll tell you, this severe weather adding insult to injury in a part of North City that has seen decades of disinvestment. Many of the properties here already sagging under the weight of that ruin. Now, one person's plea to me moments ago, he hopes the federal government comes to help build back some of this damage that he's seen here today. For now, live in North City, Mark Maxwell, 5 on your side.
Where you are in North St. Louis, Mark, which is also adds insult to injury. This was a quick-hitting storm, but very strong. We also want to mention to you that we are having some trouble with our connectivity this afternoon with getting in touch with our reporters. So if you notice the signal going in and out, that is because we assume damage to maybe cell towers or heavy cell phone use. So please bear with us. We want to bring you as many live reports from the area as possible, and that is our goal this afternoon. Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell. He's been tracking this for the past few days, but definitely this afternoon. Scott, what can you tell us?
This afternoon, I got a couple of things to tell you. First of all, I just want to get you set with the radar and where the threats are right now. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning down here for portions of St. Genevieve County into portions of St. Francis County, southern portions of Washington County, back into Iron and Reynolds County. Those thunderstorms far to the south are still producing some hail, but they're not producing rotation. All the tornado warnings have been canceled. You got another cell moving towards Carlisle Lake that has, at this point, a little bit of small hail, but we're starting to see the end of all of this now from St. Louis west. Watch this, though. This is right as that storm was coming into Clayton. There's Clayton. Watch, here's your wind-whipped rain. There is rotation there. We start to occasionally see things fly up. You'll see a power flash in there in just a second. So we know a tree got blown over or something to hit a power line in there. But this is whatever it was. Was it a tornado? We don't know for sure yet. National Weather Service is going to go out there. From what we can see, it looks like there's definitely rotation that was in there. This was at 2:41 this afternoon as this was rolling in. And that was from looking at 100 above the park as as this thing came over Forest Park. And we know it did damage in Clayton. We know it's done damage in the Central West End and in North St. Louis. So the National Weather Service just told us bright and early tomorrow morning, they will have storm survey teams out looking at the damage, but they are winding things down from a severe weather threat at this point.
From the Central West End area, which is where we find our Justina Coronel. She's been bringing us very interesting reports all afternoon. Storm damage, trees down. What can you tell us right now, Justina?
Yeah, Kay, kind of just our tour of Central West End right now. We're on Maryland Avenue. I just want to show you this tree that has fallen on the car, and then I'm going to move out of the way because a massive tree has just been uprooted from the ground, landed on the property here. The homeowner tells me that she has damage in front of the home right now, but luckily they're okay. They're assessing right now. But I want over here, if we take a look, these just trees are huge. And if you take here, Jimmy, if we go over here, if you take a look, it's just up off the ground and brought the sidewalk up with it. It's just always wow to see something like this right now, post aftermath from a storm. And so over here as well, across the street from Maryland, we see more of that similar damage up here with just trees just taken out of the ground like a little toothpick, it looks like, just fallen right here. Again, lots of damage more in the front, a lot of the trees broken up, but that one is definitely just the most impressive one that we see over here. Actually, I just got a text from a friend that their little brother that lives in an apartment on Pershing Avenue, his roof is gone, so hopefully we can make our way out there. If you're hearing right now, there's a lot of sirens that are going by. Someone just drove by saying that there was a lot of officers that had just rushed towards this way, more towards Maryland, for a massive tree that has fallen on a car. So something that we've been seeing all throughout the Central West End neighborhood is, again, a lot of these trees just falling on these cars, but we're seeing here some bigger than others, but this one is definitely probably one of the biggest ones that we've seen out here, and just definitely making its mark. And some of these homeowners are out here. The one homeowner told me that I asked them if they were together, and she said that they are just neighbors and they're just supporting each other right now, looking at the damage that's behind. So we're going to continue walking off Maryland. If you kind of have an idea of where we are in Central West End, Maryland Avenue is where the cathedral is, and Rosati Kane. So just to give you an idea, we're going to be walking up right now. Again, we saw the Kingside Diner, broken windows. We're going to continue to go walk up here and let y'all know if we see any other damage. We're going to send it back to you in the newsroom.
All right, thanks so much, Justina. We also want to mention once again that Forest Park Golf Course is closed. There's been damage there at the Norman Probstein Clubhouse. The awnings and some of the outdoor equipment there blown around. Missouri History Museum, the Art Museum, all closed right now as they assess damage. Metrolink has definitely had its problems on the red and blue line. Shuttles have been carrying people who need transportation because in a lot of cases the electricity's been out and the Metrolink itself has not been able to run. In Clayton, on top of all the damage that is happened there, we know that there is a gas leak and also problems with exposed electric wires. Let's go to Holden Kerwicki. He is in that community. He's at Hanley and Polo, where some residents have been evacuated. Residents of an apartment building and some of the homes there. And I know we've been having trouble getting a hold of Holden, some of our people in the field. Are we able to talk with Holden right now? All right, Holden.
I've got you, Kay, if you can hear me. Yeah, I've got you out here. Photographer Sam Belk and I are actually just surveying the damage here on Polo Drive. We thought that this was a bush until we continued walking around down here, and you can see a number of the residents here along Polo Drive. They've been evacuated from their homes due to that gas leak. This is actually an old growth tree that got blown over. They're just kind of taking refuge on it right now until they're given the all clear as Spire works to really clean up some of those gas leaks in the area. Richmond Heights Fire actually told me that those gas leaks were caused by trees like this that were being ripped out of the ground, and on their way out, the roots were ripping out the gas lines. That's really what the big concern is here. But as we take a look at this house here, you can see this gorgeous house here along Polo Drive. We've got more trees down all the way up into their basketball goal. And then as we continue coming down the street here, I'm walking around this tree, you can see just all the debris all throughout the streets. there are a number of people actually trying to take advantage of this evacuation order. They're out just trying to clean up some of the debris right now. Now, we're not smelling, well, actually, as I say that, I just get a big whiff as, of that rotten egg smell that you smell along with gas in this area. We've been out here for maybe about 15 minutes, and outside of when we pulled up, that's the first time that we can smell it, but we are getting a little bit of a wind here. But as I was mentioned, people are really just trying to clean up, and this really couldn't have hit at a worse time. It's rush hour, knocked out power throughout the area, so we have a number of red lights that are just flashing right now. I'm going to give you a look back towards Hanley. They actually brought out a police officer, as you can see, to try and just direct traffic out here. And the scary thing about this is I've actually seen a number of kids that are being dropped off from school. Their parents, who have been evacuated from their homes, are actually just meeting them out here at the edge of the road and trying to slowly walk their way home as they work their way through the debris. Again, this is still a very fluid situation out here as Ameren works to really close off those Spire works to close off those gas leaks, and Ameren works to try and get any electrical lines that are down picked back up and offline so they are not a shocking hazard. For now, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio. Reporting live in Clayton, Holden Kurwicki, 5 on your side.
Right, and so we reiterate, if you don't have to be out right now, stay home, because traffic is really a mess in so many communities, not only because of the damage, because streets are closed down, but also because people are probably out just looking around. You don't want to be doing that right now as we assess exactly what's happened. Let's go to Tracy Hinson one more time. She is on Delmar, where there has been extensive damage there. Tracy?
Hey Kay, so I'm in the car because we don't have one of the mobile units, so this is how I can send my signal back to you guys. My photographer, Mark Mowery, is actually out and about. He's talked to a couple of people and he's seen a bit further down Delmar. Now I will tell you, on traffic calculation, about a 1-block area will take you about 10 minutes because of the stop and go, because every single light is out and it is very gummed up. Now I do want to show you on GPS, this looks like the corner of the West Pine Medical Building, which is attached to the Delmar Divine. This is actually part of their rooftop that you can see has flipped up and over. That's one of those like kind of asphalt rooftops that you see, like kind of those tar rooftops that can be on the top. I'm going to zoom out kind of quickly here, so stick with me, and then I'm also going to show you back to this building where it's been attracting a lot of attention. People have been stopping, taking pictures. This is 562. It does look like there's a nail bar on the other side of it. Part of this building, the facade has come off. You can see that the inside, clearly some winds have whipped around because there's different things that have been stirred around on the inside of the building as well. Perhaps a light down and a couple of different things. And then as I zoom back out, I also want to take you back up to the top of this building. And on the other side of it, as well, as we were coming up to it, we could see that part of the facade of the building way up high, about 7 stories high, was also torn down. So I will be continuing to make my way along Delmar, and I'll continue to bring you any updates as we have them. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Tracy. So let's recap some of the damage reports that we're getting. Clayton, heavily damaged. Concordia Seminary, reporting a lot of tree damage there. Trees down at Boyle and North Sarah. We know a building collapsed at 4602 Vernon. We've also had a reporter, Robert Townsend, at a Harlem Tap Room collapse. That's a bar at 4161 MLK. Windows blown out. We're told some at Barnes Hospital, the Kingside Diner, some apartment buildings, and we know that there is extensive tree damage all across St. Louis County and the city of St. Louis. A 4-foot diameter tree down on McPherson at Taylor. There was a damage to an apartment building, a 5600 block of Pershing. We know that trees are down on Waterman Avenue in U City. A huge tree down in the middle of the road near Ladue High School. Trees on cars in the Central West End, as you've been seeing. And right now, Forest Park Golf Course, the Missouri History Museum, the St. Louis Art Museum, all closed. If you're planning to ride Metrolink, please know that parts of the system are down, mainly because of power outages that have been happening all along the route, and that shuttles are being used to get people as well as they can from point to point. Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell. He's been busy all afternoon. He has the latest look at it from the Weather Center. Scott.
Well, and the good news we have for you now is the tornado watch. The threats are winding down for sure. Okay, there's still a few thunderstorms south and east. We'll look at them in just a moment. But now the tornado watch has been canceled for the city of St. Louis County, back to the west, up to the north of St. Louis. We're still tracking some of these storms east and southeast of St. Louis. There is technically still a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for northern portions of Clay County right now, but that storm not as impressive as most of the other storms that we have seen. In fact, the one that has moved out of Washington County has kind of weakened a little bit, but we still have this whole string where we're just going to have a warning up for the potential of 1-inch hail. It doesn't look like it'll be much more than 1-inch hail here from these storms that are still stretching from Iron County, southern portions of Crawford County, Washington County, over towards and including Randolph County, and then going northeast from there. Around the metro area, what we've been watching has tended to either move away or fade somewhat. The storm that produced some pea-sized hail around O'Fallon, Illinois, has gone over to Carlisle Lake. It's weakened a little bit. The storm around Salem has weakened a little bit. Again, this cell here that's working its way just off to the west of Sparta, that has some large hail with it. This is a storm coming in to Forest Park this afternoon. Watch this video. It's about 35 seconds of the storm coming in and potentially the tornado. We don't know if there was officially a tornado in here or not, but there's definitely some rotation in the clouds. We know that the wind was being surged out here ahead of the rain. You can see the rain shields sliding across Forest Park, but we also know that, and there was a power flash. Did you see it right there? That was a power flash. So, you know, there was some gusty winds there with this rolling through. Was that where the tornado was? Well, there are some clouds that look like they were rotating in there. Very well could be, but we'll have the Weather Service go out and look at that. The good news we have for you is this. St. Charles, westward, the sun is out. The sky has cleared. Looking even over on the Worldwide Technology Raceway, the sky has cleared. So we got a few storms south and east of St. Louis, another hour or so. The biggest threat with these storms, Kay, lingering for the next hour is really just the potential of some quarter-size hail. Seems like it's about it. And at this point, we'll take just that threat.
Okay, so Scott, a couple of questions for you. This was a quick-hitting storm, but what can you tell us about how quickly we'll know whether a tornado did hit?
Well, I think we can make some assumptions that we've seen some videos and some pictures, you know, just like the video we showed you there, that there was some rotation in there for sure. We could see certain things on radar that indicated it was. The National Weather Service will have some of their folks going out tomorrow morning, right first thing in the morning. And some of our Weather Service meteorologists live right in the city, so they don't have far to go to start their survey tomorrow morning. And they'll get out and really assess the damage. When you're looking at blown over trees, you know, a blown over tree generally is straight line winds. A tree that's been twisted and you know, shredded up and tossed, that's a different kind of thing. So you're looking at the pattern of damage and the type of damage. Was it straight line winds? Was it a tornado? And in the reality of things, at this point, it really doesn't make any difference. We have the damage and it's a mess and we got to clean it up and get things back to normal. But I'm highly confident that there was in fact a tornado with this one.
All right, Scott, and the good news is we have not had any reports of injuries so far. As soon as we get any information along those lines, we will, of course, bring it to you. Let's go back out to Holden Kerwicki. He's live in Clayton. He's at Polo and Hanley Roads, where we've had a report of evacuations. People in an apartment building, some residents, due to a gas leak and down power lines. Holden, what's the latest there?
Well, Kay, we've been out here for quite some time now, and every time the wind blows, you get that little hint of that rotten egg smell from a possible natural gas leak. I want to give you a look at this house. Seemingly every house here along Polo Drive has some sort of damage. I actually just spoke with the homeowner. She was just walking her home. She said, she wasn't home when this happened, but she said she spent the last hour trying to get here only to find this tree really through her roof. Now, I was just speaking to some of the couples, if you saw my last live hit here along Polo Drive, that were just waiting out for the all clear as they continue to use some heavy equipment down here to try and clear the road out. And they said they were home when the storm hit. They hunkered down in the basement. They were watching Scott give the updates. And they said when they emerged, they didn't really think anything had happened because it blew through so quickly. But when they looked outside, they said that it was almost like an apocalyptic feel. Now, it was when they opened their door that they understood that there was a gas leak. They said the concrete had actually lifted up as one of these trees, just like this, just ripped out of the ground and ripped those gas lines out along with it. And again, he said he could just smell that noxious smell of, almost like rotten eggs, and see a plume coming up out of the ground. He and his wife got out of there. Kind of interestingly, today was their 38th wedding anniversary. I asked them how they planned to spend the night. They said that they were going to be meeting up with some family members who were staying at hotels throughout the city. Earlier this week, those family members were asking if they could stay here with them. Instead, they may be asking some of their family members to stay with them in the hotel. But the good news, as you mentioned, Kay, everyone out here is expected to be okay. Not hearing any reports of injuries, just a lot of debris, but the people here are working together to try and clean it up. Reporting live in Clayton, Holden Kurwicki, 5 on your side.
And Holden, just as you were speaking, we have started to receive reports of injuries. One from St. Louis Children's Hospital. They tell us the emergency department received 5 patients, that one is in critical condition, and that families have begun arriving and bringing in children, and injured children have been arriving at the hospital. We hope to bring you more. That is from a hospital source that we have, the PR people there. Again, 5 patients brought to St. Louis Children's Hospital in the Central West End, one in critical condition. We don't know the nature of those injuries. We do know that one is extremely serious. So we had been hoping to go through this storm without hearing of any injuries, and we're sorry to bring you that. More to come as we find out more. All right, let's go to Brent Solomon. He is live in North St. Louis. And Brent, where are you and what are you seeing?
Hey there, Kay. We are on Cora Avenue and Margarita Avenue. One neighbor describing it as the sound of bombs going off. That's what he said he heard because he was inside of his apartment at the time. Let me get out of the way and show you the aftermath. You can see utility lines that have now fallen down, one hanging on top of a vehicle right here, but perhaps a little more dramatic than that. As we tilt the camera up a little bit, you can see a roof that came off of that apartment. This is the same apartment where the man told me he was inside at the time. He could hear the loud noise and all he could do was take cover and hope for the best. Fortunately, he's okay. Other people live in this apartment as well. I have not been able to make contact with them just yet. However, he says there is damage inside of this building. And of course, the roof has now come off of the structure. I can tell you that all across this neighborhood, we've been walking along Cora Avenue for quite some time. We can see lots of trees down. Neighbors tell us they don't have electricity right now. And many people are out kind of doing what officials don't want you to do. They're touring and surveying the damage. And the reason they don't want you to do that is because it's just not safe, folks. With power lines on the ground and all type of hazards covering the area, it's really not the time to get out and about, although the natural eye would want to do just that. Let's go ahead and get you back to me now. I want you to know that we are getting reports of a building that may have collapsed in this area. We're told Sacramento. That's not confirmed yet, but we're going to head to that scene right now and get you pictures, images, and information just as soon as we have it. But for now, that's the very latest from North City. Brent Solomon, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Brent. Also in North City this afternoon, Mark Maxwell. He was at the scene of a home that collapsed there. Mark, what are you seeing at this moment?
Okay, we just left a house about half a mile from here. We showed you that collapsed wall and a narrow escape, someone who survived narrowly. This is a more grim, a more desperate scene. There are dozens of emergency responders, firefighters, police officers here. One just said, let's get a bigger bar. I'm going to explain why. I just talked to a woman. This is her home. Her home is flattened. Right now she's saying prayers. She doesn't want to talk on camera. Understandable. She's frightened. Her brother is trapped inside. We're told that he's in communication with these first responders. They can talk to him verbally. They've had some communication. They're trying to get through to him. At some point a few moments ago, there was a gas leak. They have since turned the gas off at this house. Of course, that was an emergency they had to get to quickly. But you can just see the damage. These bricks litter what used to be a living room. The ceiling has collapsed in on itself. There's not a lot of movement or places to move. If this was your first floor, where would you go? We're told that he has taken shelter inside of a pantry. You're hearing the smashing sound of glass there. They're breaking in with crowbars into what looks like the cellar windows here. There are some bars that bar that scene there. But we're waiting here, and there is some hope from the family members and the friends who've gathered outside here as they've been gathering and talking to each other and saying some prayers. There is some hope they can pull him to safety. Police officers have been, I'm going to show you the back of the house here, pardon me. They're trying to gain access through a small entry, it looks like. And again, some family are really hoping they can get inside here. While they do this work, if I can, Andy Broadway, our photojournalist, is just going to turn around and show you this other collapsed building, which looks like the old Omni Barber and Beauty Salon on Newstead and St. Louis Avenue. This is a disaster scene. This used to be a small business. It is now destroyed. Behind it a little bit farther, we're going to pivot again in just a moment and show you the other scene of nature's damage here. A large tree has fallen and brought this building down. You can you see that area right there just to your left, Andy? I want to show the folks at home what we're looking at here. This is just one of many scenes like it. As I look down the alley to my right, there's an entire building with some siding sort of torn off. Across the street, there are roofs missing. This is a disaster area. It's going to take a long time to clean this up, but of course the thing that is front of mind for everybody at this scene right now is the safety of the man inside. I'm told he's a brother, 45 years old, and again, we're hoping that they can pull him to safety, but right now police and firefighters are just asking folks to clear the scene and give them a chance to work. I'm going to toss it. It sounds like we're going to toss it back to you guys in the studio, but for now we're live in North City. Mark Maxwell, 5 on your side.
Hey, Mark, I know you're in North St. Louis, but what can you tell me about your exact location where multiple buildings have been affected there?
Yeah, Kay, we're at Newstead and St. Louis Avenue. Newstead and St. Louis Avenue, this is the city's 12th ward. I believe that's St. Louis Avenue, but we're just off of that intersection here. Some of the roads have been a bit impassable. Just when we pulled over to show you some of the scenes in this area, there was a downed power line, several of them that were in front of a big street. Several cars were trying to make their way through, had to stop and turn around. But now you see a couple of these different fire trucks. There have even been some volunteers, I believe these are family and friends, who have gone home to put on work gloves and work boots to try and come through what is a lot of rusty nails and dangerous terrain here to try to assist, whether that's just lifting bricks or moving things out of the way, giving a little extra elbow grease, a little extra muscle to bring people to safety here. This is certainly a team effort, and it looks like even now they're just trying to gain access into the basement here.
Right, and Mark, this really shows how slowly really things work after a storm. I mean, this storm passed maybe an hour ago, but we're just starting to get reports of patients arriving at St. Louis Children's Hospital, this man now trapped in this building. So we're starting to get much more of a sense of exactly how devastating this storm was. Let's go to Justina Coronel. She's in the Central West End, where there has again been extensive damage. Justina, what are you seeing?
Absolutely. So we've done just a bit of a walking square, I would say, around the Central West End. Right now we're on Westminster and Taylor, and I want you to take a look right here on Taylor Avenue. This road just blocked because this tree is just in the middle of the road. So many of the cars are just making U-turns. So some of the streets are blocked off by first responders and whatnot. This one blocked off by a tree. And I just want you to see a little bit here again. We're just talking about the strength of the storm. When you see something like this, it's always just shocking and surprising because just the power of this uplifting what is right here, a sidewalk. You know, I mean, so it's just always shocking and surprising, again, like I said, to see this uplifted. So we're going to start walking. Again, I want to show you this one more time. This is on Taylor Avenue. Cars, as you can see right here, kind of making U-turns because it is blocked off. But now we're going to be walking back to kind of where we all started. So we started more on the McPherson area next to the Vino Wine Bar. This is Taylor Avenue. So we're going to go to the next street, and we're going to show you there when we're going to be walking up the street again. A lot of the damages on cars. So there's a bunch of trees, as we can see, a lot of greenery around here, but there's going to be trees. We're going to be seeing that mostly on the cars that we've been walking up in here. Right now we're seeing first responders. So we're hearing a lot of sirens. Right now we're seeing some activity up here. A little bit going, again, where we're going actually right now. So we're going to keep walking up here. We've been seeing a ton of people out here. Again, I know some of the other reporters had been talking about this, but we are seeing people either assessing damage, really kind of looking to see what's going on, or just trying to be curious about what's happening. If you cannot, I mean, if you don't have to be out here, don't. We were walking by, kind of did a big square, walking circle, I would say, around Central West End. We saw down power lines. We saw actually a bunch of glass. So just make sure you're, maybe if you can wear closed-toed shoes if you are going to be walking up here. But we're going to go up here and then we're going to make a right so I can give some direction to Jimmy. We've been walking around here this afternoon. So that tree that you had just seen back there, a neighbor actually just came up to us saying, oh, if you go further in the neighborhood, you're going to see one that's double that size. And I believe it. Like earlier in our report, we saw another one that had just been, again, uprooted from the ground. And that one more on the property of the home. Actually, we were there when we just finished our live shot. The car owner of one of the people came up cursing, upset, because she was like, oh my God, is that my car? Well, yeah, it was under a tree. So it was her car. Again, people just coming up trying to see the damage here of their own personal items or just kind of to see what's going on here. So we're going to come up here so we can see a little bit more of what we're seeing out here. Sorry, this is live TV, so we're kind of coming up here as there's traffic out here. We're going to try to be safe, but I want to show you a little bit over here, some of the tree damage that we're seeing. This is just one of the many trees that are down right now. I cannot believe it. And we're, again, someone on the phone just saying he couldn't believe what's going on right now. We're going to keep walking up here. Again, we're going to try to be safe as cars are going by, but we're just seeing a ton of trees and just snapped right there in the middle, as you can see. It's just always impressive to see what a storm can do. And of course, there are just a ton of people out here trying to figure this out. I was told that this street was, blocked off, so it seems like some of these cars are just moving right now. But there are neighbors removing trees up here. When we first got here, it was definitely a lot of more damage, or a lot of more debris, I should say. But so we're seeing people clearing it up. Someone has a bit of caution tape there. We can hear noises. Obviously, there's lights up there. It looks like they've blocked up that part of the road. So definitely has become a one-way road where people are kind of coming up here. As you can see, a ton of trees down here. This window right here blown out already. They've put something on that window there. And then that car right there damaged. So we're just seeing a lot of some of the damage out here. And so if you're going to come out here, again, please be safe. Don't want anyone getting hurt. Wear closed-toe shoes because, again, there's a lot of glass on the ground and down power lines. But we're going to send it back to you as we have finally made it back from a bit of a tour up here. We finally get to our car. Potentially we can go to our next spot.
Well, you've been doing an excellent job, Justina, showing us exactly what's going on in the Central West End, extremely hard-hit area. Thank you so much for that extensive reporting. We have also been getting reports of gas lines that have been leaking, one on Polo at Hanley in Clayton. So this is what the gas company is telling us, Spire, issuing these warnings. Natural gas smells like rotten eggs. If you smell that, you need to leave the area immediately. Call 911. Do not try to locate the source. Do not turn a light on in a home or business if you smell that gas. Just get out. We know that there's a smell of gas up in North City where Mark Maxwell is, that a rescue is underway in a home near Newstead and St. Louis Avenue. The gas at this location has been been turned off. And Mark, what's the latest on that man who's trapped in the house behind you?
Yeah, Kay, it's still a desperate scene here. Police are just now trying to tell some of the family and friends, the volunteers who offered to come here and try to move some of this collapsed brick out of the way to please give them a safer perimeter. We also just saw a firefighter enter into that basement window. They finally used a crowbar to pry off the iron bars that sealed that window of the basement shut. They pried their way in, and they called some of the family over who knows the inside of this house. They said, do you know how I can get from this window to that pantry, where they believe a 45-year-old man is holed up or seeking shelter. That was the last we heard. We also have heard just word-of-mouth reports from family and friends who have been here that at least at the outset of this, when the house first collapsed, they had some verbal contact back and forth through the collapsed house. Our photojournalist Andy Broadway still just giving you a look.
He's
at the
right
firefighters. What's the sound?
right here.
They seem to have
I can hear him.
right here.
Don't get up there. Yeah.
As they're working the scene here, I'm also in contact with city officials at City Hall. They're supposed to be holding a press briefing. Some of our other reporters, producers may be able to bring you more of those details. But we just wanted to give you a look at this scene to show you exactly what's happening. A few family members have said they'd like to come at some point and talk about who the man is inside, give us an idea of more about who he is. It looks like the firefighters have gathered closer to the front of this basement window here too. But again, they have positively identified his location inside of this collapsed home, but the work ahead to bring him out to safety is still quite an arduous task. It's not a guaranteed success, so we're going to keep an eye on this as we are here in the city. Mark Maxwell, 5 on your side.
Okay, so a rescue playing out right now at a collapsed home in North City. That was Mark Maxwell at Newstead and St. Louis Avenue. We have evacuations underway in Clayton, in the area of Polo Drive and Hanley, and that's where 5 on your side's Holden Kerwicki is. Holden, what's the latest from you there?
Well, a lot of people are out wandering around through this neighborhood here along Polo Drive, really surveying the damage. Others really trying to just help their neighbors clean up. But I want to give you a look at this tree here. You can see I'm about 5'8". Just the stump here where this broke off is taller than me. You can see just exactly how big this tree was as it fell out into South Hanley Road and actually fell on top of a car that was driving by. I'm going to give you a look at this car back here. You can see just fell right on the hood, right on the windshield. I was speaking with the driver a little bit earlier, and though he was very obviously shaken up, he said he was doing all right. Now, the one thing that I have noticed throughout the afternoon as we continue to show you this giant tree here that's down, something that I've noticed all throughout Polo Drive, as everybody keeps asking, was this a tornado? Was this a tornado? I can't make that determination, but the one thing I noticed is that every single down tree is facing east. And I know Scott could probably speak a little bit better to that, Scott and Jim, but that is just an observation out here. Now, the one thing that is a little worrisome out here is that every once in a while we do get that, gust of wind through here as there's a slight breeze, and we continue smelling that smell of gas. Photographer Sam Belk and I were actually walking along through Polo Drive, and Clayton police stopped us, not because we were trespassing or anything like that. We're always trying to be very respectable of people, during these trying times, because they said, hey, watch out, it's not safe out here. And he pointed right above us. There was a broken off limb that could have fallen on us at any moment. That's something that everybody, as we continue to get out and about, and a lot of people here, again, doing the right thing, trying to help their neighbors, but you want to make sure you are safe as you are doing it, because we do not want somebody who made it through the storm to become a victim aftermath as they're simply trying to help out. And that's something that we are seeing really all throughout this neighborhood that you see here. Neighbors are coming out, just doing a little damage survey. They've got their kids behind them, as I mentioned. This hit right at rush hour and as kids were getting off the bus. So it's definitely not something that anybody, would like to come home to. But we're going to continue to walk around here through Polo Drive and survey the damage and talk to a few people. So for now, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio, okay?
All right, thank you, Holden. Excellent excellent point. You don't know what's above you, so it could be power lines that maybe haven't fallen all the way to the ground yet. It could be a tree limb that's just dangling. The best thing to do right now is to stay put wherever you are if you are safe. Don't go driving around trying to look at storm damage. The best thing to do is to let fire and police do their job, and we will bring you reports here. You can stay with us. We'll let you know exactly what's playing out across the city. We have heard St. Louis Police will give a media briefing at 5:30 at Kings Highway in Delmar. We hope to learn more then about not only damage, but that rescue underway at Newstead and St. Louis Avenue. And you know, that is a very urgent thing that is playing out right now. A man is stuck in a home that collapsed around him. He's in a pantry. He was trying to seek shelter from the storm, and now family members are on the outside trying to help firefighters get in. So let us now go to Scott Connell. He's been just taking a look at the storm damage patterns and also exactly where the storms are now. Are they completely out of the viewing area?
Not everybody is in the clear just yet. We've cleared part of the tornado watch for the metro area. It's really our far eastern and southern counties that we're concerned about. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning down here as we go across, really now going out of Iron County and more into St. Francis County and then into St. Genevieve County. This is a hail-producing thunderstorm. Looks like it's staying just north of 221, but that's going to move right in and over Farmington, probably right there by the Walmart, and then slide on to the east, and it'll head across the river. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning still continuing for that storm as it heads over into Randolph County across the river into Illinois. Now that is our only severe threat. And this storm down here, you know, it does have that supercell kind of hookish look, but we're not seeing any tight rotation, so not worried at the moment about something spinning up there. Elsewhere, what we've seen around St. Louis and points to the east, we've seen a general diminishing trend on these showers and thunderstorms over the course of the last hour, and the skies are clearing out back to the west. What is left out of these thunderstorms? The available fuel for them really limited now to our far southern counties and then heading closer to the Wabash River along the Indiana-Illinois border. I showed you this earlier. It's just really impressive to watch this view of the storm as it was moving out of Clayton and out of University City and into Forest Park and over Forest Park, and you see the wall of water and wind just kind of sliding in, and there is some broad rotation in there as to whether that tornado was right there. There does end up being a power flash in there, so we know that's where one of the, you know, some damage occurred there. So it very well could have been right in there where we're seeing a bit of rotation and perhaps a tornado. The National Weather Service is going to head out into those areas for tomorrow and will investigate. We look out into Chesterfield, same storm, just a bit earlier. This is the Chesterfield Mall that they've been demolishing over some time. And just kind of looking at this as the hail was starting to push in across this area. These are about 35, 40-second clips that we were able to get, but once that hail started coming in, I mean, the visibility went down to near zero, and the National Weather Service had over 2-inch hail out there. So our roofers, which have already been exceedingly busy with the roofing deals and the siding, you know, replacing that from all the spring storms, well, this is enough business to keep them going through the rest of the year, I think. That's the storm way down to our south in far southern Jefferson County, just kind of almost out of the picture. But as we look back to the west, we give you the all clear as we have now dropped the threat of severe weather around the metro area and points to the west. And that threat of severe weather will not return for a couple more days. So that's the good news that we have for you. Just a quick look, because I know everybody's asking, what about the weekend? Tomorrow should be great. It's like 75 to 80 for most of us tomorrow. There's more cloud cover in the mix on Sunday, and there could be a little bit of light shower action. I still think we're going to get the Annie Malone May Day Parade in on Sunday. And again, upper 70s to around 80, 75 to 80 for most of us this weekend. We'll generally do it for the forecast. It looks like it's going to be a relatively tranquil, relatively quiet weekend across the bi-state area before more active weather returns to the region as we head into early next week. For the time being, our severe threat far to the south of St. Louis, basically St. Genevieve, St. Francis, Randolph counties in Illinois. Those are the only areas that we are concerned with at this point for those areas down to the south of St. Louis.
This is 5 on your side at 5. Focused on you.
A reported tornado causes major damage across the St. Louis area tonight. Right now, roofs are torn off buildings, homes are damaged, trees are knocked down along city streets. And we have also just learned St. Louis Children's Hospital Emergency Department received 5 patients after the storm. 1 is in critical condition. No word on how they are, what their injuries are. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Kelly Jackson. Ann Allred is off today. We have team coverage of the damage left behind. The storm has been fast and furious, and much of that damage is west and north of downtown. And St. Louis police are telling people, if you can, avoid travel because we do not know how extensive the damage is. And we are also expecting a briefing from police in about 30 minutes. First, though, let's check in with Mark Maxwell. They are in the midst of trying to rescue a man from a home that is collapsed in North City. Mark, what is the latest on this?
Kelly, you said the storm that came through here was fast and furious. The cleanup and rescue effort is long and tedious. There are flattened businesses behind me just off camera, but you see here now the urgent recovery effort. Several dozen police officers and firefighters are making their way into the rubble of what used to be this home. We have been in contact with some of the family members. Of course, they are desperately hoping and praying that this is a successful recovery effort. Early on, there was communication with the 45-year-old man, a brother, who is just beyond a partition in this basement. We're hearing some of the firefighters communicate back and forth throughout this recovery effort. We've already seen some firefighters make their way down once, come back out and ask for more directions. They're trying to gain access to the man, and we know that within the last hour, someone has been able to make verbal contact with him. This is a desperate scene here, of course. We told you earlier in the 4 o'clock hour that just about half a mile, I guess it would be a half a mile east of here, there was a scene where an entire bedroom collapsed, a second-story bedroom, and a person was just inside. He thought to put a hard hat on before the bricks came crashing in. He survived, narrowly escaping without any injuries there. His cousin, who was farther down in the home, also having that strong, severe wind come through his home, he also survived. But here again, we've been watching as emergency management helicopters, or what looks to be emergency management helicopters, flying over the scene, surveying and scanning the damage. I think they're basically on standby, ready to take someone to the hospital if they need to. You see here on this side window, the firefighters trying to make their way back down in for this rescue attempt. But if you just look at the first floor, you see how difficult and desperate this situation is. Look at that many tons of bricks that have just collapsed on what used to be a living room area, what used to be a bedroom. The entire roof collapsing, and on top of it, entire doors from the second floor gone. So we have more family members coming through here. We're waiting to hear from them if they're in touch with some folks. They're trying to give some direction to the emergency managers here. We're just listening. They're trying to desperately reach some other family in the area to also figure out what's going on here. But we just wanted to give you a scene of what these officers are doing. And one other thing I'll tell you, Kelly, is that all the family members, all the people who live here, have expressed deep gratitude to these firefighters and the police officers that are putting themselves in harm's way, going through tough spots here and trying to offer as much quick, steady help as they can. But these are tough times. If we even just should we give you a look at some of the other damage here? I know some folks might just be getting home from work or tuning in. Our photojournalist, Andy Broadway, will turn a camera around here and show you just the other side of this lot here on Newstead Avenue in North St. Louis. This was a barber shop. You see broken windows, boards, the entire building collapsing here with the strong winds that came through. Trees toppled all the way down St. Louis Avenue, making it hard for school buses and parents to traverse the way and get through town. Quite the scene here. It came and went just that quick, but you can see it's going to be a while before all this is picked back up. But for now, I'll throw it back to you in the studio. Mark Maxwell, 5 on your side.
Mark, do we have any indication? I know this is such a painstaking process for first responders to try to locate this man. Do they have any indication? Have they been able to communicate with him at all?
I have not physically been able to confirm that in the last 30 minutes since we've been on scene. What I know is that when the house came down in the early aftermath, there was hope, there was communication, there was some verbal back and forth. The more recent scene has been that firefighters have tried to make their way down to him, and they came back out frustrated that they couldn't find their way through this basement. We can only see a little bit from the outside, but it does look like some of the damage, some of the collapsed weight of these bricks and the walls and the roof might have impeded their access a little bit. There looks to be some obstacles through these windows, and just listening to the firefighters come back out a bit frustrated, unable to find their way through, you can only imagine that it's not exactly an easy route to get to him. So this is a difficult and desperate task here, and I'll just tell you, we're not going to do any live interviews with these family members. They're going through a lot right now, but just talking to them a little bit off camera, you really get the sense that they're really going through a tough time. They're quite frantic, desperate, and just hoping and praying that their 45-year-old brother and loved one makes it out of this alive.
Absolutely, and we are also, our thoughts are with them and also with the first responders who are trying to reach this man. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. Now we want to check in with Holden Kowicki. He has been in Clayton, I believe, on Polo Drive. Holden, what is the situation where you are?
Well, Kelly, we've actually moved a little further down Polo Drive. We're on Middle Polo Drive right now, and it's much the same as it is just one street over. You know, there is really damage and debris everywhere. In fact, photographer Sam Belk and I were just walking around, and I found this just laying in the middle of the street. It's a piece of someone's roof, and looking around, I actually can't tell which house it came off of, because as you can see, there is just so much damage, really. And the interesting thing to me is this is all on the south side of Drive. As we walk over here to the north side of Middle Polo, you can see these houses are largely untouched. But Sam, let's take a look at maybe one of the, I want to say, craziest things that I have seen so far. This tree just completely ripped up, roots and all, and as you can see, it took the ground with it. It just, I mean, that's a solid chunk of earth right there, and it just lifted it up, blew this tree completely over. These people, you know, here, I can't make out the address of that home. They can't get in their driveway because there are so many trees down over there that you couldn't get a car into that driveway if you had to. The homeowners, actually, their son just came out and was telling me he actually came over here after seeing some of the reports of the damage just to check on his mom and dad. He said they are doing all right, so that is the good news here along Polo Drive. But you know, the unfortunate thing right now is they are still under an evacuation order. The police have been driving through this neighborhood, a lot of people walking around, as some of them trying to just see, you know, things like this that you really don't see every day. Others just going out of their way to help their neighbors, as this is obviously a very tough and trying time as they try and just clean up their yard. Some of them have extreme home damage out here, but again, the good news so far, in this area at least, there were no injuries in this area. I know there have been some reports of others elsewhere, but that is the good news here, and everybody's saying these homes can be rebuilt, but a life can't be replaced. So that's something to keep in mind, you know, as people get out. And again, we want to remind you, keep an eye out for some of these hanging branches and things. Sam and I have been trying to clear ourselves as we walk down Middle Polo, just so we don't become a victim of one of those widowmakers, as they're called, and they are appropriately named. But for now, guys, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio. Reporting live in Clayton, Holden Kowicki, 5 on your side.
And Holden, I have a question for you, because I don't know if you're still there, but they evacuated because of a gas leak. And I was just wondering, is it the whole neighborhood that's been evacuated? And it really is extraordinary seeing that gigantic tree behind you, completely uprooted.
Yes, actually, and this is, you know, not this specific situation. These are the causes of those gas leaks. A fire captain, or a battalion chief rather, with Richmond Heights Fire Department told me that as these trees were uprooted and blown over, they're just ripping the gas lines out of the ground. So it's not just one gas leak, it's a number of gas leaks all throughout this neighborhood. And as we walked around, everybody is setting really outside of their house, even if their house is okay, just to really kind of give everybody the all clear. Now, they aren't really moving people out of the neighborhood, but as you can hear back behind me, they are working very quickly to try and clear some of these streets and make sure any power lines are picked up and cleared, as well as getting those gas lines repaired before really allowing people to go back into their houses. Because what happens is that gas gets inside of a house, really builds up, it can build up very rapidly, and then a simple spark, you can have an explosion, and that's a whole different set of problems out here, Kelly.
Absolutely. Be careful. All right. That's Holden Herwicki reporting from Clayton. Now we want to go to the Central West End. It's a hugely walkable neighborhood with lots of restaurants, older homes, and a lot of older trees. You, Tracy, are at the Bolivar where the roof of a building was blown off. Is this a business?
And not just a roof, but it appears that an entire floor of this building has been taken off. Some residents who know the area tell me that this was actually the community room that was at the very top of this building. It was an all glass part of the building you could see there. So this was a glass community room that kind of overlooked Forest Park. If I follow this downward, one thing you're also going to see is it looks like maybe a fire sprinkler was damaged in it, and that is now just pouring water down the side of this building. You can see as it comes back down. Some extensive damage to some balconies here, but I'm going to bring this back over and then we're going to go down to the road because the top of that building, that roof, appears to be actually in the middle of the road. I'm going to zoom in. I know it's quick. That appears to be part of the roof of this building that has then come off and is now on the other side of the road. There are lots of people walking around. Clearly, people have been displaced by all of this, but this is a pretty new build, and that is missing the top part of this building. So it was the roof, and it was a glass community room. We're going to continue moving on down the road, but I did want to show you this on de Bolivar and Fountain. Back to you.
That looks like it's a building that was actually under construction, and at least the building behind it. So, and we can see the water coming out of the roof. That is amazing. That was Tracy Henson reporting live from the Central West End. We want to also mention, we got some information from Metro Transit. They confirmed that 2 bus incidents with injuries at Waterman and Union. Part of a tree fell on a bus and people have been taken to the hospital. And we also have a report from St. Louis Children's Hospital where 5 children were taken to that hospital. We are told that 1 is in critical condition. We want to head back out to the north side of North City, and Mark Maxwell is in the midst of where they are trying to rescue a man who is trapped in, I believe, a pantry of this home.
Yeah, in the basement, Kelly, we believe there's a 45-year-old man. His sister is here. His son has now arrived at the scene. And we have a little bit of good news, some reason for optimism, as firefighters bring their heavy machinery, their chainsaws, their concrete saws here to try and break through. They did just make verbal contact with the man. We don't know his condition, but we know that they have communicated with him. Firefighters went back down inside of this hole. I think we're showing it to you now, that window in the basement level. They made verbal contact with the man, and they came back out. They were again frustrated by the fact that it's going to be really hard to get through to him. One firefighter said, if we move the thing that's in our way, we run the risk of more collapsing brick and debris falling down. So that's what they're trying to avoid. This is now becoming not just a desperate situation, but a sensitive one as they try to avoid any further collapse. You see that there aren't a lot of visible police and firefighters at the front of this house. It's because they've now shifted their efforts to the back side of the house and frankly on top of the collapsed brick in the back. They think they might have an opening there where they can make their way through. But again, family and friends are gathering around this scene. If I can show you a little bit down what I believe is Newstead Avenue here, Newstead in St. Louis. Look down the block, you see an entire collapsed house there. There isn't the same emergency presence there. So, you know, we see people moving some belongings from just a distance. We can see folks moving stuff out of there. So it appears from what we can see with our just an eye shot here, pardon me, it appears that some people may have had some valuables inside of there. We can assume that someone might have been living there, but there's not a search and rescue to pull anyone out. So it appears that we can say everyone has safely escaped from that scene. But you just look down, and as far as the eye can see, just out of the camera lens, there's a semi-truck flipped over. There are fire trucks. There's lines of cars with brake lights all behind a school bus, all waiting to get through the neighborhood. There have been several close calls. If you were watching at 4 o'clock, you might have seen this report on a house where the entire bedroom window and wall collapsed in, almost crushing a man, but he survived narrowly and came out and told us about it. A lot of wreckage and ruin in North St. Louis right now, and we're standing by hoping to hear from officials on what they're doing here and what their command center is. I will say Alderwoman Sharon Tyus, this is her ward. She's been surveying some of the damage. She told me just a moment ago that right now she's very impressed with the quick response from the city, from the police, from the fire. She says that emergency officials and elected officials have really put a full force blitz out here to try and help folks. But as we're seeing at this scene in particular, some of that help is not going to be very easy. I want to throw it back to Scott Connell, our chief meteorologist, who's in our studios now tracking the rest of this weather and can give us a little bit more insight into how all this went down. Scott?
Well, we've actually got a severe thunderstorm that's now capable of producing a tornado, so we have a new tornado warning. This is down in St. Genevieve County right now, and it's for southeastern portions of St. Genevieve County at this moment, and this is in effect until 6 o'clock. It's basically south of St. Genevieve proper. It's in St. Genevieve County, but it's south of St. Genevieve. So this is going to take it over towards the area of St. Mary. Right now, it looks like there's some sort of circulation here close to Kaufman, and this will be it, folks. This should be the last of any of the storms that are capable of doing any of this. But this is the circulation that's out here in this general vicinity here, right in the area around or perhaps just a little south of Kaufman right now, and that is going to be pushing off towards the east, and really it goes towards 55 and then it'll go over into Randolph County. So we'll see how long that circulation, you just see we got an update on it, so it just slid over just a hair here within the last second or two. We'll pull that circulation over. I'm going to give you a track on this. And they've issued a new severe thunderstorm warning to go through this, and now the tornado warning to take it into Perry County too. So Perry County, which comes out of Paducah, northern portions of Perry County, so down to about Perryville on 55. That circulation is going to cross over into far northern portions of Perry County, going to continue through far southeastern portions of St. Genevieve County. So Mineth, St. Mary right here, then over to Kaskaskia Island, and then goes over to Chester, and Chester Memorial Hospital would be in the path of this, and then to New Palestine, okay? That's your circulation. That's where we have our potential tornado right now. Again, this is part of the last of the storms down to the south of St. Louis and the last of our severe weather threat as we head through the evening hours. You look at what we've got going on here, and I'm broadening it out even a little more. There's still a couple of stronger storms down here. Southern Reynolds County, kind of flirting with southern portions of Iron County. Des Arc may have had another tornado today. We don't know for sure, but the radar certainly indicated it. Those are hail producers. This one's got a bit of a circulation with it, so a bit of rotation there. So new tornado warning issued in southern portions of St. Genevieve County and then northern portions of Perry County. We'll see if that gets extended into Randolph County in the next 5 to 10 minutes. But here's the thing. At this point, where's your safe place? It's inside the lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside possible. If you've got a basement, go to the basement. If you don't have a basement, then you're going to, like the fellow in North City, who firefighters are going to get to. He's in the pantry. He put as many walls between him and the outside. He's going to be okay. Those firefighters are going to get to him shortly. They're talking to him. So, you know, you're doing that. You're putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Pantry's great. Closet's great. Maybe it's a bathroom or a hallway in the interior part of your house. We're also, as we've seen with all the damage around the metro area, making sure we're wearing our shoes for these tornado type scenarios. So again, when we look at this storm down here into St. Francis County right now, moving into St. Genevieve County, we look at how that is going and how that's moving. I'm going to stop this motion. And you see, you have that circulation. You kind of got the hook. Now, you also have here in that purple shading some pretty good size hail at this point. When I pop on the winds, pretty clear where our rotation is here, okay? Very rural areas, right along the St. Genevieve, Perry County line, okay? That circulation somewhere between Clearwater and Holmes Road as you're crossing over from St. Genevieve County in the northern portions of Perry County right now. So that's the imminent area where you need to be in your safe place. Beyond that, we're looking at that larger hail on the north side of it. So let's time both of these things. We'll time the circulation, which is here, and take that off to the east and northeast. So the circulation, this would be for the tornadic part of the thunderstorm, Mineth, Lithium, Menfro, over to Dagonia. I don't know how you say that. Kelly, work on that for me. Yeah, but I kind of like that name, actually. Now, let me give you another track on the hail. For the hail part of the storm, not necessarily the tornadic part, but for the hail part of the storm, that's got to be a little bit farther to the north. So maybe that's where we're getting into Wine Hill and Chester. Kind of see the difference? The hail's on the northern side, the tornadic circulation on the southern side of this system. This is about it in terms of what is left for us right now. So that's our only tornado warning sliding by to the south of us. You still have the severe thunderstorm warning down across portions of Reynolds County. Metro area and points to the west and northwest now. Okay, for the metro area, points north and northwest, we are all clear. Okay, no more problems for the metro area. We're in the process of cleaning up, so we don't have any more issues with that. All right, the tornado watch, north and west of St. Louis and now into the metro east, that's been canceled. So the only threat of severe weather is pretty much where we have the warnings right now. And that tornado warning down here across parts of St. Genevieve County and into Perry County. Now, as I look at this, and we go back and we'll zoom in and we'll kind of stop it and we'll look at the winds, we'll look at the circulation. We can pretty well clearly see it here. It's spinning, but it's not necessarily tightened up. And because it's not necessarily tightened up, and we've shown you this, and we already know what we're going to do, I'm going to give you the track one more time, and then we got to get to some of our other reporters that are out there, because we got a lot of coverage going on around St. Louis with what's happening right now. So here's the thing, especially for you folks in northern portions of Perry County, that's where this circulation is going to be more of a problem, from Perryville north towards Sereno, and then again all the way up 55 till you get to the St. Genevieve County line. There's your list, 527, so about 10 minutes when that circulation rolls just north of Perryville. Otherwise, it's going to be mainly a hail threat. So Kelly, if you're in these spots down in far southern St. Genevieve County, northern portions of Perry County, you want to be in your safe place right now, but we'll send it back to you so we can get out and find out more about some of the damage in the metro area right now.
All right, Scott. Yeah, and we have crews all around the city assessing damage in so many different areas. And it seems that the Central West End has received extensive damage, a lot of trees down. And I want to note that the zoo also had some storm damage. We are told that they will be closed tomorrow due to downed trees from the damage. There have been no reports of any significant injuries to any staff or animals, but they need to be closed tomorrow so they can assess everything. And while we're in the Central West End, let's check in once again with Justina Coronel. She has been covering blocks and blocks of damage, and we appreciate all the extensive coverage and all the footwork that you have been doing this afternoon, Justina. What's the latest where you are?
Well, thank you. Absolutely. It's definitely been a workout, but it is my neighborhood, so I'm used to walking around here. And right now we're at Vino. We actually have the owner of Vino here, Alex, and he actually saw the storm go by. So Alex, can you explain a little bit about, you were here when the storm hit. Tell us what you saw. What did you observe?
Just lots of wind and things started blowing all over the place, and umbrellas were coming up the street, tables were going everywhere, branches were coming down. And then in the parking lot, which was mostly empty across the street, I saw like rotation with a large branch like off the ground. And then our windows started rattling, and it was the first time that I decided I need to go into the basement for safety and everything, and stayed down there for the rest of it. And our power went out, and then came back upstairs to see what we were dealing with over here.
You told me that in all your time here, you've never really gone to the basement. What this time around scared you, or were you like, you know what, it's time to go down?
I was definitely watching the windows, the pressure change in the windows, worrying that they were going to blow out or anything like that. So I tried to open a window and a door real quick to let that equalize, and then went downstairs and came back up to see. But luckily, I think most of this will be salvageable. We just got to clean it up, and luckily I've got some friends that are coming tomorrow morning to help me get everything out of the way.
Absolutely. I know, luckily, there's not too much damage out here. We know Kingside Diner up the road on Euclid there, they got the window blown out. But you guys, hopefully, if the power comes back, you plan to open tonight. And if they do, obviously support local if you can.
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll have it all cleaned up as much as we can. And if the power comes back on, we'll be open.
Well, thank you so much, Alex. I'm glad y'all were safe and being here. And again, we were kind of walking up and down here. We've been seeing a lot of trees on the cars. And like something I'd mentioned earlier, if you don't live in the city or if you're not used to coming into the Central West End, a lot of us don't have garages. So a lot of us park on the street. So that's why we're seeing a lot of these trees on these cars, seeing significant damage, blown out windows, big trees just uprooted from the ground, and just debris all over. So again, we're just kind of seeing a lot of people walk around. If you are walking around, just be mindful. We've been seeing a lot of glass because of those broken windows or down power lines. So we just want you all to be mindful as you're walking around. We're going to send it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Justina, for setting the scene in your neighborhood as well. Now we want to take you back to North City. Harlem Tap Room. It has been a mainstay in North St. Louis for more than 60 years. A business collapsed. Harlem Tap Room, a popular place. Robert Townsend is there, and he tells us what's the latest there.
Here in North St. Louis, everybody is talking about the damage here in what used to be the Harlem Tap Room. This bar has been in this neighborhood for more than 60 years. Just after 2:30 this afternoon, neighbors are telling me strong winds blew through this area. One guy said, quote, it was clearly a tornado. He says the owner's brother was looking out the window at the time, and he saw the tail of the funnel cloud whipping through this area. It ripped off the roof and the complete side of this building. Look at all those bricks you see that came tumbling down. People are saying the whole area just felt like it was flickering. Lights were flickering. The building was shaking. One guy said that the owner's brother stormed inside and just started yelling to everybody who was up front, get to the back, get to the back. Keith Bain, you were one of those persons inside. Tell us how frightening all that was.
Real frightening, because we didn't know if the tornado was going to come all the way to the back or not, because it came in the door, but it went back out.
And you were sitting up front?
Yeah, we was out. Most of us was sitting up front. And owner brother, Pig, he told us when he came in, he said he seen the tornado form and everybody go to the back. So we all went to the back. And as soon as we got back there, it hit it and ripped the door open and came up in there and went back out. But it tore all that. You see what happened.
Another guy told me the lights just kept flickering. Mounted TVs came crashing.
At first, the lights started flickering. Then second time, everything went out. And the third time, that's when the tornado came in.
You okay physically?
Yeah, physically everybody okay, but I mean mentally, yeah, because that was real scary.
You're sitting on a traffic light that came crashing down during this storm.
Right.
Had you ever been through a storm like that?
Never. I ain't never seen nothing like that, except on TV, on the news. I never witnessed it in my life, and I'm 63 years old.
How thankful are you that you survived that?
Real thankful. Very thankful. I'm thankful that the guy told us to move to the back, because if he wasn't, I was sitting right there where the stuff came down in the lounge at. I was sitting right there.
Thanks a lot. I'm glad you're okay. And before I get out of here, I want to show you all that too. Look at all those bricks still all across the sidewalk there. Bricks also came crashing down on that car. But again, the good news, everybody is just so thankful that nobody was physically hurt, seriously hurt, when that storm blew through here. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Robert. Thank goodness no one was hurt in that situation. We want to take you back out to North St. Louis. We are also invested in this story where a 45-year-old man is trapped in his home. It is at St. Louis Avenue in Newstead. Mark Maxwell, what is the latest on this?
Kelly, I can tell you a couple things. Number one, the fire and police are just consoling some family members outside, saying they have been in verbal contact with a 45-year-old man named Garfield. We now know his name. He's inside the basement in a pantry in the kitchen. He took shelter there when he felt some of the pressure coming through the home, we're told. A lot of neighbors in this area did the same thing. This is a desperate situation. I want to describe some of the strategy that the firefighters are using. They've used some heavy tools, some saws, some chainsaws to start carving up some of the different boards, and they're now using small pieces of those boards to prop up some of the other debris. They're really concerned about their own safety and the safety of the man trapped inside. Should more of this debris start to cave in, that could prove to be a very dangerous situation. So they've already prepared the family here and said this could take some time. All this damage is incredibly heavy, all these bricks and all this wood lying on top of one another, and it's really hard to move that stuff out without risking more of it starting to fall into any of the empty spaces. And of course, the last thing they want to do is make this recovery effort any more difficult than it already is. We know that a number of family members have started to gather around the outside, and they're taking some comfort, some degree of hope in knowing that there is verbal contact. As soon as the first responders can get somewhere close to him, they're communicating some to him, they're letting him know what they're doing, they're trying to give him some hope that they can get to him and get him safely out of here. But this is just one of the scenes. We've made our way to the back of the home here. The entire front just collapsed. And again, for any of you that are just watching, Andy, if we can show them behind us here too, we're going to turn the camera all the way around and show you this Omni Barber and Beauty Salon, the entire back of the building blown over by the heavy winds that came through here. This is a small business. If just behind us on the other side of this house, there are other homes that have been just torn down to the ground by this strong wind that also collapsed several trees all the way up and down St. Louis Avenue, up and down Natural Bridge Road. It's a lot of fallen trees that are littering the roads up in North City right now. Pretty hard to get around town. But for now, firefighters are taking cover and building up their own support systems as they try to burrow their way through this debris and pull a man to safety. We're standing by hoping we can bring you some good news that he is okay. We don't know his condition, but we're hearing now, it looks like firefighters are looking to get through this fence on the backside. We'll just give you a quick look at what he's using with the Sawzall here to carve through some of this and make way perhaps to pull someone out. It looks like they're trying to clear a way for people to make their way from the inside of the backyard out into this grassy area. And a lot of the family members here, of course, we're trying to be sensitive not to, put them on camera right now, but they've told us off camera just some of what they're going through, Kelly. And so we'll send it back to you unless you have any questions about what's going on here. But it looks like we might be preparing for some sort of a possible exit. We're just guessing by what he would be doing near the fence. It looks like maybe people are preparing to have some kind of an extraction effort from what we can see here. Again, just a guess, but yeah, they're clearing an exit ramp here by pulling this fence away. So we could be seeing something develop here in the next few moments, Kelly.
And that's the thing with so many homes in St. Louis, they're brick, and they're all brick. This home looks like it is all brick. So when you are pulling away these brick by bricks, you have to be so careful so nothing caves in. And I'm sure that is what they are doing. And it is painstaking, Mark.
Yeah, it is. And we even heard, again, just for those viewers that might just be tuning in now to see this scene, we heard some of the firefighters describe what they were doing as they talked to each other, as they talked to the volunteers and the family that are surrounding the perimeter here. We've also just been able to watch what they're doing. Yeah, they're taking, it's really quite innovative. They're taking some of the broken wooden beams and using that to prop up some of the other debris just to build kind of a makeshift support system. And we have other first responders now going to the outside of this fence, perhaps to gain access to an alley or a back area here. It's kind of an active scene here. We won't speculate as to exactly what they're doing, but it looks like the firefighters on the edge of the back of this house have just started to create something of a wall here as they prepare perhaps for one of their own to come back out and give them a report. We have some other family and friends coming back through to this side of the house as well. So again, it's a very active scene. Here goes a firefighter going back into what is really the basement level. They're starting on the floor of the first floor, and then they're making their way down into what is the basement. But again, just from what we're hearing from them, it's a really tricky path to get down to that pantry area, which we're told is basically at the center of the house. So the hardest possible place to get to. is the basement and the center of this house, and that's the obstacle that these firefighters face right now, trying to pull this man, 45-year-old man named Garfield, to safety.
Okay, well, we are pulling for him and for these first responders and everything that they're doing, because it's a really precarious situation. Mark, we will check back in with you as soon as you get any updates. We want to show you some other damage throughout the city. The Forest Park Golf Course, damaged in the storm, closed for the rest of the day. All in the staff and customers are safe, but look, and I believe they just did some, I think they rehabbed that place too. So look at all of the debris there. It's just a mess. And we also know the Art Museum and History Museum are also closed because of the damage in Forest Park. Forest Park seems like they were hit pretty hard. Justina Cornell mentioned Kingside Diner, where all the windows were blown out. Now you're seeing the video. This is at Euclid and Maryland in the Central West End. And we want to show you damage at an apartment on Clara Avenue, that's off of DeVolliber, also in the Central West End. That is right by Forest Park. You can see it's like there was a hole in the roof, but again, extensive damage. And also, Nathan Grove sent us this hail video. Scott, you've been talking about anticipating getting a lot of hail, and this is the hail that they received in Maryland Heights. Let's check in with Annie Kroll. She's in North St. Louis on Lee Avenue. Set the scene for us, Annie.
Kelly, that's right. I'm on Lee Avenue, right by Athlone Avenue, and right behind me you can see it's a downed power line. People keep driving underneath it. It's almost like a jungle gym, people trying to get around. It's kind of unsafe. We are very lucky there hasn't been an accident, but we've seen some people saying they saw a car get hit and then someone drive away. So a lot still unpacking here right on Lee Avenue. But I want to talk about this bus in particular. We heard from a Metro spokesperson that there were 8 people on board, and some of them were injured, taken to the hospital because they couldn't get through to first responders. But I actually spoke with a woman who was on the bus herself and told us that not only was the bus the thing that saved her life from this storm, because, and I quote, she's 120 pounds dripping wet. It was her shield. She said it was shaking and the back of this bus got picked up. The bus driver stopped it immediately. She said she was going to try and get off, but wasn't able to, and eventually was going to go to her house. That same woman lives not far from here, and her roof has caved in because one of the downed trees. So not only is this bus one of the many problems that we're seeing, some of these buildings, look at this one over here on Lee Avenue, the bricks falling in. I could throw bricks all the way around Lee Avenue. This is the cleanup that we've been seeing. I've been speaking with family members who told us that they were here right around 2:30, speaking to parents, trying to help with the cleanup. A lot of civilians just trying to do their darndest and make sure that the traffic is getting redirected, but unfortunately people are driving through way too fast. A little bit over on this side of Lee Avenue on the right, you can see there's a downed satellite dish. And honestly, it's part of a roof that's flown off because of the high winds. So people are coming back from work. They're trying to figure out what's going on. They're trying to come back to their homes and just see this much damage. It's really tough here in North City. So we will keep you updated, of course, between buildings, buses, and anyone who might have been injured. Reporting live in North City, Annie Kroll, 5 on your side.
All right. Thank you, Annie. We want to go right back to Mark Maxwell, where there has been a man trapped in a home in North City. What is the latest, Mark?
Kelly, right now we're hearing a call to action from some of these firefighters and police officers who are asking for anyone who's in this area to bring a 5-gallon bucket. They're looking for 5-gallon buckets that can hold water. I'm not sure if I see they found one small cooler there. Perhaps they're trying to use it to mix some sort of materials. I'm not quite sure what they need it for, but if there are any people in North St. Louis near St. Louis Avenue and Newstead Avenue where we're at and can safely make it here with a 5-gallon bucket, here comes one. There's a guy bringing one right here as this effort is now. Here comes another one, another guy down the alley right there. Andy, you see him? He's bringing a 5-gallon bucket. I'm not exactly sure what that's for, but it appears that the pace has started to pick up here as some of these firefighters are, they've formulated some kind of a plan to get inside. Rhea, do you want to talk at all to us about, okay, not right now. We're talking to the man's sister. She's not ready to talk to us yet, but we understand there might be some optimism here that perhaps they can pull this man to safety. And so we're again hoping for that. It looks like this call to action has been successful. There's already been some neighbors pitching in to go find supplies in the area. And again, we're just kind of all waiting here, hoping that we have some good news to report. But this has been an intense hour or so, going on an hour and a half, I suppose, with these firefighters and police just racking their brains and trying all the ways they can. This is now the third entry point they've tried to make into this home to pull this man to safety. And you can just hear, I don't know if you can hear it at home, but we can hear in the neighborhood here just the echo of sirens all throughout the neighborhood as perhaps fire trucks or ambulances make their way through and survey the rest of the damage. We're sort of stuck here at this scene because, of course, we want to see this through and perhaps get a chance to talk to some of the emergency responders who have been putting on such a valiant effort. And I can tell you that many of the family and friends have already expressed their gratitude to these first responders. They've also said the same to us. They just are so glad to see this concerted effort and this focused effort to try and bring this man to safety. But this is just a look at the severity of the storm that we saw come through here. I mean, it flattened this home. It flattened the business next to it. It flattened the home. Andy, can you see that from where you stand here?
I'll zoom in.
All the way down across the way there, farther down Newstead Avenue, you can see homes collapsing on themselves. And like you said, Kelly, a lot of the homes built in this part of town, one of the oldest parts of town, many of them were built in the late 1800s, the early 1900s. So some of these homes, yeah, they're made of brick, but you can see what happens when Mother Nature comes ripping through here.
And I don't know how many first responders are there. We're seeing, about 4 or 5, but I'm also guessing, Mark, that there are also some in the home too, right?
Yeah, right now it looks, so we have seen as many as 8 firefighters piled up around the backside at one time. And you can see now one of them is bringing some kind of a battery-powered device down there. And we've seen a couple cycle through. It looks like a couple of the first responders who actually made their way into the home first have taken a bit of a breather. They came back out, but they're sweating. I mean, they've been working really hard here. There's probably about 6 police officers on this side of the house. If I was to take you down the street, there are about 6 more police officers down there. There are several fire trucks barricading the parts of this street that lead up to the front steps here. So yeah, there's quite the emergency response, but we're going to point to the top of the house here. There's a firefighter trying to make his way up. I mean, that's a pretty dangerous climb there. He's on top of wood, which is resting on top of some iron, which is resting on top of that big pile of flattened bricks. It looks like firefighter with a last name of Hecht on the back of his garment there is looking to move through and perhaps just move some kind of obstruction out of their path. It looks like while some of his other firefighters are working from the bottom, he may be trying to alleviate some of the pressure from the top. They've really kind of taken a team effort on this. And again, we're just at the perimeter, so we can only see so much here. But by what we've been able to observe and the little bit we've been able to hear as they discuss their strategy here, we're trying to piece together some of the game plan. But again, the focus here is just on a 45-year-old man named Garfield trapped inside of this basement. We know a lot of the neighbors here, the family here, are really hoping for his safe recovery, Kelly.
Okay, Mark, thank you once again. Like I said, we are all so invested in this story. We want this to, of course, have a happy ending and make sure that Garfield gets out of here, gets out of the home. We want to check in with, is it Holden Kerwicki? Holden Kerwicki, he has been in Clayton. He is on West Polo, where there have been multiple gas leaks. They have evacuated a neighborhood. There are also tremendous amount of trees that are damaged and down. So, Holden, set the scene. What's the latest?
Yeah, I've been walking around talking to neighbors out here. A lot of people really getting out to survey the damage, and those that do have damage, they're not alone, because the people who are live around them, they're coming out and really just trying to help clean some of this up. As we walk down West Polo here, you mentioned those gas outages. As you zoom down the street there, they actually have West Polo blocked off. We're trying to stay just a safe distance away from it because Spire is out there as we speak, actively trying to fix at least one of those gas leaks. According to the battalion chief with Richmond Heights Fire Department, there are actually multiple gas leaks in this neighborhood. And it all comes down to what we're seeing actually right here near us. Look at this tree. I'll be honest, I can't tell if it's actually ripped out of the ground here or what happened, if this tree is even really supposed to be here. because there's just really so much debris. We've actually seen a number of places where it just completely ripped up the sidewalk, and you could see a number of corrugated pipes under there. And again, with the number of gas leaks in this area, we're really trying to stay clear. I was speaking with one gentleman who said Merrimack School sits just behind his house, and he watched the storm come through. He said from start to finish, and maybe it was actually 30 seconds before it was sunny again. And then, you know, kids were getting out of school and trying to walk through his backyard where there was a power line down. Sam, I'm going to have you slide over a little bit. We actually have some people trying to make their way down this street, which, as you can see, is blocked off, you know, down this area. So we're trying to be safe. But the one thing is, we want to reiterate here, we know people are trying to get out to help, but the one thing we don't need is people coming out to sightsee right now. I was just standing speaking with one woman, and as we were speaking, a large limb fell out of the tree, and she looked at me kind of like, how do I get home? And, you know, we told her, you know, just be careful, try and stay away from some of those areas. I want to come back to, you know, this side here, looking back towards Middle Polo. You can see this is actually a home under construction, and the neighbor told me a young couple here had actually worked to try and save those pine trees that you see snapped off right there. They said there were 5 of them, all over 100 years old, and they really worked with the developer to try and preserve that. Unfortunately, you know, those trees are gone. Looking at their house, though, maybe outside of a little Tyvek, that's some of that home wrap that goes around, you know, the outside of a new construction. The good news is their home itself undamaged, but that's not, you know, that's actually a rarity here. I got to get out of the street here. Somebody's speeding by me here, you know, because it really is more scenes like this. You know, I see parts of a roof over here that I can't tell where they actually came from, and that's common throughout this neighborhood here in Clayton. You know, I'm going to continue to just bounce around and check on people, and actually a number of people have come up and thanked us for, you know, for keeping them updated. They said they were at work or out to dinner when they got the news. So, you know, it's just a very scary situation that a lot of people are coming home to out here. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio, reporting live in Clayton, Holden Kurwicki, 5 on your side.
Yeah, and Holden, I'm not going to lie. When I saw you standing next to that huge tree where you're not sure where it came from, I'm like, please move away from that tree.
Yeah.
Because you don't know. You said, you know.
Yeah.
Steer clear of the trees.
That's exactly right, and Sam and I have done a good job of trying to just watch each other's back, and especially those widowmakers hanging over the streets in a number of these areas. That really is the most dangerous part right now. They're called widowmakers for a reason, because if that big branch falls down and hits you, it's going to severely injure you.
Yeah.
And that's something nobody wants out here. You know, as they continue to get out, everybody's trying to help, but again, if you're going to help, be safe about it.
Yes. All right, Holden, we'll check in with you in a little bit. Before we head to our chief meteorologist, I want to show you some video from one of our viewers, Garrett Candelaria. This was taken on the corner of DeBolivar and Pershing. The building damage is at the Hudson. It's at the corner. And just look how powerful the wind is, Scott. And I was asking you, was this a tornado that came through? Was it more than one tornado? And nothing has been confirmed yet.
No, we have the crews from the National Weather Service will be going out tomorrow morning to assess the damage and see if it was strong straight line winds. I'm pretty sure we had pretty strong circulation on radar. It looks like some of this, at the very least, is tornadic damage. Now, how strong that tornado wind would be will be determined by what was damaged and the strength, the structural integrity of what was damaged too. So if you have a building that's not built well or that's very old and not taken care of, that's obviously going to fall apart differently than a building that is well taken care of and well built. So, you know, we have to look at those things tomorrow and they'll evaluate that. But here are the power outages, because I know we haven't talked a whole lot about this, but 45,000 in St. Louis County, in Jefferson County, over 12,000, Madison County, Illinois, over 17,000, the city of St. Louis, over 40,000 customers. So you can probably roughly figure about 250,000 people, or about 250,000 people, I should say. 250,000 people, boy, we'd be way up there. About 250,000, well, that is 250,000 people. It's been a long day. without power at this point. This is the only storm that really has us concerned, and it's just outside of our viewing area. It will head over towards portions of southern Illinois, but that does have a tornado warning on it. And again, it's down south of Perryville that is a problem there. As we get back closer to the metro, nothing going on here. The last of the severe thunderstorms off to our east, exiting out of Fayette County and heading over into Effingham County. So at this point, we're looking across the area. We are pretty much warning free, and now the threat for any additional severe weather is coming pretty much to a close. So we're going to see those temperatures drop off tonight. Skies mainly clear. Everything's scooting on out of here. Tomorrow, by the morning hours, we're in the upper 50s to lower 60s. We expect to see plenty of sunshine during the morning. A few clouds going into tomorrow afternoon, but certainly no repeat performance going into tomorrow of what we had today. It will be cooler and it will be comfortable. We'll see highs expected to be in the upper 70s tomorrow and again on Sunday. That severe weather threat, the tornado watch has been canceled for many of our counties. I suspect we'll be canceling another round of counties here and getting most of this out of our area as the severe weather threat now shifts towards Cape Girardeau and Carbondale and on out of our area. Sunshine is returning. That's good news. We don't have a huge amount of wind either for the evening and overnight hours, even though there'll still be a bit of a breeze. So Kelly, as we head towards the weekend here, we are looking at quieter weather for sure. There's a look at those storm clouds way down to the south. That's looking from Arnold, and those are the clouds that are down south into Randolph County and beyond. Quick look at your allergy numbers. Grass, mold, both are high. Weeds, trees, low. This is the coolest picture that we've seen today, because, you know, we've seen some cool pictures. But this is, if there was a tornado, it would have been right in here, we think. But there it is, coming across Forest Park through the Central West End. You'll see a power flash in there in a second. That was the storm that rolled in, that's caused all the damage this afternoon, that's caused much of the power outages, and it kept going as it rolled across Forest Park and then went on to the north. Kelly, a dry weekend on the way, a comfortable weekend. I say mainly dry. There is a low chance Sunday there might be a spot shower. Won't be anything like what we saw today. Weekend looks relatively nice.
All right, Scott, and we are following some breaking news as we continue our extended coverage of this storm that blew through St. Louis. We have just learned from St. Louis police that there are 3 fatalities from this storm. We don't know who they are, we don't know the circumstances surrounding it or where these fatalities happened, but we do know that 3 people are confirmed dead from this storm, and we will continue to give you any information once we learn that. Right now, we want to head back to Justina Coronel. She has been in the Central West End. She has been on foot on Lindell now at Kings Highway. You have been covering many, many blocks since this storm, and you have some new information for us.
Absolutely. So I'm actually on Lindell and Euclid. Next street is Kings Highway. I just want to show you the traffic. So we kind of moved out of the Central West and like the main part of it to get out here to move to another location. But traffic has been so bad that we decided to park and move out. I'm being told from a source that Kings Highway is being cleared to ensure emergency cars can actually access BJC campus. And so we're just being told that's why there's so much traffic right now. But overall, we're going to walk this way. So I want to show you some of the damage that we're seeing here in the Central West End. This is kind of just to give you an idea, this is Yellow Belly, but already we had been seeing ton of trees that have fallen on cars. But again, we have seen a bit of damage all up and down as we were kind of walking through the neighborhoods. Like I'd been mentioning, a lot of the cars, as you can see, are parked on here in the city. We don't really have a place to park unless you go in the garage, but a lot of us don't have garages, so a lot of us park out here. And so we have a lot of greenery out here, and a lot of those trees have fallen. I spoke to a business owner earlier from Vino Wine Bar, which is right there on McPherson, and he said he was actually in his wine shop when he saw a bit of rotation go by, and he immediately said in all his years that he's lived here, he's never been in the basement, and that was the first time he was scared enough to go in the basement. So we're going to come up here because I want to show you the damage at Kingside Diner here on Euclid. I also spoke to a worker there. I try to get him on camera, but understanding there's a lot going on, so never want to pressure anyone. But he was just talking, saying he also was working there and all of a sudden saw rotation. So again, we have nothing confirmed on what that tornado, if there was a tornado or anything. Of course, that's going to be assessed by the National Weather Service. But just from observations of people that are working, they said they saw circulation. Of course, they were scared. We're about to go right here to Kingside Diner. I want to show you the blown out glass here. And we don't know how long they'll be out of work here. I actually know the owner of Kingside Diner, so I'm going to reach out to see how they're doing. But the owner of Vino said if the power comes back on, they're going to reopen. And again, this is an opportunity where we can support local and support these business owners who've been through so much, especially, you know, post-COVID and everything like that. But here you can see right there, Jimmy, the glass all over the ground. This is one of the businesses. There's a ton of businesses up and down here, but I want to show you, if you're going to be walking around, be careful because there's a ton of glass. But see, you can see here, and this business is just a ton of glass around here, but I want to show you all of the damage here.
And
you can see
Justina,
here an employee. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Is this Kingside Diner?
Correct. This is Kingside Diner, and this is what the damage that we're seeing here. So I actually spoke to the employee that was working here, and I said, was it a tree? Because like this looks like something where a tree would just kind of, you know, open or like break it open. They told me it was wind. Literally, again, they said they saw the rotation or circulation of things, and they said it was the wind was so strong that created this mess that there's now have to clean up and see what happens next. So again, a lot of people out here right now walking around. I also was told that SEMA is actually urging people to, if you don't have to be out here driving, to not. Again, Kings Highway, I'm being told that it's being shut down right now, so people can access BJC, which is right on there on Kings Highway. And if you don't normally drive on Kings Highway, it's already a lot, you know, dealing with traffic and with the BJC traffic there. So it's even more congested right now. So I just want you all to be mindful. There's a lot of traffic out here. Even right now, if you take a look, it is just right now congested, excuse me. So I just want to keep that in mind for all of you. We're going to send it back to you, Kelly, but just be mindful as you're driving out there to be safe. And if you can, stay home.
Yes, that's the best. And St. Louis police have been saying that. Stay home so they can get through and get their emergency vehicles through and do what they need to do. We want to show you a sky cam view of Kings Highway, if we have that. Normally, and you know, this time of day at 5:50, it is usually packed. People going to and from work and going home. And thank goodness people are actually listening to what police have been saying. And it's, if you can, please steer clear of the roads so they can do what they need to do. Again, we are, yes, and these are the alternate routes if you need to take them. Is that what you're saying? Yes, so because people are avoiding Kings Highway, there are a lot of traffic issues on other roads, as you can see in the red. So they're listening to what people are saying, but if you can, just get to where you need to go and stay there. I know it's a Friday night, but this is extenuating circumstances. Okay, a story we've been following since the storm hit is Garfield. He's in North St. Louis. He is trapped in his home in the basement. And Mark Maxwell, what is the latest? We have first responders there doing all they can, but it is a process that doesn't happen right away because they have to be safe too.
Kelly, this is a very touch and go scene right now. It's kind of scary if I'm honest with you. Garfield's mother just arrived. She's nervous about her son's health. His son is on scene. His sister is here. They've all come. Now we've seen firefighters move to the top of the pile. This is now the fourth or fifth different entry point we've seen firefighters try to make to get to the bottom. Just a moment ago, we heard one firefighter emerge from the rubble and say everything is on him. All the weight of this house and the rubble, all the heaviest stuff is right on top of where they're trying to get, which is the pantry in the center of the home. You can see them now switch their strategy. They've been trying to create a maze underneath the rubble to get through to him that way. That wasn't working. They even used some sticks to prop up some of the debris to create a small tunnel under all this brick and wood and iron. That didn't work either. So now they've said all the weight is on him. So their strategy, one person said, let's just move everything. We saw a second wave of firefighters come in and give a bit of a breather to some of the firefighters who've been laboring here so hard. I also talked to some firefighters who said, I said, hey, is there anything we can do to help? They said, yeah, if there's any water, they're getting thirsty. I think some of them had a water jug. Maybe it's now empty. They've been working here for a while. So if there are people who are near St. Louis Avenue and Newstead Avenue who can spare some water bottles or something, these firefighters are working hard. The police officers working hard to secure the scene. They could use a little bit of that help. But again, there's a lot of overturned in the lawn here, and right now everyone's just hoping as they move this thing off. I'm going to do the scene a little bit hard to hear just to prepare our audience. Look out for this large cabinet just crashing to the ground here. We're safe. We're on the other side of the fence, just outside of arm's length of all this scene. But I'm going to describe a bit of a difficult moment a moment ago when the firefighters were trying to climb down from the top. They said that they have verbal contact with Garfield, and every time they got close to him, they could hear him cry out in a bit of pain because their body weight and the weight of the debris was starting to crush his chest a bit. Now, they still think he's okay. We don't know his condition, but they are in communication with him, so that's why they're trying to move all this weight off, because the more weight they can lift from the pile, they hope that alleviates his condition, they hope that eases their path to find him, and that's what this is all about. You know, we hope that in the next few moments here, we can't guess, but we hope that sometime soon Garfield is able to escape this pile of rubble that was once his home. And that's what they're working toward, these 2-3 waves of firefighters. In fact, we can see now, if you want to look over this way, Andy, there's a ladder starting to move this way, and there are some chainsaws and heavy machinery working in. Perhaps they're trying to get a bird's eye view down or maybe lift some things out, but we're just watching this scene unfold with the rest of you at home. Kelly, if you're seeing things you'd like clarification on or anything that you'd like from us, perhaps they're even trying to bring some water into the mix, I'm not sure. But it looks like they're trying to now get above the scene and see if they can pull some of this weight that's right now on top of Garfield, pull it off of him and out of their way.
And Mark, Garfield, he was doing what Scott, always tells people to do, that when there is a warning, go into an area, a safe place. So when he was in the basement, he was in the safe place.
Yeah, and I think it's really good that you point that out, because imagine if he were anywhere else. I mean, he seems to be in a structure that is actually holding up pretty good, if I can say so. The rest of the structures around the perimeter of the house, that's the classic lesson, why you stay away from these outer walls. All of that collapsing in. He would have been under that part of the home. Yes, this is a hard extraction effort. This is a difficult job these firefighters have in front of them. But as best we know, some of that structure, some of the central walls of the home, from what we can hear these firefighters tell us, it sounds like those are the things that are right now giving him a little bit of breathing room as they try to pull off this recovery effort here. And look, I'll tell you, his sister was telling some friends a moment ago, she had just left this house to go down the street to another one of her relatives' homes, and that's when she heard the notice. She took shelter there. Then she heard that Garfield's house had collapsed, so she raced back here. That's when we met her outside the scene here. Of course, she was frantic at first. She was delighted to know there was hope. She was glad to see these firefighters come to the rescue here. But it's been a wave of emotions for her and for the other family members as they've been gathering around, and some of their neighbors have been offering to help. For now, they've done most of the help they can, just the amateur volunteers who've been showing up with work gloves and 5-gallon buckets, offering to help in any way they can. For now, the firefighters have said, leave it to us, we'll take it from here. I don't know if you can hear that chopper, but just above us is an emergency management helicopter that's been scanning this area, and perhaps they're just on standby to help airlift anyone if they need to, or they're giving some reports back to city officials who are at SLMPD right now surveying the damage. Perhaps they're just giving a bit of an overview from the eye in the sky. Andy, I don't know if you can see that. Couldn't quite get it. But again, you see here perhaps, 5-6 firefighters on top. There are 1 or 2 who have tried to make their way down into the center crevice of the home here. We'll give you a look at that helicopter as it flies by, and we can hear the sirens that ambulances and police cars driving around North City. We can only show you and tell you that the businesses and the homes on this block have been flattened. We can tell you that trees have littered the streets for blocks around, but that's just as far as our eyes can see. We know that this is a pretty desperate situation. This here used to be Omni Barber and Beauty Salon. trees came crashing through the back of it. Looks like wind did the rest from there. You can see inside the walls that have been shattered, the drywall, the brick. So there's just a lot of destruction in all of North City. And I'll tell you what we told you from one person just a little bit farther down the street in the 4 o'clock hour. He says, man, I hope the federal government comes to help St. Louis, and time will tell if they deem this a disaster worthy of federal relief. But we're going to come back and keep an eye on this here. Again, the desperate scene where Garfield is trapped under his home and firefighters trying to bring him out. So we've seen your feedback from viewers on social media offering their prayers, their hopes. We know they're rooting for him, and we're going to bring you every update as soon as we can.
This is 5 on your side at 5. Focused on you.
Right now at 6, storms cause extensive damage in and around St. Louis. Trees down, homes, buildings collapsed. And we have 4 confirmed deaths in St. Louis. St. Louis Mayor Kara Spencer is asking people to stay off their cell phones. And we also have an update. St. Louis Children's Hospital Emergency Department, they have now received 10 patients. 1 is in critical condition, and the majority of patients are in fair condition. They are expected to be discharged today. Families are arriving and reuniting with their children. No other BJC Healthcare hospital has received patients at this time, but are prepared if needed. Well, right now at 6, we want to check in with Robert Townsend. He is in O'Fallon Park at the rec complex. What's the situation there, Robert?
Hey, Kelly, we've been driving around North St. Louis for hours now. We drove up on this really horrible scene here. Look at all these trees down here. I mean, this entire park is just covered with trees that have been snapped in half, all due to that big storm that blew through here just after 2:30 this afternoon. Again, this is the official O'Fallon Park Recreational Complex. It's located off West Florissant and Pope in North St. Louis. Look at this big tree just uprooted. And that's the scene out here, tree after tree after tree just on the ground. And the far back there too, to the left there, Jimmy, you can see that light pole, that light post that's on the parking lot there. Again, just a lot of trees. This is a popular park for lots of folks here in North St. Louis. Wendell McIntyre, you are the security guy here at the YMCA. You were driving here at the height of that storm. How scary was all that?
Listen, just the sound was enough to make you stop and take cover. You know, but you couldn't see nothing. It was all white. You had debris flying both ways. Matter of fact, the wind was going that way. Then a few seconds later, it started coming back the other way.
You told me your car was shaking?
Man, my car felt like it was getting ready to turn over.
Mm-hmm. And behind you is the YMCA. We can see there's damage to the roof. Tell me about it. How bad is it?
Well, now maintenance is here now. You know, they're going up on top to look at the damage. But inside, it was very minimum. No,
there were people inside.
It was about 15 to 20 people plus the management.
All of whom took cover?
Yes, they had to immediately take cover. They took cover, and then at the same time, everybody got out safe.
What do you think about all this damage? Look at this park.
Oh man, it didn't look like it looked yesterday, you know. And there's a friend of mine right there. You know, he's going to be responsible for all of this right here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're seeing countless trees just on the ground.
Oh man, it was a lot. You know, I don't want to call it a tornado, but I don't know the difference. You know, from the way it sounded, the way my car was moving. You see all these trees down, the building is damaged. You know, and like I say, they're evaluating things right now. I don't know if there are any broken windows or anything like that.
But the good thing is that everybody was okay.
Yeah, we cleared everybody out, made sure everybody was okay. You know, we had parents out here because the school bus brings the kids here to drop them off. But it couldn't do that. Yeah. So the parents still came here, and they was parked out here waiting to receive their kids.
Thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts on all this. And again, obviously the YMCA is now closed for the night. The wind is blowing through right now. We're going to continue to drive around this North City area and see what else we're seeing all affected by this storm. Kelly, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Robert. This is what we have been seeing all throughout the city in the Central West End, Clayton, power outages. We're having gas leaks, and then we are having a man who is trapped in his own home in North St. Louis. Mark Maxwell has been giving us updates to this situation. Basically, we are all on the edge of our seats wanting to know how he is doing, Mark.
Yeah, Kelly, we're still not sure of his actual condition. We do know that he's in verbal contact with these firefighters and emergency responders and has been throughout. In fact, the firefighters are taking verbal cues from him as they start to move things from one part of the building. He'll say, that's putting pressure on my body, and I'll move out of the way. We just heard some of the firefighters call for one of their bigger saws. They've been moving some of this brick by brick, board by board, door by door. This is dangerous work. We saw one firefighter a moment ago while you were talking to Robert on the edge of this, what used to be this home, take a bit of a tumble. This is, as you can imagine, it's not exactly stable footing. So these firefighters are trying to make their way up there, and I believe after trying to burrow through and tunnel through the basement to reach him, they've now completely changed their strategy. There's a ladder above in case they can use that as some kind of leverage to help pull some of the weight off. And there are neighbors and family and volunteers gathering around the perimeter watching and praying, hoping that 45-year-old Garfield makes his way out. We know that he's been down there for what I believe is now approaching 2 hours. As soon as the severe weather knocked this house down on top of him, he was taking shelter inside the pantry of the kitchen. And we heard firefighters a moment ago say all the weight, everything is on top of him. That's why they've started to just try and just take that long, tedious job of pulling the weight off of him, hoping they can eventually get through and get to him safely. That's been the biggest concern. Every time they move some of this debris, they run the risk of other debris falling in, and that could create a very dangerous or complicated scenario. I'm going to step out of the way here and see what exactly we're working with at this point. But you can hear those other sirens perhaps in the background. What you're seeing now is the second, even third wave of firefighters. There's been a number of different crews coming through here offering support and relief to the folks who are doing some of the early digging and the early work to remove a lot of this debris. But this is really just manual labor. If you watch this, it's like the worst demolition scene you've ever seen. You can see one firefighter at the top trying to hold up that beam to keep it from falling on his colleagues while they pull other stuff out. You've seen them toss entire filing cabinets or mattresses or big pieces of furniture down to the side of the wall to they're down into this house. And look, this could take, if this was just a regular construction scene, even with big heavy equipment, if you were being, if you weren't being careful with a person trapped underneath, it would still take you a long time. And they're trying to go through painstaking care to make sure that they don't make any of this worse. So that's what's taking this so long. But again, all indications so far have been that Garfield is talking to them, and I'm sure if they are able to pull him out, Kelly, that they're going to want to get him some help and some medical attention just to check on him. He's been in a pretty dangerous situation here for the last 2 hours or so. But again, we're trying to bring you updates. We know, if you were watching earlier, that there was a house just down the street where the upper bedroom collapsed in, almost hit a man. He had just thought to put a hard hat on. He feels that and his positioning inside the home was the thing that helped his narrow survival there. His cousin, who was in the basement, also survived. A lot of close calls and a lot of disaster and damage in North City right now. So we're going to keep watching and hoping that things turn out for the better here. You can hear that saw in the background. They're trying to break through some of this debris and pull things out. A pretty narrow and difficult job ahead of us here in North City. But for now, I'll throw it back to you, Kelly.
And it just gives us a better appreciation for our first responders, firefighters. They attend to fires every day, but it's not every day that someone is trapped, and they have to kind of figure out what they need to do, while Garfield, the man who is trapped, is in a way kind of directing them on what to do.
Yeah, they're engineering their way out of a disaster, and this is physical labor. Some of these are young, big, strong men, and they're tired. They've been working and tugging and pulling at brick and wood for a long time. A couple of them have come off saying they could use some water. In fact, I see that looks like there's been some water brought to some of these folks here on the end. And now we're seeing, we're not going to show any of this, I believe. We do have a stretcher being brought over here. That could be a good sign. Perhaps they're being to have the extraction, the removal here. There's a new crew coming. If they do pull him out, of course, we're not going to show anything that would be inappropriate or insensitive here. But we just want to prepare you in the newsroom and the viewers at home for what we might see in the moments ahead. We don't know. We just see that there is an effort to pull this I'm listening to some of the chatter here between the firefighters. They're not quite ready, but they are pulling some of this debris out, and they're bringing a stretcher over nearby. So, and now it looks like one of the firefighters is calling to see if that stretcher is ready. So Kelly, you guys and the producers there can give us some feedback. I'll try to give you the best feedback I can on what we're seeing here, but it looks like they might be nearing an attempt, the first attempt to extract him. We can't see up above. They do have a ladder that's stretched out over above the house here, what used to be this house. There are no firefighters on that ladder, but they have a stretcher here along the side. And after 4 or 5 unsuccessful attempts
I would
to
think,
burrow
Mark,
and tunnel their way through under.
I don't
Go
know if
ahead.
you can hear me. I was just saying, due to the sensitive nature, and we know that he is, he's been able to communicate with them, but we also want to be sensitive to Garfield, his family, and it seems like they could possibly be, getting a little closer to bringing him out, but we also want to be sensitive to that.
Yeah, a lot of people, we're seeing folks on social media, we're seeing people in the neighborhood come up for this guy. People are offering prayers, best wishes, and anything they can do to help. We've seen that volunteer effort. We've seen some police officers and firefighters coming in this team effort, and really just the community in North City coming to try and help this guy. So it's been, in some ways, while tragic, also inspiring to see all the effort, all the different people that it takes to look out for their neighbor. And that's part of what we're witnessing here.
Yeah.
But again, it does look like they're trying to prepare and make a second exit path. We thought perhaps they were going to try to do that 5 minutes to an hour ago, but I still hear some sawing with a big electric saw, so they're still trying to clear some of the path there, Kelly.
Yeah, the amount of first responders has definitely grown, and they are kind of MacGyvering their way and trying to get him out. Mark, we're going to check in with you as soon as we need to, okay? But
All right, sounds
first,
good.
we want to look at some video that Adam Briggs sent us from downtown St. Louis. It shows a fast-moving storm and some interesting clouds. So, Scott, what would you make of those clouds?
Well, I mean, you can see it looks like there might be some rotation in there and kind of like some kind of funnel, but that's way out ahead of it versus, back in the storm itself. So I don't know that, and, I don't have a full vantage point, so it's kind of hard to say. But, that could, sometimes you get these spinning, the tornadoes, and we'll make an assumption that this was a tornado, maybe a combination of tornado and straight line wind damage, or mostly tornado damage in St. Louis. And by the way, I was just looking up, 2013, we had an EF0 in city limits. The Good Friday tornado scooted by far north St. Louis in the city. And in 2010, we had an EF1, but we haven't had, since 1959, I think was the last really big tornado that actually came into the city. Now, I'm not saying this was a big tornado. We know there's been a lot of damage with this storm. The National Weather Service will send out crews tomorrow, and they will assess that damage and determine whether this was, first of all, a tornado to begin with, and then assess what kind of wind speeds we had to get the damage that we see. All right. At this moment, here's the good news we have for you. You're looking at the radar, and all of our area now is warning free. Now, there are some tornadic, potentially thunderstorms over here, parts of central Illinois, down in southern portions of Illinois, but our viewing area, we are seeing those storms press away. We still have Clay County, Jefferson County, and Perry County off to the east and south, as well as Madison, Iron, and Reynolds in the tornado watch. I really think your severe weather threat is over in those areas as well. They're just waiting for the last of the storms to clear those counties now. So this is that line that we dealt with this afternoon, rolling in and across the region. Line of intense thunderstorms, tremendous amount of hail. The reports of golf ball to egg size hail and larger. Out at the Weather Service office, it looked like about 2, maybe 2.5 inch hail there. This is the spinning cloud. There is rotation within this cloud. Now, I can't tell exactly how fast it's going, but we do know that there is a wall of water there and wind right at the leading edge. So it could be that's part of the tornado, and the tornado maybe is just behind that. Watch your flash there that's coming in just a second. You'll see a power flash as we have that wind and that heavy rain, there it goes, right over some power lines. Of course, this is into Forest Park. You're going into the central west end. And after this, when that wall of water moved over our camera up on top of 100 above the park, you could see the debris, leaves and such flying through. This is kind of your radar repeat here of this storm as it developed and rolled into St. Louis County. Before it started to try to create a tornado, it was creating some huge hail out at the National Weather Service office in Weldon Spring. As it started to move in here, as you're looking at it coming in, and we're taking you back, this is the Doppler radar replay, 229, you can see, you're starting to see more of some rotation here as it gets east of the radar site. And then once we get inside 270, you really start to see a bit of a kind of a separation here and that almost that hook taking on there. And then as we go a couple frames farther in, there you go, and then bam, you've got a pretty solid hook here, and eventually you end up with what we think would be somewhat of a debris ball almost. I mean, we saw something that looked like this when we had the Good Friday tornado, and we know there's been a lot of damage. That would have been in the Clayton area. So we know there's been a lot of damage in that area too. Now, could that debris ball look as impressive as this because we just have all these fresh leaves that got whipped up and or pulled up into the clouds? That's entirely possible. So the National Weather Service will send out their folks tomorrow morning. They will do the survey. They'll look at the damage. They'll look at how well built the structures are, how the damage all, fits in, and they'll be able to assess and give us how strong this presumably a tornado was, how long it was on the ground. They'll put that together tomorrow. Within the last hour, we're about 45,000 customers in St. Louis County without power, not quite 40,000 in the city of St. Louis, and then Jefferson County, Missouri, Madison County, Illinois are really the other two counties that have had significant power outages. But St. Louis County and the city of St. Louis hard hit by this storm. Now, the good news is not only are we done with the threat of severe weather for St. Louis, but now we have a pretty clear sky. Those are the storms that are still farther to the south of town this evening, the ones that are moving out. As we look west out Highway 70, your sky is mostly clear. The weekend is looking good. Jim Castillo's been here. He may fine-tune this forecast a little more, but we're talking temperatures 75 to 80 for Saturday, 75 to 80 for Sunday. Sunday, we probably have a little more cloud cover. The May Day parade is on Sunday for Annie Malone. It's a big deal, and we're going to have some pleasant conditions. We don't think it's going to rain for us as we go into Sunday. Now, we may have another weather impact alert day coming for Tuesday. I don't know yet. To be honest with you, our focus has been on today. So we'll keep you updated on that. And Jimmy will see you later on tonight with an update at 10 on the latest on the 7-day forecast. But it should be quiet for the next couple of days.
That is good news. Well, Clayton, the city of Clayton has set out an update on the storm. There are no confirmed reports of any injuries. A lot of damage that we have seen from Holden Karwicki's live shots to property. Clayton is coordinating emergency response efforts to help neighbors impacted by the storm. And the city is also asking for people to avoid the areas near South Brentwood Boulevard, Skinker Road, Forsyth, and Clayton Road. We should also mention the St. Louis Zoo had damage, storm damage, down trees. All of the animals are fine. All of the employees are fine, but they are going to be closed tomorrow so they can assess all of the damage. We want to head back to North City where Annie Krall is live on Lee Avenue. What do you have, Annie?
Kelly, I'm not far from Athlone Avenue, and the word I keep hearing over and over again from neighbors is devastation, but also grateful. Grateful because this is one of the Metro buses that got picked up with the high winds. It was picked up from the back. Now, we spoke with a woman, Lakeisha Robinson, who tells us this bus saved her life. She was on it along with 7 other people, a Metro spokesperson told us, because if it wasn't for this bus, well, she's worried she might have lost her life today. It was picked up. We also have some smashed windows on the other side because of it. But look here, we're at this Lee Avenue, Athlone Avenue intersection, the downed power lines. That's what's so scary for some people driving underneath. Thankfully, the police have started to tape off some of the roads, but unfortunately, people are still driving around trying to get to family members. I spoke with a man who's trying to get to his 1-year-old nephew with a broom trying to clear up the road, but you see here, it's a downed power line. It's roofs blocking roads. There's too many bricks to even start to count, and the light posts that have been picked up. It's a miracle there hasn't been an accident at this intersection just because of how chaotic it is and how much destruction there's been. Now, I also spoke with a man who has lived on Penrose right behind me for more than 50 years. Cedric tells me he's never seen anything like this. Now, the next couple days for Cedric and of course the other people in North City is just trying to clean up and try and understand what comes next. People are staying in hotels. People are going to try and clean up. We saw a car that was damaged. It had its window blown out after the storm coverage, but the trees that have been snapped, the roofs that have been shot down because of all of this is pretty extensive. There's very few buildings that haven't been hit in some way, shape, or form. So driving around here, thankfully, we have St. Louis police blocking off some of the roads, but for some people, they're getting off of work. It's the first time they've seen any of this damage. It's the first time they're trying to get to any of their family members. So the next couple of hours, and especially the next couple of days, are going to be pretty darn difficult. But for now, though, reporting live in North City, Annie Krall, 5 on your side.
All right, thank you, Annie. We'll check in with you a little later. You know, we have crews all over the area, and we want to show you video from some of the storm damage. This is the scene from Academy and Cates near Del Mar. Down power lines, trees are down in front of homes. And then here's some video from Barnes Jewish Hospital. This is from Sydney Cruz. Huge storm clouds kind of lurking over the city, looking quite ominous. And you can, if you look very closely, you can see the lightning in the background. I'm going to head back out to Clayton, where Holden Kerwicki has been. There have been gas leaks. People have been evacuated. What's the latest there, Holden?
Well, Kelly, we've been wandering around this neighborhood here along Polo Drive. This is just off South Hanley. And actually, we got to a part where we couldn't go any farther because Spire had the road blocked off. They were actually trying to set up some barricades. And now, the one thing I did notice, they had shut off the gas in that area as they worked on one break. But then as we headed back this way, more Spire trucks were coming in because there are multiple breaks in this neighborhood. I want to show you really one of the first things that we saw when we pulled in here. This car was actually driving down Hanley when a tree snapped off in the middle of the storm, and you can see it just laid right across the hood and on the windshield of this Kia. It actually busted out the sunroof. I spoke with the driver who remained on scene, speaking with first responders, and he was all right, but very obviously shaken up. Now, as we've walked through this neighborhood here, you see a lot of trees down. This is a smaller tree, but one of the things that I kind of found interesting, the nearest home is maybe a good 100 yards away, but here we have just a piece of a downspout off somebody's gutters. I couldn't tell you which house this actually came off of looking around. Now, the one thing I have found very inspiring, as we've kind of walked around, is that the people in this neighborhood really are checking on each other. I just spoke with one man, said he was playing golf actually over at Forest Park when the storm rolled through. His house was okay. He was okay, even though he was out on the golf course. But his friends here, as you can see, suffering from a lot of damage. Now, the good news is South Hanley Road, which was closed down for a portion of time, is actually back open. But again, there's just so many trees down in this neighborhood. This looks like a bush. It's not. It's actually the top of a willow tree. We actually found people sitting on the other side of it earlier. And this gentleman up here, we were just speaking with him. He lives in a nearby subdivision. heard about the damage, he actually came over here to a friend's house. They're without power. Looking at the Ameren outage map, there are about 300 people in this neighborhood alone without power. He just brought over a couple of generators. He's been going door to door trying to, just help people, just try and do a little cleanup. And the prevailing theme here, even though the damage as we look around is bad in this neighborhood, everybody's just happy that in this neighborhood at least, and I heard you say it earlier too, Kelly, that in Clayton no one was injured. So that's a very good thing. Everybody's saying, they all have insurance. Everything out here can be replaced. It's just going to take, as Mark put it earlier, a little manpower, a little elbow grease to just try and get all of this cleaned up. So for now, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio. Reporting live in Clayton, Holden Kurwicki, 5 on your side.
Okay, Holden, thanks so much. Now we want to head to Brent Solomon. Brent, where are you?
You're up, Brent.
Hey guys, we are in St. Louis right now. An update from the spokesperson of the police department where we're learning information regarding injuries and possibly even those fatalities. Let's go to Mitch McCoy right now with St. Louis Metropolitan Police. What can you let people know right now?
Yeah, Brent, thanks for coming here and thanks for helping get the message out. What I can tell you is there is active search and rescue operations being conducted by the St. Louis Fire Department. We do know that there is significant damage in the North City community. We know as of right now that there are at least 4 people that have tragically lost their life in these storms. We are doing everything we can right now to search all of the homes that have damage and then get anyone who is trapped out. Police officers right now are helping the St. Louis Fire Department. You can see here, this is a coordinated response. We have Highway Patrol, we have County Police. It's all hands on deck to rescue as many people as we can and save lives.
We thank you for the work you're doing. Are you learning anything in terms of ages of those victims? Do we know if they're children or adults? I don't have any information about that. I know that that firefighters and police officers are doing everything they can as those 911 calls come in to get to places as quickly as possible. What I can tell you is, and we need your help as much as possible along with Channel 5, let everyone know, please stay off the roads. It is dangerous out here. There's still live wires, there's trees down, there is damage across North City and in this community. We need people to stay off the roads. Here's another plea. We need people to stay off their phones. Check on your loved ones and then get off the phone. It is very difficult right now to make phone calls and to access communications. So if people can stay off the phones as much as possible, please do that. Anything else we should share with the public? I mean, they're learning of this as we speak.
I mean, I think right now what you can tell your viewers and make sure they know, you just heard the sirens, another St. Louis Metro police officer going out, responding to another emergency call. Please stay off the roads, call 911 if you need us. But in the meantime, we need St. Louisans to come together and we need St. Louisans to help out fellow St. Louisans. That's going to be staying off the roads. Don't go out if you don't have to, and ultimately stay off the phone once you check in on your loved ones.
Mitch, thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
And so you just heard the spokesperson confirming those 4 fatalities from today's storms. And very quickly, if I can, photojournalist Maddie is working with me. I just want you to see that active presence of first responders who are coming together, uniting and coordinating their efforts, because as you can imagine, there are lots of families out there right now in need of help. What would have taken a 10-minute ride to get to this very scene so you could hear that update took us nearly an hour. That's because roads are closed right now. That's because electric lines are down right now. That's because trees are covering roadways right now. And you heard Mitch say, if you don't have to be outside, don't. If you don't have to drive somewhere right now, don't, because you will likely encounter some of those same hazards on the roadways at this hour. That is the very latest from Richmond, or from St. Louis, I'm so sorry. But stay with 5 on your side, because we're going to hit the ground right now and find out what other information we can gather as more and more communities here are dealing with damage at this hour. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Brent. I'm going to do my best to give you an overview because there is so much information that we're taking in. But storms blew through St. Louis a few hours ago. This is something that is rare in St. Louis to have, not confirmed, but a possible tornado or tornadoes. Unfortunately, the storm has claimed 4 lives. 10 children are at St. Louis Children's Hospital, 1 in critical condition. Others will be released later today, and they will be reunited with their families. We have 1 man in North St. Louis who is trapped in his home, and first responders have been working for the past 2 hours to get him from his home. He has been able to communicate with those first responders, but the weight of the home is on him. We have crews all around the area working to cover everything as much as we can. And one of the areas that has been hardest hit has been the Central West End, a very popular neighborhood in St. Louis, a very walkable neighborhood with a lot of shops and restaurants and a lot of older trees. And that's where we find Justina Coronel, who has been giving us wall-to-wall coverage as she's been walking around the neighborhood. What can you tell us now?
Absolutely. So just one real quick update. They're actually boarding up right now, Kingside Diner. But as we were out here, photographer Jimmy Hummel had seen this woman, Isabel, walking around with her bags, and instantly we were curious what was going on. Now her roof has collapsed in her apartment, which is about 5 minutes away. So she's been walking around so she can get service on her phone just to get in contact with her family. So Isabel, can you tell us about what you saw when you left work and then got home?
Yeah, so whenever I left work, I tried getting to my apartment. All the trees were down around the area, so I tried getting as close as I could. I probably parked at an apartment building about 4 blocks away. I left a note on my car with my phone number and just left a little note that said I was gonna go check my apartment. As I tried making my way to my apartment, obviously it was a hard journey, but as I got to my apartment, my neighbors were there. They live on the 4th floor as well. They told me that the roof had collapsed and to brace myself and asked me if they could come in with me. So they walked in with me and my hands are shaking. I walked in and my roof was gone, essentially.
You grabbed your items, so tell us about what you grabbed.
So I went ahead and just started grabbing items. I didn't know what to grab. I grabbed my daughter's first outfit from the hospital, her little birthday dress, like a future outfit I planned, a baby outfit that I had, just her favorite dragon, and then my work bag. And our social security cards. That's the first thing I could think of. I was too scared to go to the basement because the pipelines and everything, so I didn't grab any documents there. As I was grabbing things, the roof started trickling down on me, so I got scared and I got out immediately and called my family. I did try going to a family member's house. His place is destroyed, so I just started making my way down here, trying to find service and just a place to rest until my family can get me.
Really, overall, I know your uncle also had called you saying that the windows were being blown out, and you said the postman, he was not doing okay either before we wrap up.
On the streets, people are not doing okay right now. There is no cell service. The mailman, he got hit by a branch and hit his back really bad. He has no cell service. He only has the little UPS phone. No one's answering him. People are stranded. They have their kids with just like little food bags. Overall, it is not looking good right now. And overall, the community needs help. And a lot of the community was helping, which is very nice to see.
Well, I'm so sorry this happened. I hope you can find some service. And again, of course, we're advising people to get off the phone so people like Isabel can call her family to say, hey, I'm okay. I need a place to stay. So Isabel, her family lives in the Hills, so she will be there tonight with them. We're going to send it back to y'all as we help Isabel as she kind of continues to find a place to find self-service.
Yeah, and Justina, you can kind of touch upon that. You know, when these storms come through, and she says all she has, are the things in her bags, and you don't know how you will react, when you have these fast-moving storms coming through, and really feel for her.
Absolutely. I mean, when you said you just grabbed everything you saw in sight, and so anything that you were like, I need to grab because I don't know what I can get back, or kind of where was your mind at?
My neighbors told me to. They were like, grab what? I literally blinked. In a case of emergency, I didn't know what to grab right away. So my first thought of mine was what is most important to me. I thought of my baby girl first, what I thought was valuable to her, and then Yeah, other than that, my mind went blank. In a state of emergency, I just grabbed what I thought was most important. I guess these were the items. Overall, my clothes, everything else is materialistic. I'm just happy that I was at work, my daughter was at home with my mom, and we're overall safe.
Well, I really appreciate it. Get home, get to your family's house safe right now. See, we're getting emergency crews. Again, a lot of activity out here, a lot of cars coming through. Kings Highway, we're being told, is shut down so people can get to BJC. So a lot of traffic. Again, if you can stay home, please do. We try to go move to even Forest Park. It took us about 15 minutes to even move an inch. So we pulled out over and we're like, let's go back to Kingside Diner. If you can, stay home. Kelly,
Yes,
I'll send it back to you.
absolutely. And we hope that people heed that advice. Every live shot that we are going to, we are hearing sirens, first responders, police, firefighters. They are all going to different areas. We really, at this point, don't really know all of the damage throughout the city because they're still trying to get to people. And so we will keep you updated on that. But for now, one of the areas that really got hit hard is the north part of the city. Megan Kernan is there. She has the latest with that.
We're live here on Vernon Ave, just outside of Page Boulevard, where a multi-family home has collapsed. Now, you can see the whole entire roof is in the front yard now, and we're going to go to the homeowner, Pamela, right here. Pamela, what can you tell us about what happened?
Oh my gosh, I heard the rain, then I heard the tornadoes siren come out. We ran in the basement, and then the whole place just started shaking. And then we just heard like a big train coming up. It maybe lasted about 2-3 minutes, and then total silence. And when we came out, this is exactly what we saw. Just crazy.
You think it was a tornado?
Definitely a tornado.
How many people live inside there?
8.
8. Mm-hmm. Was anybody injured at all?
No, thank goodness, no.
Yeah. Talk to me just about the damage that you guys have to work through. I know I see, the roof, part of the roof is on some of your cars here.
Absolutely. The complete roof, the whole entire upstairs, you can just look up. So if it rains, it's just going to damage most of our property inside. All of our air conditioning units are in the front. And of course, you can see where the light post has damaged our vehicle. So it was a really bad tornado.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. It must be so devastating for you all.
It really is. It really is.
How old is this home?
This is 115. 115. We were just renovating it, and look now. it's horrible. It's devastating. So I could imagine for those who were in anything, their whole home is gone. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, we're so sorry. Wishing the best for you guys. And, what is the recovery cleanup process look like now?
Work. Yeah, lots of work. Lots of work, lots of friends and family.
Thank you, Pamela.
You're welcome so much, and thanks for coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. We have been seeing homes like this all across this area. I know there was a city worker that was helping Pamela and her husband who was just coming and seeing and assessing the damage to see how many buildings have collapsed. She said there have been multiple on this area, and I want to also show you there's a bunch of traffic right now here on Page Boulevard. If you can see all the way down here, there is a huge, ginormous tree blocking the traffic. So people are, both sides are just weaving in and out of here. But there, as we've seen, it took us to get here about an hour and a half and from downtown St. Louis. And so it's just the traffic, so many down power lines, so many down trees. And we will send it back to you in the studio. Live in North St. Louis, Megan Kernan, 5 on your side.
And for the past 3 hours, we have been reporting on a man named Garfield who has been trapped in his home. Emergency responders just minutes ago were able to find him, and that is where we find Mark Maxwell with the latest on this.
Sheila, we just heard family members erupt. They're elated in applause. They were cheering for firefighters like firefighter Pat, who's joining me now after a 3-hour-plus difficult labor, that task there. I can't imagine what you were going through.
Yeah, it was tough. The biggest, was the manpower. We're spread thin throughout the city, so we had to wait for a few other companies. But we were here when we got here first, so we wanted to make sure we found his direct location and then, of course, the best route to get to him. Once the manpower showed up, we just started digging at the best possible route. We had contact with him the whole time, and he was a trooper and did great, so we're thankful we were able to get him out.
We saw some medics who are standing by preparing to treat him, to check his conditions. I know you're not a medical doctor, so I won't ask you to give me a full analysis, but just your feel with your experience, what kind of shape is he in generally?
Considering the building collapsed on him, he's doing great.
That's glad to hear. How about your firefighters? We saw some pretty shaky scenarios there. They're dealing with broken glass, rusty nails. One took a bit of a spill. How are your guys doing?
Everybody on the scene did an excellent job, and no injuries from us. It's what we do, so I'm just glad we were able to get them out.
I told you we would keep this short, but I was going to say on behalf of so many of our viewers who've been following along on TV, they've been reaching out on social media, offering their thanks and gratitude for what you guys did, and that was pretty cool to watch, so thank you.
No problem. Glad we could help. It's what we're here for, but we got to go back in service and keep helping.
Yeah, a lot more work to do. Thank you, Firefighter Pat, who just shared with us his first family and friends are overjoyed. And we can tell you that just before they put Garfield, the 45-year-old man who apologized for these alarms here, we're seeing them take him away in that ambulance right now. They're going to rush him to a hospital for some checkups and make sure he's okay. But I can tell you, yes, he's in rough shape. He was buried under his own home for 3 hours. And Andy, let's show them what's left of this house. Just seeing it here now. But this is the rubble, the remains. He was trapped under all of that weight. And when they pulled him out from the center, right on top, they lifted as much of the weight off of him as they could. They dug, pardon me, some of the debris here. It's a lot to breathe through, but they've been pulling him out of the center of the home, right out of the very top after trying to get down through the basement. And we saw him standing. We saw him walking just a little bit. He looked somewhat feeble, but he looked healthy. Here's a firefighter now bringing a crate of water bottles, a couple crates of water bottles. People in the community have been coming by to make sure they're hydrated and rested. We have firefighters from Belleville who came all the way across the river to help out, firefighters from local communities. So a team effort here. The family is making their way to the hospital to make sure he's okay, but a lot of his close friends and family live right in the neighborhood just nearby. Of course, they were concerned. These were some very nervous moments. You see some of them consoling each other with hugs now. I'm going to perhaps check in with one of them later, see if they'd like to share any of their updates with what this was like going through, but we know that so many in the community have been showing their support. As far as we know, Garfield is out. That's the good news, but a lot of work ahead. Home insurance claims and a long road ahead, perhaps some medical recovery there, but we'll send it back to you for now in studio with one silver lining. The firefighters were able to pull this man to safety, and he's alive and well for now, awaiting further medical review. Live in North City, Mark Maxwell, 5 on your side.
Yeah, nothing short of a miracle how they were able to do that, and the painstaking process from brick by brick getting him out. So thank you, Mark. We want to check in with Brent Solomon. He is at, I guess you could say, a command post where police and first responders have set up. Brent.
A very good evening to you all. We are at the Kings Highway area where the White Castle restaurant is, and I can tell you what one person described it as, a disaster area. And I can tell you what, the damage is widespread all across the city of St. Louis. Even right here, you can kind of see signs of the storm that struck earlier this afternoon. Here you see a sign that's now on the ground. Let's continue to pan our way around where police have this intersection closed as they've created a staging area with firefighters to respond to people who need help or may be trapped. You can see down traffic signals right here. Right next to that, workers at the nearby Taco Bell cleaning up, sweeping from the damage outside of their facilities. And it doesn't stop there. As we continue to kind of pan around, you can see signs that were on businesses are now missing. Damages to roofs at this hour. And a lot of people just trying to figure out what that road to recovery will look like. We heard earlier today a message coming in from city leaders asking that you avoid using your cell phone right now. In situations like this, it's very tempting to take photos and share videos and pick up the phone and call people. But that ties up the phone lines, and at this hour, people who are in need of emergency help need to be able to phone in to first responders to get the assistance they need. So if you could help out in that regard by avoiding cell phone use during this difficult hour. We are continuing to survey the damage. Police and the mayor giving updates frequently. They just advised us that we'll get another update in less than 2 hours. So 5 on Your Side is all over it. Stick with us, but for now, that is the very latest from where we are, Kings Highway and Del Mar in St. Louis. Let's send it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Brenton. Yes, we are. We have crews everywhere, including the scene in North City where just minutes ago, 45-year-old Garfield was rescued from his home. His home had collapsed on top of him. Mark Maxwell is with a family member, a very happy family member. Mark.
Yeah, Kelly, thanks for checking in here. We're with Rhea, Ashley, and Rayleigh. Is that right? These are family of Garfield, and I was standing by watching you guys deal with all that. What are you feeling right now?
Blessed. We feel blessed because after the tornado, you know, we come back with our moms gone. Her house is gone, and just being able to pull our brother out.
Yeah, you were here. You're his sister.
Yes.
And Ashley, I just met you now, but I saw you over there waiting and watching. There were a lot of cheers at the end, but you didn't quite know if those cheers were going to come the whole time.
No, we weren't sure because he was so trapped deep underneath the rebel. He was up under 2 stories of house. So we didn't really know if he was going to be okay, and we were just really just worried about him. And we're just relieved to know that he's alive, you know.
So are we. And Rayleigh, I don't even know what you must have been thinking watching firefighters and police wave after wave try to go in at the bottom, then go in at the top. What's going through your mind as you see all that?
I don't really know what to feel right now. I'm happy that he's okay, but I'm also really sad because I've lived in his house since I was, 5 months, and all my life, me and my cousins, we grew up here, and it's just all the memories and stuff that I can't make anymore here, but I guess everything does happen for a reason.
Well, I just want you to know that there are so many of our viewers and people watching who have been really rooting for you guys all as a family, and that this community is going to wrap their arms around you guys and give some support. Rhea, do you have any idea or indication from the medics or from the first responders how your brother's doing right now?
So far, he's doing really good. He's on his way to the hospital now, so we'll be able to get some more information soon.
You guys have been real troopers, and I think that he had to really appreciate those cheers. I think you were the loudest maybe among those people cheering. I heard that, and I think I could see out of the corner of his eye that he really wanted to kind of look over and see you guys too. So I look forward to you guys giving him a hug soon. And thanks for staying with us and dealing with all this. This has been kind of a crazy day. You guys want to have any last thoughts here?
I want everybody to know that even though you think that this might never happen to you, you never do know. We never thought that this house would ever fall down. It's been up since the 1800s, and you never know what can happen. So just always take everything serious, no matter how little it is. Just take everything serious.
Yeah.
Tornado sirens go off here all the time. I told my mom when we showed up, she would have been in her bed. Her bed is right there. She would have been in her bed. She probably would not be alive right now. So just know, take these tornado sirens serious and it can hit anybody. It can happen to anybody.
We're so glad that Garfield had taken that shelter there in the pantry. We'll let you guys to it. I know you have a long road ahead tonight. Let us know how we can help. But for now, we'll send it back to you, Kelly, in the studio.
All right, thank you, Mark. And it's just, we're also happy that he was, there was a happy ending for that, for Garfield. And as that young lady was saying, as Scott always says, go to your safe spot. He went to a safe spot, so he did exactly the right thing. Let's check in with our chief meteorologist, Scott Connell, not one final time.
Well, I hope
perhaps.
it is.
Yeah, I guess it is, because we will be going off the air at 7 o'clock, but we will be back at 8:15 for another news conference with the city and on our 5 Plus app too. But for the meantime, let's get the latest on the weather. Is everything
8:15.
behind us?
Okay. Everything's behind us severe weather-wise. That's a good thing. Jim Castillo's working on the 10 o'clock forecast for you now and working on the weekend and has been checking those power outages, which those numbers are still quite high, especially in St. Louis County, St. Louis City. As we look at the radar, I guess the best news that we have at this point is that this is pretty much all east and southeast of us. I took the warnings off. Yes, these storms still have warnings on them, but they're not in our area now, and the sky is starting to clear out to our west. We still technically have Perry County in Illinois and Jefferson County and Clay County in the tornado watch. But now those counties pretty much have seen the storms press east of there. So I think that that's a more recent tornado watch that was issued. That'll get trimmed a little bit later on this evening. Right now, the gang at the Paducah National Weather Service office does not have time to trim a tornado watch because they're dealing with the big thunderstorms that are causing the problems down there right now. Cape Girardeau's had one go through. They've dropped back into the lower 70s. We're back up to 83 in St. Louis. We managed to pull that humidity up just ahead of this thing this afternoon, and that helped to create what we saw. And we do believe that part of this, it may be embedded within this, but somewhere in here is a tornado. We just don't know if that's actually the leading edge of it and if it's back behind the rain. But we're pretty confident that this is part of that. It's placed exactly where some of the worst damage occurred and where we've seen some of the greatest power outages as this was moving into the central west end, which of course, you've heard from fire officials tonight, our reporters, Justina Coronel in particular, try to stay off the roads in these areas that have been hard hit this evening. It's not easy to get around, and there's a lot of emergency response that's ongoing in these areas. So, and that does include back into Clayton, Forest Park, through the central west end here. Basically, this started pretty close to Richmond Maple Heights and then rolled in and across parts of north St. Louis City as well before moving across the river. Now, we haven't had a lot of damage reports from across the river that we've heard of at this point, but we do know that Madison County has a pretty substantial number of power outages. At the top of the hour in Madison County, Illinois, over 17,000. In the city, you're talking close to 40,000, about 45,000 in St. Louis County. Some of those may be easy fixes. In some cases where we have whole power poles that are down, that won't be so much of an easy fix as we head into that. You're not going to get, it won't do it. Yeah, it won't do it, Jimmy.
Just a little higher.
This one's, which one went up? The city?
Actually,
Madison County. Okay, so Madison County's gone up in Illinois. There's what's going on down to our south here with the storms pushing away. This is the best news of all. Your sky is pretty much clear at this point, and it is going to stay quiet through the weekend. So Kelly, tomorrow should be a mostly sunny day. It's much cooler, only in the 70s for highs, comfortable on Sunday, slim chance for a spot shower Sunday, but for most of us, it's just a partly to mostly cloudy day. A comfortable, quiet, peaceful weekend.
Yes, we want to check in once again with Justina Coronel. She is live in the Central West End. What do you have for us now, Justina?
Yeah, so kind of just some updates here at the Kingside Diner. Like we had mentioned earlier, that the window was blown out. So now has been boarded up, as you can see. So it took a couple of hours to get it
Sheila.
fully boarded up. All of the glass is on the side here. Again, if you are walking around, be careful. We don't want you stepping on any glass. I want to make sure you're being safe. I spoke to the manager here. They actually have another
Sheila.
location in Clayton, and they said there was so much traffic just to get to this location. It took what a normal would be like probably like a 10 to 15 minute drive was about 45 minutes to an hour. So again, lots of traffic out here. I want us to pan to a little bit to our left here. You can see just a bit of the congestion we're seeing out here. There's just usually, it's not as this busy, but there is definitely a lot of cars here because the next street over is Kings Highway, and we know that parts of it are blocked off right now so people can get to BJC. Now we're going to go walk on Maryland right now. Again, kind of what we'll be doing all day is kind of walking around because I really want you guys to see some of the damage that we're seeing here. We're going to go past this massive chess piece so you can see some of the trees that have just been uprooted from the ground. So let's keep moving over here. So again, you can see a ton of just debris on the ground. Just these are the smaller branches, some of the smaller things that we're seeing here. But as we move further and further up, we're seeing bigger trees. I mean, some of these are just really, really big. And so again, like I had been mentioning, a lot of us park. This is my neighborhood. I actually live on Maryland. And so a lot of us park on the street because a lot of us don't have parking or like something to put under. So these trees have been falling on these cars, and we've been seeing a lot of people coming out here assessing the damage. We've seen a lot of windows blown out in the back. We saw one woman come up clearly upset that her car was just underneath a tree. So as you come up here, we see a ton of people out here really just looking at the property. We're moving around again, seeing a lot of just down trees here. But as we move up further, this is where two of them are just impressive, and to see them just uprooted from the ground and then taking the sidewalk with it. Sorry, we're kind of walking here. Definitely the traffic has slowed down. I think people are actually listening to the warnings, which is good because right now there's just a lot of glass down power lines, trees down. So we want to make sure you're being safe, but also people are out here really looking to see at the damage. So we want to make sure people there can be looking at that, but also kind of avoid that. So further up, we're going to wrap up right now, but what I wanted to show you was just two massive trees uprooted from the ground. It's been just a lot of work out here, people trying to clean up. So we want to make sure you're being safe, try to stay off the roads. Kelly, we're going to send it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Justina, for that report. And we want to check in with Megan Kernan. She is live in Carondelet Park. Megan, how much damage are you experiencing there? A lot of trees, I can only imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a lot of trees. Now they have cleared it out. We are just outside of Carondelet Park. Now, we know that Mayor Kara Spencer said that one person died near the Carondelet area, so we came out here to see what we could find, and we did find this blue Ford truck that has been completely smashed and completely, smashed, as you can see, just on all sides, the front windshield and inside it. They have been loading it up on the tow truck. The city tow truck is going to be taking it out here soon, but we really don't have any details, of what happened here with this blue truck. But we do know that Mayor Spencer said that one person did die in the Carondelet area, so we are trying to get some of that information. I know that Mitch McCoy with SLMPD said that 4 people have died in these storms, and so we're just curious to see, what this truck has to do with it, if at all. Reporting live in St. Louis, Megan Kernan, 5 on your side.
All right, thank you, Megan. We want to check in with Annie Kroll as we are just about to wrap up our coverage of this storm. Annie Kroll is, I believe, are you still on Lee Avenue, Annie, in North City?
No, actually, Kelly, I moved a couple blocks south. I'm right on Margarita Avenue. I'm not far from Turner Avenue that's had some problems in North City as well. And as you can see behind me, we have a house that has been completely collapsed. So far, we've gotten confirmed from officials there have been 4 fatalities in the cities. And you see some families sitting around us. We're not sure as of now if it is a confirmed fatality on this Margarita Avenue, but there are certainly, the fire department is out here. There are family, neighbors all looking on. This is some of the worst devastation we've seen in North City. So we're trying to learn more, speaking to neighbors, speaking to officials. Of Of course, the fire department being here is a good indication, but even getting over here to Margarita Avenue was a challenge because there are full trees that are blocking roads, and of course many of the one-ways in this area, it's hard to get over here. So the complete trees falling down, and of course the house behind us having so much devastation is hard to see. So we will continue to ask questions in the surrounding area as the cleanup continues. For now, they're reporting live in North City. Annie Kroll, 5 on your side.
Okay, thank you, Annie. We want to get some final words from Brent Solomon. He is at the command post that they have set up, city officials. What's the latest, Brent?
A very good evening to you guys. I want to let you know this is a situation where it's all hands on deck. If I get out of the way here and we're at Kings Highway and Del Mar, I see state police, I see local police, I see firefighters from multiple agencies working together, and the big challenge right here is getting to people who are in need. We have confirmed 4 people have died. That number, we don't know if it could grow because authorities in many cases are responding to calls where people needed help. We will continue to stay in touch with authorities. We will have a press conference with the mayor and with police coming up in about an hour or so. So stay with 5 on your side as we learn the very latest and as we all work to get through this storm. We're live in St. Louis. Brent Solomon, 5 on your side.
And I want to give an update, a graduation update. Because of the storms, Granite City High School, class of 2025, their graduation has been postponed. The ceremony has been rescheduled for Saturday, May 17th at 9 a.m. They've had damage to the scoreboard and speakers at Kevin Green Field, so unfortunately, they will have graduation next Saturday instead. Okay, Scott, one final check of weather.
All right, well, this is the best news that we have tonight. The storms are leaving us and they're getting out of here. The skies are clearing back to the west. It is going to be comfortable for the next 24 to 36 hours. We don't have any big active weather tonight, overnight, or into tomorrow. In fact, the weekend should be relatively quiet. It will get stormy again going into Monday and Tuesday of next week. But Kelly, at this point, the good news is things are settling down for us tonight.
All right, it's been quite a day, St. Louis, and we hope that we played a role in helping you get through all of this. And we will be back at 8:15 when city officials do a news conference. You can also